Those so-called notable orthodox sects are too despicable. How could they take advantage of others' difficulties? Let me go out and slaughter them all. Third senior brother, don't be reckless and fall for their tricks. Fifth junior sister is right. We must not panic right now. Even if Master cannot fight, they can't cause too much trouble with the four of us here. But the top 10 orthodox experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm are all here, besides Master Condition. Be quiet, all of you. Can't you see Master's resting? Zhou heard a fierce quarrel as he slowly opened his eyes. Confused memories stabbed into his mind like tens of millions of needles, while fragmented images were being rapidly woven in his head. Where is this? What happened to me? Fragments of memory washed him over. Wait, what? I become Ji Tiandao, the evil patriarch. Zhou looked at everything in front of him in surprise. A gazebo, Golden Court Mountain, for villainous disciples, and tens of thousands of orthodox cultivators at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, memories continued to come to him. In his life, Ji Tiandao had taken in 9 disciples, who were all great villains holding sway in different regions and known for creating trouble everywhere. His eldest disciple, Yujing Hai, had founded a sect after betraying him, and was now the sect leader of the notorious Nether sect, which was known as the #1 evil sect of Great Yan. His second disciple, Yu Shangrong, was good at the sword. Now, he had become the fearsome sword devil, and was challenging experts everywhere and killing anyone at the slightest disagreement. His third, fourth, and fifth disciples went out to cause trouble from time to time, but they fortunately did not leave Golden Court Mountain. His sixth disciple, Yi Qianxin, was a palace master of the derived Moon Palace, the leader supported by many female cultivators and nicknamed Jade-Face Shura. His seventh disciple, Si Wuya, had an information network that covered the whole world, and was a thoughtful and scheming villain. He once started a war with the strategy of sowing dissension, causing numerous casualties and untold sufferings. His eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong, earned the title of Evil King only a few years after leaving the mountain. His ninth disciple, C.I. Yuaner, was the latest to join his sect, and also his favorite disciple, as well as the only disciple who still had some conscience. She stayed on the mountain all the time as well. Unfortunately, Ji Tiandao had lived for nearly 1,000 years, which was almost the limit of a cultivator's lifespan. As he grew older, his control over his 9 disciples declined, and so did his deterrence over them. Eventually, 5 of them betrayed him, posing a serious challenge to his authority. A month ago, the top 10 Orthodox experts set a trap and jointly attacked the evil patriarch. Ji Tiandao fought against 10 experts alone, and the battle ended in a draw. Now, the experts of the Orthodox sects were at the foot of the mountain, getting ready to launch an attack. Golden Court Mountain was facing an unprecedented crisis. Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. As he tried to get up, he sat back down and nearly fell to ground. His body felt empty and weak. Master seems to be awake. Master, the 4 disciples, who had been waiting for a long time outside the gazebo, filed in and bowed to Zhou. The latter glanced at the 4 people in front of him and cleared his throat. He did not speak. The disciples in front of him were all evil villains, and the betrayal of the other 5 disciples was a wake-up call for him. How do you feel, Master? His third disciple, Duanmu Sheng, asked with concern. I'm fine. The faces of the 4 disciples lit up. Master, the experts of the Orthodox sects are at the foot of the mountain now. I'm worried that it won't take them too long to break the defensive shield, said Mingshi-In, his 4th disciple. Zhou forced himself to calm down. At this moment, he had no other choice but to accept Ji Tiandao's memory and body completely. Why don't I go out and ask eldest senior brother to come back and help? Considering his relationship with Master, he should not sit by idly. He is now the sect leader of a Nether sect, with thousands of minions under him. Or maybe 7th junior brother, he's a witty man. Master, shut up. Zhou interrupted them. Calm down, I can't panic. No matter what, I'm the master of these villains. I can't expose the fact that my cultivation base is gone. Otherwise, I will become a piece of meat on a chopping board. And these 4 disciples will kill me first before those orthodox cultivators outside do. Golden Court Mountain shield is strong enough to hold on for some time. What are you panicking about? Zhou rebuked. The 4 disciples blushed with shame as they bowed their heads and dared not speak another word. "Old third, what did you say just now?" Zhou asked in the same tone as Ji Tiandao. As an old freak who had lived for 1,000 years, Ji Tiandao's mental state far exceeded that of others. But Zhou was a fast learner, and as their memories had merged, as long as he just imitated for a while and did not muck up, they would not find out anything unusual. "Master, I'd like to ask eldest senior brother to come back and help," said Duan Sheng. When he cupped his fists and bowed his head, he stole a glance at Zhou. Zhou sighed as he shook his head and said, "I was jointly attacked by 10 experts and barely ended the battle in a draw. Do you think no one is behind this?" Duan Sheng's expression changed slightly. "Master, do you mean eldest senior brother set you up behind your back?" Ji Tiandao had run wild in the world for many years and had never had such an accident. As he grew older, his strength declined, and he became less of a deterrent. Even so, it was not easy to deal with him. Only someone who knew everything about him could set such a perfect trap. The eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, knew his master best, and Si Weihao was good at calculation. So both of them were suspected. The 4th disciple, Mingshi Yin, cursed, "These ungrateful bast asterisk RDS. They not only betrayed Golden Court Mountain, but also dared to set Master up. If it weren't for the shield, I bet they would be besieging the mountain now as well." "Enough!" At the shout, everyone fell silent at once. Zhou's voice sounded obviously displeased as he said, "You think I don't know what you're thinking? You want me to die, don't you?" "Ah!" The 4 disciples dropped to their knees immediately and said in unison, "This disciple dares not." Zhou glanced at them as he snorted and said, "You are all experts of the divine court realm, and perhaps you will step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm in just a few years like your eldest and 2nd senior brothers. By then can I, as your master, still be able to control you. He who teaches me for a day is my father for life. We will never betray master." The 4 disciples bowed. Zhou took a deep breath. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still a little nervous when facing such a situation. "Leave me. I have my own plan to drive back the enemies." "I understand." The 4 disciples retreated obediently. What should I do now to handle internal and external troubles, plus an old body that can hardly move? Is there any dimension traveler who is unluckier than me? Ding. Task completed. Time taken 1,000 years. Complete 9/9 of the task of inheriting and teaching. The merit system is officially activated. Zhou's heart trembled. Here comes a cheat. He suddenly understood why Ji Tiandao had cultivated 9 villainous disciples. Unfortunately, the hard work of his whole life was only to pave the way for others. It was 1,000 years of hard work. The system brought up the menu, and a pale blue interface appeared in front of Zhou's eyes. Name, Ji Tiandao. Race, human. Cultivation base, the 9th tier of body tempering. Merit points, minus 100,000. Can be used to exchange life force, lucky draw, etc. Remaining life, 3 days. Items, none. Cultivation techniques, none. Other functions, lucky draw, shopping mall, -100, 000. Zhou widened his eyes and thought, seriously? Negative 100,000 merit points? I can put up with the fact that you sent me into the body of an old man, but what is this? And what is going on with the remaining 3 days of life? Reassessing. Wrong information corrected. Ji Tiandao is now changed to Zhou. Ding. A prerequisite task of the primary mission is triggered. Drive back the enemies. Complete the prerequisite task and correct yourself. Then the merit points will be zeroed. Detected that the host is too weak. A novice gift pack is awarded. Do you want to open it? The series of prompts made Zhou nod in satisfaction. That was more like it. He could also understand the prerequisite task given by the system. After all, What Ji Tianao did all his life were notorious deeds. But the system was fairly reasonable. It knew this old body was too weak, so it gave him a novice gift pack. Open it. Ding. You've received 1 X reversal card, which can give you some life force. You've received 3 X peak form cards, which will give you 30 minutes of Ji Qiandao's peak form. You've received 5 X critical block cards, which can block 5 fatal strikes of the host. These things are not bad. Lu Zhou looked at his personal menu again. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, the 9th tier of body tempering. Merit points, minus 100,000, will be zeroed if the prerequisite task is completed. Remaining life, 2 days and 23 hours. Items, 3x Ji Tiandao peak form card, 5x critical block card passive, 1x reversal card. Cultivation techniques, none. When he saw that his cultivation base was at the 9th tier of body tempering, Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, Ji Qiandao's cultivation base was gone. Apart from being old, the body was only left with the strength of body tempering. Ji Qiandao's peak form cards? System. Does it mean Ji Qiandao's peak form in his strongest period? The system did not answer. It looked like that was the case. 3 cards, that was an hour and a half. In a state when his strength and cultivation base had declined, Ji Tiandao could still draw with the top 10 experts, so it should not be difficult to beat them in his peak form. A reversal card that can give me some life force. This was exactly what he needed most now. Almost without thinking twice, Lu Zhou took out the reversal card, which shattered and turned into specks of light with just a thought, swirling around him. In that moment, he shuddered. The life force of the surrounding grass and trees seemed to have been drawn over as streams of energy rolled and poured through the mountains. Soon, streams of energy rapidly converged from all over the mountains and plains. His skin changed. His hair changed. His eyesight became clearer. His life force was restoring. Lu Zhou glanced at the menu. The field of remaining life was slowly increasing. The effect of a reversal card that could reverse life was amazing. It took a while for the feeling to gradually settle down. Meanwhile, not long after the 4 disciples arrived at the foot of the mountain, they felt the strong movement on the mountaintop. What a strong energy wave. Old Third exclaimed, I knew that Master had stronger skills that he had not taught us. Since the betrayal, Master always holds back a trick or 2 when teaching us. But when I was closest to Master just now, I clearly felt that there was no energy fluctuation in his body. There are rumors in the cultivator world that Master had been injured. Don't be fooled by appearances. It's not difficult to conceal energy fluctuation. Judging from Master's performance just now, everything should be under his control. Little junior sister, Master doted on you the most. Do you know what technique this is? The other 3 disciples looked at the 9th disciple. How would I know? Master is always so unfathomable. Little Yuana mumbled. Just as the 4 of them were patrolling, they heard the voice of an orthodox cultivator from outside the shield. Listen up, the villains of Golden Court Mountain. You are surrounded. Quickly come out and face your death. The voice echoed over the mountain. The 9th disciple looked up and saw a chariot fly across the sky. It showed Jifeng, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. It said that he just broke through into the Divine Court realm some time ago. He has just stepped into the Divine Court realm. If it were a one-on-one fight, he's not even worthy of being little junior sister's opponent. It's a pity that there are many of them. Among the 9 great villains of Golden Court Mountain, C.I. Yuaner, who joined the sect the latest, had the weakest cultivation base. She was now at the Tao-controlling stage of the Divine Court realm. These people are not concerned. The real trouble is the top 10 experts. They all have the strength of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. With no chance of getting elder senior brother's help, I only hope that Master really has a plan to drive back the enemies, said the 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng, with his arms folded over his chest. The 4th disciple, Mingshi Yin, gave a sly smile and said, I know this is treacherous, but who can stop the 4 of us now if we want to flee? Duan Musheng, Zhao Yu, and Liu Yuan all paused. After a long silence, Duan Musheng said, "How can I leave when Master hasn't given me a weapon?" The fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, parted her red lips slightly as she chuckled and said, "Which is more important, your life or that broken weapon?" The ninth disciple gave them a complicated look, and she could not help but say, "Senior brothers, senior sister, do you really not want to fight alongside Master? How could you do this when Master had worked so hard to teach us cultivation techniques?" Senior sister Zhao Yu lifted a hand and said, "Little junior sister, you joined the sect the latest, so there are many things you don't know." Mingshi Yin snorted lightly and said, "Although Master taught U.S. cultivation techniques, he also tortured us, didn't he? But we become stronger because of that, right?" Little Yuan did not understand. "You're too naive. Just look at the notoriety of Golden Court Mountain and the reputation of its 9 evil disciples. A crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Disciples' character and behavior could be expected to resemble that of their master. In any case, this cannot be an excuse for betrayal," said Little Yuan stubbornly. "A crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Disciples' character and behavior could be expected to resemble that of their master. In any case, this cannot be an excuse for betrayal," said Little Yuan stubbornly. That made the other 3 shake their heads and sigh. Their master was bad-tempered and moody sometimes, and he treated disciples harshly. As for the departure of their eldest and second senior brothers, they did not know the reason, and their master never mentioned it either. Meanwhile, Zhou had been studying the system. After using the reversal card, he felt that his body was rejuvenated. Although it was still not as energetic as that of a young man, it was enough for him to move around. He rose to his feet and breathed as he performed a set of simple exercises. After getting familiar with his new body, he sighed, "It's still a little too old." In his previous life, no matter how he worked overtime and stayed up late, he felt at most 30 years old. He was not used to being so old all of a sudden. Fortunately, his remaining life was restored to 313 days. Zhou noticed that he could exchange cultivation techniques, weapons, and reversal cards in the shopping mall. It meant that he could have inverse growth. 313 days were far from enough. He wanted to return to a level where he could at least move normally. It felt really bad to look so old. Or maybe he could reverse to his youth? However, he did not have too many reversal cards at the moment. He could only consider that after solving the immediate crisis. He feared that no other dimension traveler was stuck in this kind of situation. It's a pity that the gift items are too few. It seems that some brains are needed to solve the immediate crisis. Zhou kept pondering. A moment later, he slowly got up and walked out of the gazebo. The scorching sun was dazzling. Although Ji Qindao's memory provided him with many references, when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still amazed by the clear blue sky. Boom! There was an explosion, and the whole Golden Court Mountain shook. Zhou frowned slightly. Were the cultivators already impatient to break the shield? Boom! He looked up at the invisible shield. Golden Court Mountain was truly a treasure land. The powerful restriction was strengthened exponentially by the terrain, and it was very difficult to break even by experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 4 disciples came in front of him. They were taken aback when they saw Zhou standing straight. "Master, Master, Master, greetings, Master." The last one to greet him was his 9th disciple, Ci Yuan. Zhou saw the smile on her comely face. "Master, you seem to be getting younger," Yuan said with a smile. "Come here." "Aye." The scenes of Ji Tiandao doting on Ci Yuan emerged in Zhou's mind. He did not expect the old villain to have a gentle side. He lifted a big old hand and gently patted his 9th disciple on the forehead. "You're still the nicest." Duan Musheng, who stood aside, said, "Master, they are trying to break the shield. Please let me fight them. I'll certainly slaughter them all." Zhou's glance crossed Duan Musheng's eyes. The gaze made Duan Musheng's heart tremble, and he swallowed as he lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the other again. "I already have a plan to drive back the enemies. Come with me," Zhou said faintly. "Understood." After regaining some life force, Lu Zhou's legs became more agile. His 4 disciples followed respectfully behind him as he walked toward the outside of Golden Court Mountain. Outside of the mountain, thousands of cultivators lined up in dozens of small groups. Some stood on flying swords, some on chariots, and some on the ground. Various banners were waving in front of them. The Heavenly Sword Sect, the Duanlin branch of the Confucian School, the Primal Sect of the Tao League. Work harder, everybody. The shield is not going to last for long. The villainous Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain must be seriously wounded, which is why he dares not to come out now. If it were in the past, Golden Court Mountain would have never suffered such humiliation in silence. Indeed, he must be too scared to come out and face us. Let's continue to challenge him to a fight. A chariot drifted through the sky, from which came ringing out a voice, "Listen up, the villains of Golden Court Mountain. You are surrounded. Quickly come out and face your death." The voice echoed and sounded mighty, greatly boosting the morale of the orthodox cultivators. Meanwhile, the top 10 experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm each sat in a chariot, waiting with their eyes closed for the shield to break. The old villain is here. Be careful. Suddenly, the cultivators' expressions changed, and they quickly flew backward on their swords. Not daring to posture again, they simply landed and stood among the crowd. Right at that moment, the top 10 experts opened their eyes. However, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhou, was very bold. He was the only one still floating and looking down from the sky, as if he were going to spearhead the attack. The cultivators' eyes were fixed on the entrance of Golden Court Mountain as a group of people walked over slowly, with Lu Zhou at the front and his 4 disciples following closely behind. They did not use any powerful divine abilities and just walked like ordinary people, but many cultivators dared not to even breathe too loudly. The white-haired old man was none other than the well-known villainous Patriarch, the master of the 9 notorious evil disciples. Just as he approached the shield, Lu Zhou stopped, which made his 4th disciple, Ming Shi'in, pause in surprise. Why doesn't he move on? Lu Zhou remained calm and collected. He knew it would arouse his villainous disciple's suspicion, but it did not matter. Once he drove back the enemies, they would naturally be brought to their heels. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Luo Changfeng, was the first to speak. It's only been a month, and the Patriarch of Villains seems to be getting younger. His joke made the crowd burst into laughter. However, Lu Zhou paid no heed to it. You're a bold man, Luo Changfeng, he said indifferently. Stop pretending. You may be able to fool these few villainous disciples of yours, but you can't deceive us. It is meaningless to be pretentious. Surrender now, and the orthodox sect of the world will spare you a whole body, said Luo Changfeng. Floating in the sky, Zhou suddenly said in a loud voice, "The 4 of you should be the last 4 disciples of this old guy, right?" The 9th disciple, Yuana, rolled her eyes and said, "Who else can we be?" What an idiot. Zhou glanced at the little girl. Anyhow, he was not angry as he went on. This old villain had been badly hurt, and it has not been easy for him to pretend until now. Here's a chance for you to give up evil and return to the good. Kill him together with us from the orthodox sections. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Tens of thousands of cultivators roared, their voices shaking the sky and echoing throughout the entire Golden Court Mountain. They are Fu * King Noisy. Master, please let me fight them. I can't wait to peel off the skin and break the bones of this arrogant boy. Ming Shi'in bowed and said, Ming Shi'in was a genuine expert at the Tao transforming stage of the divine court realm, stronger than those at the same level. Zhou was no match for him at all. So the latter swallowed as he maneuvered his sword and moved a few meters back. He must be tired of living to fight in the vanguard against Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhou raised a hand and said, "There's no need. How could these orthodox sects give you a chance to fight them one-on-one?" "You are right, Master." Ming Shi'in nodded and said, with a charming smile, the 5th disciple, Zhou, said sarcastically, "Handsome boy, your flying sword looks amazing. If you manage to stay alive after receiving a single slap from me, I'll let you kill me. What do you think about that?" "You..." Jifeng stepped back. "Yes," Luo Changfeng said. Who doesn't know that all the 9 villainous disciples of Golden Court Mountain are experts of the divine court realm and above? I'm afraid that only villains like you would bully a junior. Zhou did not speak, but looked at them quietly. At that moment, Chong Jian of the Duanlin branch said, "Today, the experts of the Orthodox sects are joining hands to punish you. You villains have only yourself to blame for this. Good and evil must have their reward at last. So stop putting up meaningless resistance. I have my own judgment as to whether it is good or evil, right or wrong. Even if my disciples does something wrong, they can only be punished by me. It is not up to you to tell me what to do," said Zhou faintly. Upon hearing that, Luo Chongfeng and the others burst out laughing. "You are really good at joking. Old thing, by the time you punish them, the whole world will be completely over. Yu Zhenghai's nether sect is swallowing other sects everywhere, but have you punished him? Yu Shangrong robbed tens of thousands of precious items from the secondary capital of Great Yan. Have you punished him? Let me ask you again, is it Yu Shangrong who abducted the princess of the western regions married to Great Yan? Yes. Is it because of Si Wuya's incitement that 30,000 cultivators died in Rongbei? Yes. It is good for you to admit that. To teach without severity is the teacher's laziness. What else do you have to say?" Over the years, his villainous disciples had indeed done a lot of evil, but at this moment, these orthodox cultivators and him were enemies with different opinions. Zhou glanced at Luo Chongfeng and replied calmly, "And then, 1 inch don't you think what your evil sky pavilion has done is hated by both man and heaven?" Luo Chongfeng shook his head. "Those who are not our kin are sure to be of a different heart. Those from the western regions are not our kin, and so is the case of those from Rongbei, and yet you pity them. Your motive is execrable. You." Luo Chongfeng was infuriated by Zhou's remark. The other 9 experts also shook their heads, thinking that this old villain was hopeless. However, at that moment, the 4 disciples behind Zhou looked a little surprised. Their master was not an eloquent man, and he always killed his opponent upon the slightest disagreement. But now, he actually reasoned with these orthodox cultivators. It was a wonder for them. From the corner of his eyes, Ming Shi glanced at his master. Zhou was standing inside the shield, and his aura and attitude were no different from before. However, he kept having a strange feeling about the latter, which he could not pinpoint exactly. "Old villain, you should get out of the shield now if you have the guts." "There's no point in pretending like this," said Chong Jian. "In that case, I'll fight with the 10 of you again." The top 10 experts were stunned for a moment, and then they burst out laughing. How could Ji Tiandao, who was wounded right now, beat them when he failed to do so in the battle that happened a month ago? Luo Chongfeng said in a loud voice, "O villain, I'll see how long you can pretend. Come out and fight me now." Zhou looked at Luo Chongfeng with a calm face. However, Ming Shi eyebrows frowned before relaxing. With master's temper, he would never do this. If he really had the ability to fight the 10 of them together, he would not have quarreled and reasoned with them. This only means one thing: master is really injured. A hint of a smile brushed the corner of Ming Shi mouth, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhou walked out of the shield, standing against the wind and facing tens of thousands of cultivators. He had never seen such a grand scene in his life, and he would be lying if he said he was not nervous. Nonetheless, he had to stay calm. "Well, show me what you can do," said Zhou. Swoosh! Luo Chongfeng flashed up in midair, and then his sword multiplied and began to spin rapidly like an umbrella. This is a unique skill of the Heavenly Sword sect called a Flash of Heavenly Sword. It can attack over 100 times in a flash. Even a peak expert of the nascent divinity tribulation realm dares not to take a head-on. The disciples of Heavenly Sword sect were very excited. This is sect leader's Flash of Heavenly Sword. The attack will show us his true colors. Even if he can take it, he can't change anything. This old villain is courting death himself. The eyes of thousands of cultivators were all focused on Zhou. The stronger experts were trying to sense his energy fluctuation, wanted to find out his real strength. However, they found nothing, as if he were just an ordinary person. Luo Chongfeng's flash of heavenly sword began to gather power, and beams of sword light soon converged together. Master, Lu Yuana looked worried. Meanwhile, the other 3 villainous disciples were not as nervous as her, and instead they watched with great interest. "Don't worry. Master is not going to get himself killed for nothing," said Mingshi-In, the 4th disciple. Perhaps their master really had some trump cards. It was just as well to let these people test them out. Little Yuana had no trouble in learning her senior brothers' and sisters' intentions. She could tell that from their unconcealed expressions. But her master was facing the heavenly sword sect's strongest skill, which even a peak expert of the nascent divinity tribulation realm dared not to take head-on. It was obviously Luo Chongfeng's trap. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked calm, but he was extremely nervous inside. He kept staring at the items on the menu, the peak form experience card and the critical block card, while paying close attention to the surroundings. When necessary, he knew that he must use the peak form experience card. Moreover, he also realized that his 4 villainous disciples were growing suspicious. Ding! A side quest is triggered. The will of others is not ours to see. Make the villainous disciples show their true colors. Lu Zhou's face flickered when he saw the quest. He was facing enemies from the front and the rear. What a pathetic master he was. At that moment, Luo Chongfeng's flash of heavenly sword finished gathering power. Die! Swoosh! 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 A whirlpool of sharp blades shot straight toward Lu Zhou, rolling up strong gusts of wind that blew at the thousands of cultivators, forcing them to narrow their eyes and veil their sights. Duck, master! Lu Yuana was shocked. Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi-In, and Zhao Yu also watched with wide eyes, their faces looking worried. Even if their master were not injured, it would still be a little difficult for him to take the attack head-on. So why would he do that? "You can't die right now, old thing." Duanmu Sheng cried out reflexively as he exchanged a glance with Mingshi-In and Zhao Yu, their eyebrows frowning. If the other died, those cultivation techniques and weapons would disappear with him. Swoosh! Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yu bolted over. Just as the hundreds of blades approached, the 3rd and 5th disciples set off huge waves, one heading toward their master, and the other toward Luo Chongfeng's blades. Oh! Lu Zhou frowned slightly. They are indeed villainous disciples. Are they worried that I will bring the treasures to my grave after I die? Master, retreat. The gust of wind sent out by Duanmu Sheng with all his strength pushed the blades off their course by a little, sending them toward the Golden Court Mountain shield. Even so, the remaining energy still shook Lu Zhou and made him feel sick. He immediately turned around and ran back into the shield in feigned panic. Zhao Yu's energy blast was to save her master, but as he stepped into the shield, it smashed on the protective barrier. Boom! Boom! The blast exploded on the invisible shield in midair like fireworks. Crack! Crack! In the blink of an eye, the shield of Golden Court Mountain cracked with lines spreading out everywhere. It would most likely not last for too long. Silence fell and all sights were restored. Lu Zhou looked up a little at the shield and sighed in his heart. The critical block card was not triggered, and he still had 5 of them. In other words, no attack could harm him right now. However, the group of villainous disciples had ruined his plan. I knew this old villain was pretending. He ran really fast just now. I saw it too. What a shame. I didn't expect the formidable patriarch of villains to be reduced to this. That gave the tens of thousands of cultivators more confidence. Luo Chongfeng flew forward as he looked down from the sky and said, "So, is this your trick? It has really opened my eyes." His attack had missed a target, but he was not bothered by it. As far as the people from the orthodox sect were concerned, it was meaningless for this group of villains to play any tricks. "Luo Chongfeng, you are so shameless. Do you want my master to stand unmoving like a practice target and let you hit with a full power attack? Do you take us all for fools?" Zhao Yu said sarcastically with a smile. "Zhao Yu, I was trading blows with your master, but you suddenly interfered even when he didn't say anything. Haha, it seems that his status as the patriarch of villains is no longer as respected as before," said Luo Chongfeng. "I can't believe that a formidable patriarch of villains ended up needing the protection of his villainous disciples." This will be a strange piece of news for the world. Zhou paid no heed to their words, which were nothing but trash talk meant to mock him. They were a waste of time and totally meaningless. Instead, he glanced at the peak form experience cards once again. He had 3 of them, which would give him a total of 1.5 hours of peak time. In other words, once he used them, he had to fight and win the battle as quickly as possible. When Ming-Shi saw his master's expression, he cupped his fist and said, "Master, there's no need to waste your breath with them, with your mightiness, as long as you hold back the top 10 experts. The rest of them are just underlings you can let the 4 of us handle. Isn't that better?" Zhou frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Are you doubting my decision?" "No, this disciple dares not." Zhou had a deep understanding of pacifying the internal before resisting foreign aggression now. If he did not pacify this group of villainous disciples, he would have a hard time later on. The time of the peak form experience card was fixed, and once he used them all, he would fall into a crisis again. "Duanmu Shang." "Yes, master." "How dare you?" Zhou's voice grew louder. "What? Who allowed you to interfere in my affairs?" Duanmu Sheng's expression changed slightly. He hurried over and dropped to his knees as he said, "I know it was wrong, but I was worried about Master's safety. The old fool Luo Changfeng is trying to trick Master into falling into his trap. Master must not fall for his tricks. In fact, many things were already very obvious, and all it took was for someone to rip the thin layer of paper apart. For the past month, Ji Tiandao had been struggling and putting on airs. However, these disciples were no idiots, and some details had long made them suspicious. Zhou was a dimension traveler and not Ji Tiandao, so no matter how hard he tried to imitate, he could not get the essence of Ji Tiandao's speech. At this moment, the group of villainous disciples had already realized that their master was pretending. Since he was pretending, there was no need for them to continue acting. At that moment, Ming-Shi did not pretend to be afraid like Duanmu Shang. With a treacherous smile on his face, he said, "You've been acting very hard, master. I think it's enough." "Oh, third senior brother, get up." Ming-Shi Yin's attitude changed. Meanwhile, the respectful look on Duanmu Shang's face disappeared as he slowly rose to his feet. The 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, chuckled and said, "Give up, master. As long as you give us all your cultivation techniques and weapons, we will definitely bring you away today, and you will always be our master." Little Yuaner's eyes grew wide as she said, "Senior brothers and sister, what are you doing?" Outside the shield, Luo Changfeng and the others laughed wildly when they saw the villains fight among themselves. "You may escape an untoward act of heaven, but never the evil of your own. 1-inch, this is karma. With such villainous disciples, you should have been mentally prepared for this. The 5 villainous disciples who betrayed you are the best examples. I think this old villain will not come to a good end even without us orthodox sects fighting him." The top 10 experts looked at each other and laughed. Zhou was not afraid of being laughed at. For him, none of this mattered as long as he could resolve the immediate crisis. He nodded, and his eyes moved from the faces of his 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciple, and finally stopped on his 9th disciple. "What about you, Yuaner?" Master." Little Yuaner hesitated. "It doesn't matter. Just say what you have to say. I've lived long enough to see all kinds of storms. When your eldest and 2nd senior brothers left Golden Court Mountain, they were much more determined than you," said Zhou in a faint voice. Little Yuaner went down on her knees. "Master, this disciple dares not." "Ding. You've completed the side quest. The will of others is not ours to see. The reward is the eye of truth, and the effect is permanent." That gave Zhou a pause. Suddenly, special labels appeared in his eyes over the few villainous disciples in front of him. Duanmu Sheng, Divine Court Realm. Loyalty 23%, declining. Ming-Shi Divine Court Realm. Loyalty 15%, declining. Zhao Yu, Divine Court Realm. Loyalty 35%, declining. C.I. Yuaner, Divine Court Realm. Loyalty 60%, increasing. 11-inch hint. When a disciple's loyalty is below 0%, he or she will betray the sect and become an enemy. When loyalty is more than 80%, the disciple will not betray, while over 90% is absolute loyalty. The decline of the first 3 disciples' loyalty was within his expectation, but Zhou was slightly surprised by the fact that little Yuaner's loyalty was increasing. In this case, there is no need for me to continue pretending, said Zhou deliberately. Yes, I did get hurt. His disciples' eyes gleamed. Meanwhile, the cultivators outside the shield were eager to rush into the shield and rip the old villain into pieces like a pack of savage wolves. Zhou noticed that the loyalty of the first 3 disciples had reduced by 5%, but then his tone changed suddenly. But this doesn't mean you can lift your finger against me. Zhou crushed a Ji Qindao's peak form experience card. In a flash, his dried-up meridians, Dantian and Sea of Qi were filled to the maximum levels. With him at the center, a powerful blast rolled out in all directions. Ah! How is this possible? Duanmu Sheng. Mingshi Yin and Zhao Yu flew backward, each spitting out a mouthful of blood, while little Yuaner's eyes grew wide as she stared incredulously at her master. Waves of powerful blasts poured forth and shattered the shield, which was already on the verge of collapsing. In the blink of an eye, the shield disappeared. Tens of thousands of cultivators watched in astonishment, and the whole world fell silent. Isn't he hurt? How can he still emit such powerful blasts? I clearly saw him running back into the shield in panic. I have a bad feeling. Stop saying that. I can feel my legs shaking. The top 10 experts also stared angrily at Zhou and looked incredulous. On the other hand, the latter took a deep breath and did not even look at his 3 villainous disciples. The feeling of peak form was really good. He felt as if everything was under his control, and everyone in front of him had become ants he could crush with just a flick of a finger. As soon as Duanmu Sheng and the other 2 disciples fell to ground, they rolled over and knelt on both knees, as they said in unison, "This disciple begs master's pardon." Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths and fell on the backs of their hands. Their fingers kept trembling, and they did not dare to even breathe too loudly. Zhou glared at them and lifted a hand. A powerful blast poured toward the 3 disciples like a huge wave. "You have disobeyed me, and you will be punished." Bam! 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 3 beams of golden light smashed onto the 3 disciples, causing them to vomit blood again. "I'll deal with you when I come back." Zhou did not look at them in the eyes, but glanced at the remaining time. He still had some 29 minutes. It did not take him too much time to teach the 3 disciples a lesson. Now, what was left for him to deal with were the tens of thousands of cultivators and the 10 experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Staring at Luo Changfeng, who was in midair, Zhou said, "Let me see how much stronger have you become in the past month." He pushed against the ground with a foot and propelled himself up into the air like a missile at the speed of lightning. As he flew upward, he cried out in a loud and clear voice, "Avatar, the 100 Tribulations Insight." An avatar of a height of more than 100 feet and a width of 20 feet appeared in the sky, surrounded by golden light. A golden lotus with 8 leaves could be seen spinning rapidly beneath it. At the sight of it, Luo Changfeng quickly moved backward with a look of shock on his face. "Stop him." The other 9 experts flew into the air and produced their avatars as well. 10 avatars joined together to form a wall, while the rest of the cultivators quickly retreated and hid behind them. Even so, many weaker cultivators were stunned and fell to the ground because they did not retreat in time, and some even died on the spot with blood gushing out of their 7 orifices. Heavens! I can't believe he used his strongest move right away. This is one of Ji Qindao's strongest moves, the 8-leaf avatar of 100 Tribulations Insight. Don't panic. Although his 100 Tribulations Insight is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. As long as we can withstand this attack, he will be finished. This was also what the top 10 experts thought. Led by Luo Changfeng, the 10 avatars were constantly resisting corrosion of the 100 Tribulations Insight. Everything within 100 miles was illuminated by the bright light from the 11 avatars, while beasts and birds fled in panic for their lives. After using the peak form experience card, all of Ji Qindao's major skills appeared in Zhou's mind. The Avatar of 100 Tribulations insight was one of his strongest skills. But why did he use it right away? Because it was an experience card that would disappear once the time was up. So he might as well use it without scruple. Since you like to use a sword, I'll use a sword too. Zhou lifted his right hand. A blazing white light appeared between his index and middle fingers, forming a dazzling sword. Then energy swirled around the blade and converged into a sword beam, the imperfect divine intervention. Instinctively, Duan Muxing looked up and his body trembled. After all, this move was one of the Divine One technique's strongest moves. The Divine One technique consisted of sword moves and spear moves. Duan Muxing had always wanted to learn all of its sword moves, but it was too bad that Ji Tiandao refused to teach him the last move. He never thought he would see this move on such an occasion. Duan Muxing was wrong, Ming Shirin was wrong, and Zhou was wrong too. Their master could not only use his avatar of 100 Tribulations insight with ease, but also the imperfect divine intervention. The move, of course, was also one of his strongest skills. More terrifyingly, under the influence of the avatar, the power of the imperfect divine intervention was multiplied. Luo Changfeng's eyes grew wide and his lips shivered as he said, "Retreat! Retreat! If we don't retreat now, all 10 of us will certainly be seriously wounded. Not only is this old villain not injured, but he is stronger than ever." Luo Changfeng said reluctantly, "How did this happen?" Chang Jian of the Duanlin branch was full of doubts. They did not have such a hard time fighting Ji Tiandao a month ago, and they were sure that they had injured him during the battle. But now it seemed that they were also wrong. Zhou floated in front of his avatar, looking as if both of them had merged into one. Then his imperfect divine intervention approached quietly, as if it had split the void. Swoosh! 10 avatars faded away at the same time as the top 10 experts moved back in the sky. And when they retreated, it was those weak cultivators hiding behind their avatars who suffered. In the next instant, the powerful sword beam fell from the sky and slashed through the crowd. The top 10 experts suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. In the battle a month ago, Ji Tiandao had fought 10 of them alone with his avatar of 100 Tribulations insight, and he did not use any other powerful moves. But this time, the old villain kept using ultimate skills as if he were putting up a desperate fight. Yet, what scared them even more was that he looked very relaxed. Yes, he was indeed very relaxed. Zhou found an interesting phenomenon. The key to the peak experience card lay in the word peak. Whenever he used some energy, it would be filled to the maximum level instantly. The effect was truly worthy of its name, the Peak Form Experience card. It was an amazing item. Zhou decided that he needed to use them sparingly. After all, he only had 3 experience cards. In that case, he had to finish the battle as fast as possible. The imperfect divine intervention had slain hundreds of cultivators and scared the other weaklings out of their wits. Since the peak form was unlimited, Zhou would not waste the opportunity. He began to spend his energy without scruple and kept killing nearby cultivators. After a brief moment, he glanced at the surroundings. All the nearby low-level cultivators had retreated. How could anyone else dare to stay here when even the top 10 experts had retreated? The crowd of cultivators scattered and fled in a fan shape. Zhou was alone after all, and he did not know the skill to replicate himself, so he could not catch up with them all. He frowned slightly and set his target on the top 10 experts. Trying to flee? A pity that you are too slow. Zhou moved like a bolt of lightning, leaving residual shadows in midair. Seeing that, his few villainous disciples were dumbfounded. Duan Muxing looked frightened as he muttered, "Master's mighty divine ability, Soul Chase." Third, senior brother. Well, what should we do now? Ming Shirin was a witty guy, but he was running out of ideas now and his eyelids twitched with panic. How do I know? Why don't we run away too? Zhou put forward a bold suggestion. The 9th disciple quickly said, "Senior brothers and sister, listen to me. Just stay put. Master has the mighty divine ability, so you can't run away from him." A deep sense of despair welled up in their hearts. The reason that Soul Chase was a mighty divine ability was that it could catch up with the target in a very short time. Its only weakness was that it consumed a significant amount of energy. They were already surprised by the continual use of ultimate skills by their master, and they did not expect he could still use such a mighty divine ability. The villainous disciples could not understand why their master let the enemies insult him at the foot of the mountain and allowed their eldest senior brother and the others to betray him when he had such a mighty strength. Of course, they were not the only ones who could not understand it. You cannot catch old birds with chaff. It turns out that Master had been acting all the time and deliberately deceiving us. Could it be that Master is tired of playing with the previous routine and wants to change the pattern? The three disciples' minds were filled with various conjectures. However, instead of getting the right answer, they were horrified by their own guess. The moment Soul Chase was used, the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar and Zhou disappeared together. Meanwhile, Luo Changfeng flew in the sky, looking back over his shoulder from time to time. The cultivators of the Orthodox sects had fled in panic, like a herd of innocent sheep who just saw a savage wolf. I've been waiting for you for a while. Why did you fly here only now? In front of him floated a familiar figure. Luo Changfeng halted hastily and said, "Oh, villain? He's so fast." Cold sweat trickled down his back. Why is he chasing me instead of the others? He thought bitterly. It was as if his thoughts were read as clear as day, as Zhou quipped, "Where's your arrogance from just a while ago? You don't push me too hard." Luo Changfeng glared at him. "What will you do if I push you too hard?" Fighting back his fear, Luo Changfeng continued, "You've used a mighty divine ability of the nascent divinity tribulation realm 3 times in a row, and if you continue, you'll exhaust your energy. Do you think using Soul Chase is as simple as eating rice? The Avatar of 100 Tribulations Insight is also a mighty divine ability." He was only halfway through what he wanted to say when Zhou appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the familiar 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar also appeared behind him at the same time. There were only a handful of cultivators in the cultivation world who had 100 Tribulations Insight Avatars. A golden lotus was its unique symbol, and the number of leaves it had depended on the person's cultivation base. Ji Tiandao was the only one who had an 8-leaf golden lotus. Moreover, the 8 golden leaves showed signs of splitting again, which meant the 8-leaf golden lotus would transform into a 9-leaf golden lotus, and then 10-leaf, which was a unique symbol of Thousand Realms' whirling avatar. "I only know ultimate skills." Zhou's voice drifted over. Luo Changfeng forgot to resist. He had used his avatar once already. The difference between a 7-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight and an 8-leaf one was tremendous. Moreover, he had also used a flash of Heavenly Sword. To get this far, he had done his best. So, how could he resist the old villain who kept using ultimate skills? "Stop." Luo Changfeng raised a hand. "I'm sorry I can't stop." "What?" The 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar crashed down like a great mountain. Boom! The earth trembled. It was as simple as killing an ant with a pinch. There was almost no resistance at all. In the blink of an eye, Luo Changfeng vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind in the world. Zhou glanced at the remaining time. There was still some time left. Anyhow, there was no need to pursue others. Even if he caught up with them, he could at most kill a few more people. However, once the experience card's effect disappeared, he would be in a pretty bad situation. After this incident, Zhou realized the value of the experience card. It could make him reverse a bad situation, so he must not waste it easily. Utilizing the remaining time, he used a mighty divine ability again and returned to Golden Court Mountain. The Orthodox cultivators had scattered and fled with their tails tucked between their legs. Meanwhile, the top 9 experts fled in 9 different directions to maximize their chances of survival. They were not that stupid. When they saw the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar appear on the horizon again, they knew that something had happened to one of their companions. Nothing special happened for a long time after that. Ding! You completed the prerequisite quest. The merit points are zeroed. The main quest is triggered. Tame the villainous disciples. He who teaches me for a day is my father for life. Those who betray their master are treacherous, and those who are disloyal are worse than pigs and dogs. Tame your disciples and increase their loyalty. Task number 1. Increase CI Yuaner's loyalty to more than 80%. Task number 2. Punish the 3 villainous disciples. This system is really too stingy. I've repelled tens of thousands of cultivators, and yet it didn't even reward me. It should at least give me a peak form experience card. How can it not give me anything? Tip number 1. Peak form experience card is a precious item provided due to the host's weak strength. Please use it carefully. Tip number 2. Please try your best to improve your strength. The time for the peak form experience card is over. With that, Zhou felt all the energy in his body disappear instantly. It felt really good to be so formidable, and he wondered how long it would take him to reach the same realm if he were to cultivate on his own. Cards were always cards, and they did not really represent his strength. Without strength, he could not beat anyone except ordinary people. He could beat no one with his old body. When he saw his 3 wounded disciples and little Yuan kneel at the entrance, Zhou calmed himself down. He must be poised and not fussy like a young man. That was too childish. Experienced and prudent? Zhou thought of the words, so he put his hands behind his back and walked over. As for whether he should behave like Ji Tiandao from the past, he did not care anymore. He was already here, and there was no point in thinking too much. Zhou stood in front of the 4 disciples as his eyes moved from Duanmu Sheng to Mingshi Yin and finally to Zhao Yu, little Yuaner. That made Duanmu Sheng and the other 2 shiver with fear. Master? Little Yuaner quickly answered. You may get up. Yes. Zhou noticed that her loyalty had risen to 65% while Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi Yin, and Zhao Yu's loyalty were at 30%, 20%, and 40% respectively, which had stopped declining and begun to rise. However, this level of loyalty was far from enough. He did not say anything else but told his 9th disciple, I'm tired. Assist me. Let's go back. Secretly feeling happy, little Yuaner came to him with small steps and helped him up the mountain like an obedient little servant girl. As a result, Duanmu Sheng and the other 2 disciples were left behind. Since the master did not say that they could get up, they naturally dared not to move. Moreover, as they were all wounded from their master's slap, they did not feel good right now. Old Fourth, you've left me in a dreadful situation, Duanmu Sheng said with a wan look. How can you blame me? It was only after careful analysis that I was convinced that master was injured, said Mingshi Yin. After careful analysis? Then you are really good at analysis. Zhao Yu complained as well. If it had not been for her 4th senior brother's change of attitude, she would not have joined in the rebellion. Who knew this would happen? I had calculated everything, but just overlooked this one thing. What had you overlooked? Perhaps, maybe, probably, Master is really tired of playing with the old routine and wants to try something new. Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yu were speechless. Why don't we run away now? Zhao Yu whispered. Run away? How? Didn't you see Master show his mighty power? When Master pursued the top 10 experts just now, he seemed to have used his avatar 2 times, imperfect divine intervention 1 time, and soul chase 1 time. Junior sister's suggestion can be considered. Mingshi Yin nodded slightly. Consider my ass. If Master really wanted to kill us, he would have done it. No matter what Mingshi Yin said, Duanmu Sheng dared not to believe him again. As the saying went, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Since the master did not do anything to them, that meant they still had a chance to live. If they really ran away, they would be the same as their eldest senior brother and the others. Zhou slowly sat down inside the gazebo. Despite everything that had just happened, he did not feel short of breath at all. After his cultivation base was restored to the 9th tier of body tempering, he had no problem in ascending and descending the mountain. Although his disciples could still sense something suspicious from his aura, they did not dare doubt his cultivation base. And Mingshi Yin even decided that he was playing a new routine with them. Little Yuaner, how long have you joined the sect for? Asked Zhou. I've been following Master for 5 years. 5 years. It took only 5 years for her to reach the divine court realm. What kind of heaven-defying monsters had Ji Tiandao taken in as disciples? Zhou speculated that Ji Tiandao must have received some kind of help from the system before it was activated. Have you realized what you've done wrong? Zhou said with mixed emotions. Little Yuaner dropped to her knees at once and murmured, Master, I was wrong. I should have never listened to senior brothers. Master, you must believe me. I've always been very good and obedient. That's not what I'm referring to. Ah. At the end of last year, did you leave Golden Court Mountain without my permission and rob the cultivation books and records of 2 major sects? I'm sorry. Why did you do that? Zhou searched for memory in his mind, but he found no motive for Little Yuaner to do that. Little Yuaner stuck out her tongue and said, 4th senior brother said that people whose names are not on the black roll are not worthy of being disciples of Golden Court Mountain. So I went. Black roll. Zhou had no information about it either. It is a list prepared by the cultivation world, and the cultivators on the list are all evildoers. Senior brothers and sisters have all entered the top 30, and Master, say it. Master, you are at the top of the list. Zhou. When Little Yuaner saw her master lost in thought, she did not dare to continue talking, but secretly observed. The change of atmosphere made her afraid to even breathe too loudly. After some time, Zhou said, Forget it. It is the fault of parents to feed and clothe their children without proper education, and it is the laziness of a teacher to just educate his students without being strict. I didn't teach you well. When she heard that, Little Yuaner secretly gave her master a complicated look. Although she had only joined the sect for a very short time, far shorter than the other senior brothers and sisters, she knew about the old man in front of her quite well. What was wrong with her master? Zhou sensed her doubts and said, Yuaner, you are my favorite disciple. From now on, I want you to stop doing evil deeds. Can you do that? Yes, master. Now get up. Yes. Little Yuaner was overjoyed at being forgiven. Master is the best. Let me massage your shoulders. Little Yuaner hopped behind Zhou like a rabbit. Zhou sighed in his heart. Although Ji Tiandao had cultivated 8 villainous disciples, at least there was still one who had a conscience to be filial. If he had not arrived in time, he reckoned that this youngest disciple would soon turn evil as well. Peers could influence one's behavior in positive and negative ways. Although Little Yuaner was quick-witted and mischievous, her mind was simple and easily corrupted. Ding, you've completed a task. C.I. Yuaner's loyalty has reached 80%. You are rewarded with 100 merit points. Zhou glanced at Little Yuaner. Sure enough, her loyalty had reached 80%. He nodded with satisfaction and said, Go get the 3 of them here. Yes. Little Yuaner ran down the mountain as quickly as a monkey. Zhou was slightly relieved. System, are there better ways to punish villainous disciples? In his previous life, he was an executive of the company. Although he did not have Ji Tiandao's experience of living in the world for 1,000 years, he had his own opinions on training subordinates. He believed that the same was true when it came to teaching disciples. The more they were pressured, the more likely they were to bounce back. For at the end of the day, the reason why these disciples were evil was all the result of Ji Tiandao's teachings, so it was Ji Tiandao whom they hated. Since Zhou had replaced Ji Tiandao, he had to follow this road as well. Anyhow, the system did not answer. Since you won't answer me, I'll do it according to my own ways, said Zhou. After a while, Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi Yin, and Zhao Yu came up the mountain into the gazebo with their heads bowed and a little frightened, falling to their knees immediately. Meanwhile, Little Yuaner stood aside in silence. Master, please spare my life. Master, please forgive me. Master, please spare my life. Their loyalty was 40%, 35%, and 42% respectively. The numbers were still very low. At this level of loyalty, they would fall to the other side easily with the slightest change. There was dead silence in the gazebo. No one dared to speak since Zhou had not uttered a single word. At this moment, silence was better than verbal language. The silence made the 3 of them uneasy and gave them chills down their bones. A quarter of an hour passed, and Zhou still did not speak. He just sighed or shook his head from time to time. Finally, the fifth disciple, Zhou, could no longer endure the bizarre atmosphere. She threw herself on the ground as she burst into tears and said, "Master, I was wrong. I got confused in that moment. Ever since I joined the sect, I've never thought of betraying Master. I beg your forgiveness, Master." Since someone had taken the lead, Duanmu Sheng and Mingshi followed suit and begged for mercy. "Master, I've been in the sect for over 100 years. During all these years, I've really put in a lot of effort in everything I did, considering I've followed Master for so long. I beg Master to spare my life. Master, I joined the sect 60 years ago, and I've never once disobeyed Master. It was only in my ignorance that I committed such grave disobedience. I beg Master to spare my life." Zhou glanced at the three disciples again as he slowly rose to his feet. His slap had made them suffer too much, to the point that they even had trouble standing up. Little Yuana was thoughtful enough to run over and help him until he got his footing and then stepped aside. Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Instead of looking at them, he walked to the edge of the gazebo and overlooked the mountains. A mist was rising in tendrils between the mountains, swirling about in the air. Golden Court Mountain, without its shield, looked somewhat mysterious. "O Third." "Yes, Master." Duanmu Sheng trembled as he bowed his head and answered, "What is your ranking on the black roll?" "This, I'm at the 18th place." "What about O Fourth?" I'm not as good as Senior Brother. I'm at the 25th place." Zhou did not wait for her master to ask. "I'm lucky enough to be at the 28th place." "Lucky?" Zhou's voice grew serious as he said, "You are really my amazing disciple. Since when has it become something worth showing off to have your name on the black roll? You disgraced me. I was wrong." Zhou's heart trembled. Zhou had just begun a lecture when he suddenly thought of what Liu Yuan had told him, that his name was at the top of the black roll. It seemed that he had disgraced himself the most. For a moment, he felt embarrassed, but then he threw that aside. "Since you know you are wrong, you have to change," said Zhou faintly. "Change? How?" The three disciples looked at each other. They thought they were on the same path as their master, and all their styles of doing things were also learned from their master. "No evil shall be done henceforth." "Can you do that?" Zhou said word by word. The trio paused. They gave their master a somewhat incomprehensible look. But then they replied in unison, "This disciple will obey Master's order." A heavy silence fell upon the gazebo once again. After some time, as Zhou looked at the scenery in the distance, he sighed and said, "One thing I've done wrong in my life is that I've only taught you how to cultivate but not how to conduct yourself. I was wrong, too, and because of that, I produced a bunch of treacherous disciples like you," without commenting on what they had done in the cultivation world. Just the fact that they disobeyed their master and harbored the intention of betraying the sect was enough to mark them treacherous. The four disciples did not dare to make a sound. Who dared to say the master was wrong? Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi. "Yes, Master." Both disciples answered at the same time. "The shield of Golden Court Mountain is broken now. Your punishment is to guard the mountain while the shield is being repaired, and you are not to leave without my permission. When the repair is done, I'll forgive you," said Zhou faintly. It was equivalent to restricting their freedom. Repairing the shield was not a simple task, and it would take at least 8 to 10 years to be completed. It was a reasonable punishment, which was far better than killing them. Both men were overjoyed. This disciple will obey Master's order. Zhou's eyes fell on his fifth disciple. "Zhou." "Yes, Master." "Your third and fourth senior brothers need to stay on the mountain. So, I punish you to atone for your crimes down the mountain. Do you have any objection?" "Atone for her crimes?" Zhou threw herself on the ground and said in a low voice, "This disciple will obey Master's order and dare not to have any objection." "But—" "Say it. What crimes do I have to atone for?" Zhou shook his head. These villainous disciples had followed Ji Tiandao for so many years that their view of life and values had been completely corrupted by him, and they had lost their basic ability to judge right and wrong. He did not speak immediately, but turned around and walked past them. Although he was without any aura or energy fluctuation, he still made the three disciples shudder. "You honor, tell me, what is good and what is evil?" Zhou asked indifferently. That gave little Yuan a pause, and then she cupped her fist and said, "Helping people is good, and harming people is evil." It was an answer that she came up with on the spur of the moment, and she never thought it was correct. Zhou shook his head when he heard the answer. "What do you think, old third?" With his head bowed, Duan Mushang said, "Doing charitable deeds is good, while it is evil to kill and burn and plunder." Zhou shook his head again. Old fourth, "To serve the country and the people is good, and to help the villains do bad things is evil." That was Ming Shiyin's answer. Zhou still shook his head. Their answers were too superficial, and not what he wanted. The four disciples looked on with puzzled faces as their master kept shaking his head. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhou said, "In life, one does not have to do good deeds or serve the country and the people. One can never please everyone. But one should not have any guilt in the heart." The four of them looked up slightly at their master with complicated eyes. They suddenly felt that their master was very different from before. A month ago, he was telling them to kill anyone whom they did not find pleasing to the eyes. But now, he was making such thoughtful remarks. It was hard for them to not be surprised. One should not have any guilt in the heart. I understand now. I'll definitely kill all those fanatics who had insulted Master. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth and said, it seemed that he had said so much for nothing. Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Never mind. I think it is better for you to stay on the mountain and be punished together with the others." Zhou shook his head. Zhao Yu froze, and then she said, "This disciple will obey Master's order." After all, these three disciples had followed Ji Tiandao for too long. Their view of life and values had been deeply rooted, which could not be modified by him with just a few words. She was too murderous, and it would be a terribly bad idea to let her leave the mountain. At present, Zhou's cultivation base was very weak, so the crisis was still there. Moreover, those villainous disciples who had betrayed the sect were all eyeing him. Zhou glanced at them once again. Their loyalty had increased to 50%, 45%, and 52% respectively. These three villainous disciples were really stubborn. The problem of good and evil could not be solved in a short time, but their loyalty must be increased to over 60%. It seemed that the punishment of making them stay on the mountain was not enough. Zhou slowly turned around and walked back into the gazebo before sitting down cross-legged. "From today on, no matter what you've done in the past, I can let bygones be bygones. But if you do it again, if you are unfaithful and commit treason, I'll not spare you easily." This time, even little Yuaner fell to her knees as well, and the four of them kept promising that they would not do that again. Sure enough, the loyalty of the three villainous disciples increased by 5%. After the stick, he showed them the carrot by saying, "Since you have joined Golden Court Mountain and become my disciples, I'll naturally protect you all." Their loyalty increased by another 10%, while little Yuaner's increased by 2%. Zhou nodded in his heart. The idea of protection had improved their loyalty a lot. The world was vast and full of wonders. Although there were many famous Orthodox sects, there were also many hypocritical and treacherous people. In this competitive and ruthless world, people were not afraid of true villains, but of fake good men. The cultivation world was grotesque and diversified, full of intrigues. It was a blessing in life to have a roof over one's head. In fact, it was exactly the same idea they had when they came here to acknowledge him as their master. Ding! You completed the task of punishing the three villainous disciples. You are rewarded with 100 reward points. He heard the system prompt. "Leave," Zhou said in a faint voice. "Yes, master." The four disciples left the gazebo. Although their hearts were uneasy, they felt more surprised and puzzled, especially the three villainous disciples. They had committed treason, but their master only grounded them in Golden Court Mountain. It was no different from a great favor. If it had been before, there would have been a brutal beating and serious injury. When all his disciples had left, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and opened up the personal menu. Name, Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, the ninth tier of body tempering. Avatar, none. Merit points, 200. Remaining life, 321 days. Items, G Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card Passive X5. Cultivation techniques, none. He was extremely weak. It was only after experiencing the peak form that Zhou realized how weak this body was. When he saw that he had 200 merit points, he said, "Lucky draw." Ding. Each lucky draw consumes 50 merit points, and if the lucky draw fails, you'll get 1 luck point. That's a ripoff. Shopping mall. The interface in his eyes changed. The shopping mall was full of various weapons and cultivation techniques. You can even buy avatars. Zhou was rendered speechless. An avatar was one of the strongest skills of cultivators. When cultivators cultivated to a certain realm, they would condense their divine senses into huge avatars. The stronger the cultivators, the stronger their avatars. Unfortunately, most of the items were red and could not be purchased. An apprentice rank avatar, basic Taiji, costs 300 merit points. A 2 transform powers avatar costs 1,000 merit points. Zhou noticed that the price of the highest level avatar, Myriad Supreme, was simply a row of question marks. After glancing through them, Zhou felt that he was going to faint. He could not even afford the cheapest apprentice rank avatar. They were all terribly expensive. Although an avatar was one of the most powerful skills of cultivators, it also represented the bottleneck of a cultivator. Often, many cultivators were trapped in a certain realm, even for a lifetime, because the level of their avatars could not be improved. What does it mean by not showing the cost? Zhou murmured curiously. Myriad Supreme was an avatar that only existed in the legends. In today's cultivation world, even an old villain as mighty as G Tiandao only had an 8-leaf 100 tribulations inside avatar. Yes, it did show signs of breaking through to a 9-leaf 100 tribulations insight, but was still far from becoming a 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Well, I better not think so far ahead. I need to get my attitude right. Since his cultivation base had reduced to the 9th tier of body tempering, he had to change his attitude to that of a weakling. He could not hope to reach for what was beyond his grasp. "Let's try the lucky draw," Zhou said. Ding. The lucky draw begins. Ding. The lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You've received a reversal card. Would you like to continue the lucky draw? Oh, such a high winning rate. I can't believe it actually didn't just give me a thank you. Please try again next time prompt. Zhou was a little surprised. I still have 150 merit points. Well, I'd better keep the points until I have enough to buy an avatar to improve my cultivation level. According to the normal cultivation process, he should first break through the bottleneck of the body tempering realm and enter the mystic enlightening realm before he could master the use of an apprentice rank avatar. But since he could buy avatars in the system, that meant there was no bottleneck. Show me the quests. Current main quest: Taming Villainous Disciples. He who teaches me for a day is my father for life. Those who betray their master are treacherous, and those who are disloyal are worse than pigs and dogs. Tame your disciples and increase their loyalty. Side quest number 1. Increase CI Yuaner's loyalty. Completed. Side quest number 2. Punish the 3 villainous disciples. Completed. Side quest number 3. Taming Zhu Gong. In progress. Side quest number 4. Evil must be completely eradicated. Change the situation. In progress. When he saw that the quest interface had refreshed, Zhou sighed. To tame the 8th disciple means that I have to find him with my current cultivation base. This is no different from digging my own grave. Zhou said to himself. I must consider things carefully and not act too rashly. He thought of the 3 villainous disciples. Even if he did not ground them, it would be a risk to keep them so close to him. After all, the truth would come to light sooner or later. Only little Yuaner was the most reliable. Her cultivation base was at the divine court realm. Her loyalty was the highest, and she was the youngest. So, she was the most suitable disciple to keep beside him, and he could also teach her the truth of life, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When he thought of that, Lu Zhou slowly got up and returned to the evil sky pavilion. I still have a reversal card. I have to use it before anything else. The evil sky pavilion was a residence of Ji Tiandao and his disciples on Golden Court Mountain. It was situated at the top of the mountain, a quiet and serene place. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Tiger Ridge Gang. How is the investigation going? I had sent men to rush to the Golden Court Mountain with a flying chariot. The battle there was intense, so our men did not dare get too close. But some cultivators told them that they saw an avatar with their own eyes. An avatar? What kind of avatar was it? The avatar was 100 feet tall and 20 feet wide, surrounded by golden light, and had an 8-leaf golden lotus under it. Plop! Zhu Honggong fell from his throne. His air of a powerful lord was gone, and his face had turned extremely unsightly, while his legs were shaking. The person who had an avatar that was 100 feet tall near Golden Court Mountain could only be his master. After 100 tribulations, inside avatar was condensed. It would grow 10 feet taller with every additional leaf it produced. Zhu Honggong was shaking all over. It is really master. What should I do? What should I do? Inside the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou used a reversal card, restoring his remaining life to 613 days. After a few days of rest, he had become more energetic. This card only gives me 300 days of life, which is not as good as the first one. Lu Zhou murmured to himself. He had become a little younger again. In terms of appearance, he had not changed much, except that he had a few more black hair and looked more energetic. I still had 150 merit points, so miserably few. Lu Zhou did not practice all the messy cultivation techniques in his mind, including those taught to his disciples. Instead, he planned to redeem new cultivation techniques from the shopping mall. He did not want to repeat Ji Tiandao's mistakes. While a man's good and evil should not be judged by others, it must be Ji Tiandao's character and the way he treated others that had reduced him to such a state, where even his disciples had rebelled against him. And the degree to which a man could do evil was inextricably linked to the cultivation techniques he had practiced. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice came from outside the door. "Master, little Yuana wishes to see you. Come in." Little Yuana pushed open the door and walked in with tiny steps. When she saw her master sitting cross-legged on the ground, she chuckled and said, "Master, you're getting younger again." Sweet talk. Lu Zhou raised a hand and gently knocked her on the head. "Master, you are really amazing." "Am I?" "You are the only one in today's world who can force back the top 10 experts on your own," Lil Yuaner said admiringly. Lu Zhou did not say anything. He did that with the experience card, so it was not worth mentioning. Lil Yuaner blinked her big eyes and said again, "Master, you had told me before that we can kill anyone we want as long as we are strong enough. But why didn't you kill senior brothers and sister?" Lu Zhou's eyes fell on little Yuaner. He did not expect this little girl to have such dangerous thoughts. "Yuaner." "Yes, master." "You must forget all the truth and words I have told you before." "Oh, I will." Lu Zhou noticed a hesitant look on her face. While shaking his head, he said, "Just say what you have to say. I won't blame you." "Master, you once promised me one thing. Do I have to forget it as well?" Little Yuaner summoned up her courage and asked, "What did the old villain promise her before?" Lu Zhou quickly searched his memory, but he could not find any relevant information. It seemed that after he had traveled into this old villain's body, much of the memory was lost. "What did I promise you?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. "Master, you said that as long as I can reach the divine court realm, you will give a jade horsetail whisk." Although Lu Zhou did not remember anything about the promise, he knew the jade horsetail whisk. It was a heaven-grade treasure that could greatly increase a cultivator's power. However, after Lu Zhou traveled into Ji Tiandao's body, all his items had disappeared. How was he going to give it to her? He also understood why the old villain did that. The betrayal of his disciples had challenged his authority. If he did not weaken his disciples, everyone would betray him sooner or later. It was a helpless move. But words uttered were like spilled water after all. Of course, you have to forget that as well. Little Yuana was disappointed. Lu Zhou went on, "But I will give you another heaven-grade treasure. Horsetail whisks are usually used by elderly cultivators, and it doesn't look nice when used by a little girl like you." Liu Yuan was overjoyed when she heard that, and she quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." Zhou nodded slightly and said, "I have a task for you." "I'm at your service, Master." "There are still some orthodox cultivators secretly watching us around Golden Court Mountain. I want you to settle them. I'll complete the task. Go now." The moment she left Evil Sky Pavilion, she drifted down the mountain swiftly and gracefully like a swallow. About 10 minutes later, Zhou heard the system prompt. "You've killed a villain and received 10 merit points. You've killed a villain and received 10 merit points." Zhou paused for a moment and then nodded with satisfaction. Disciples could complete quests as well, and the master could get merit points from the disciples. It was very reasonable, very nice. Within an hour, Little Yuaner actually killed a dozen bold cultivators. At that moment, Zhou called up the menu and glanced at it. The merit points had accumulated to 300. Shopping mall. Purchase an apprentice-ranked Taiji avatar. Ding! You've received an apprentice-ranked Taiji avatar. The moment he received the avatar, Zhou felt spring water rush out his dried-up dantian as streams of power flowed throughout his whole body. He had broken through. He had stepped into the mystic, enlightening realm from the body-tempering realm. The body-tempering realm only trained tendons, bones, and skin after all, so those in his realm could not use energy like cultivators. But when a person became a cultivator, his ability was multiplied. Sure enough, there is no bottleneck. Zhou felt the changes in his body. After a short moment, the activities within him quieted down. Name, Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, mystic enlightening realm, hard aperture. Merit points, 0. Remaining life, 613 days. Items, G Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card Passive X5. A 2 Transform Powers avatar costs 1,000 merit points. It was a huge ripoff. It seemed that it was not as easy as he had imagined if he wished to reach the same height as Ji Tiandao. Besides, there was no suitable cultivation technique he could practice for the time being. Should I practice the old cultivation techniques? In Zhou's mind, there were indeed many cultivation methods and experiences related to Ji Tiandao, the cultivation methods of his 9 disciples, as well as their advantages and disadvantages. However, those cultivation techniques were tailored for them and not suitable for him. As for Ji Tiandao's own cultivation technique, it seemed that it became stagnant after practicing because of his aging body. It meant that he had to further prolong his life before he could consider continuing with it. Before that, he would rather not practice any cultivation technique than practice a bad one. He could wait anyway. By now, his merit points seemed to have stopped increasing. Little Yuaner's cultivation base is at the Divine Court Realm, so it is very easy for her to deal with these small fish and shrimps. I have to give them more work. Since the disciples could help him get merit points, he had to make good use of them. Zhou slowly stood up and flexed his body. As he was about to step out of the door, a shadow suddenly rushed toward him. Swoosh! Like a bolt of lightning. The shadow broke in from the window on the west side of the pavilion with a glinting short sword in hand. With Zhou's current strength, he could tell at one glance that the attacker was an expert. There was a great amount of energy on the edge of the sword, as it went right to his heart. Should I shout for help? Bam! The sword was stabbed on Zhou's chest. Yet he was unhurt. A critical block card was finally triggered. It was also at this moment that Zhou saw the attacker's appearance. The eldest disciple of Heavenly Sword sect Zhou Jifeng, Zhou said in surprise. Zhou Jifeng never thought that he would be recognized at a glance. In his panic, he pulled back the sword and leaped backward before thrusting the sword again. Die! Zhou frowned slightly. The mystic enlightening realm was, after all, the most useless realm in the cultivation world. There was no way he could resist Zhou Jifeng, who had stepped into the divine court realm. He was just like meat on someone's chopping block. This Zhou Jifeng was obviously here to seek revenge. He was a bold fanatic who did not care for his own life. Bam! It was another fatal blow. But the sword was knocked away by Lu Zhou's bizarre block once again. Zhou Jifeng rolled backward in the air and felt a numbness in his arm. How was that possible? The evil sky pavilion fell silent. Zhou Jifeng swallowed hard as his eyes went wide and were shot with blood. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, and he did not know whether he should continue attacking or not. Do you want to continue? Lu Zhou's eyes gleamed like torches. Strength ran out of Zhou Jifeng's legs, and he fell back on his buttocks. The gap between them was too tremendous, so much so that he had completely given up the thought of attacking. You've overestimated yourself. Lu Zhou snorted and slowly turned around. Calm down. I can't let him see my weakness. You killed my master. I will avenge him even if the cost is my life. Zhou Jifeng clenched the sword tightly. You are wasting your time. Zhou Jifeng rushed forward with his sword again, moving as fast as a gust of wind. An expert in the divine court realm was incomparable with any ordinary cultivator. At this critical moment, Master, a blue figure flashed in from outside. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng's heart trembled and his movement slowed down. Bam! The blue figure threw out a beam of energy and knocked him flying away. As a result, Zhou Jifeng coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell on the ground. How dare you sneak attack my master? Are you blind? Little Yuana landed, showing her teeth with a murderous smile on her face. Stand down, Yuana. Master, he attacked you. I want to cut him into pieces to help you vent your anger. When Zhou Jifeng heard that, his face turned pale as a sheet. Sure enough, the 9 disciples of Evil Sky Pavilion were all extremely ferocious. What he knew about them came from rumors, which were full of exaggeration and falsehood after all. But he found that the rumors were quite true when he saw it with his own eyes today, because even this cute-looking little girl was so scary. Zhou Jifeng was a little regretful about coming here to get his revenge. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was poised on the surface, but he kept sighing in his heart. This old body is really weak. When he was in the peak form, he did not even pay attention to someone like Zhou Jifeng. But just now, he was nearly killed by this guy. Fortunately, his little disciple arrived in time. Otherwise, his 5 critical block cards would not last him for too long, and he would have to waste another peak form experience card. Lu Zhou was not surprised that Zhou Jifeng, with his cultivation base of the divine court realm, could sneak up the mountain, since the shield was not yet repaired, and his few disciples' attention was somewhere else. He just did not expect that the other would be so bold as to sneak attack him. His eyes fell on Zhou Jifeng. Name, Zhou Jifeng. Race, human. Cultivation base. Early Tao shaping stage of the divine court realm. Status, enemy, hostility level 85%. I killed your master, and it is reasonable for you to come to me for revenge. However, you have overestimated yourself, and this is no different from committing suicide. There is no point in doing so. Lu Zhou sat down slowly, searching his mind for memories related to the kid. It happened that Ji Tiandao did cross paths with the latter in the past. You began to temper your body when you were 8 years old, stepped into the mystic enlightening realm at the age of 9, since condensing realm at 13, Brahma Sea realm at 18, and divine court realm at 20. This made you a rare genius, even in the cultivation world. You could totally wait for a few more years before you came to me for revenge. Why must you come to get yourself killed now? Zhou Jifeng really regretted it. He was a genius known to the whole Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, little Yuana mumbled, Master, you call this a rare genius? When I was 10 years old, I acknowledge you as my master, and I'm 15 years old this year, but I have already stepped into the divine court realm. Lu Zhou. When Zhou Jifeng heard that, the little bit of pride had just now vanished in an instant. Don't interrupt. Lu Zhou glared at her. Little Yuana stuck out her tongue and stepped aside. Then Lu Zhou continued, Zhou Jifeng, do you know why I didn't kill you? Old villain, you don't have to be hypocritical. Whether you want to kill or torture me, do it now. Zhou Jifeng put on a brave face. Lu Zhou shook his head. You really think Luo Changfeng is a gentleman? What do you mean? Zhou Jifeng's glared at him. What an ignorant young man. You weren't even born when I met Luo Changfeng. What are you trying to say? If I told you that the person who killed your father was Luo Changfeng, would you believe it? Ding. A hidden side quest is triggered. Instigate Zhou Jifeng's defection. Hint. Everything you do has the potential to trigger hidden quests. This system has quite unexpected features. Lu Zhou thought to himself. Fortunately, he was old now and his skin was saggy and wrinkled, so nobody could see the change in his expression, unless it was an obvious one. When Zhou Jifeng heard that, he shouted furiously, "Bullsh asterisk T! Don't you try to sow discord, old villain. Everyone in the world knows that Si Wuya, the seventh disciple of Golden Court Mountain, is a despicable man good at calculation. A pity that such a mean trick is useless against me." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "One ardent but ignorant youth. In this case, I will tell you everything. When I visited Yi Province many years ago, I stopped at the Zhang family for a rest. Coincidentally, the young lady of the family was giving birth. The newborn boy was born with extraordinary bone structure and amazing talents. I intended to take him in as my disciple, so I gave his parents 3 days to consider. But regardless of their decision, I had decided to bring the boy with me. However, the next day, the whole Zhang family was slaughtered. It was already too late when I arrived. Later on, the whole cultivation world thought I was the one who slaughtered the Zhang family. I've killed countless people in my life, and one more murder case or one less false charge would not change that fact. All the orthodox cultivators in the world thought I did it, but nobody knew it was actually done by Luo Changfeng." Fighting back the pain, Zhou Jifeng sneered. "You can continue to make up the story." Lu Zhou knew that the other would not believe it, so he gave him a heavy dose. "You have a birthmark on your shoulder. When you were born, the inside of your body was wet and cold. It was I who helped you to get rid of that, and it is also the reason why there is always a stream of evil energy in your body. Your surname is Jiang, and you are the son of that Jiang family." Zhou Jifeng was taken aback. Few people knew he had a birthmark on his shoulder. "So how did this old villain know? Considering that you are too young, if I tell you the whole truth, I'm afraid you will not be able to bear the impact. Well, you may leave now. Sometimes a retreat was a way to advance, and what happened next had proven that right." Although Zhou Jifeng did not believe it, he still said, "I don't believe what you said. Old villain, don't hope that such a despicable and mean trick will work on me. If you dare to slander my master again, I will chop you into pieces now. Do you believe it?" Lu Yuaner raised a hand. He suddenly felt that the old villain was not as terrible as he had imagined, but this little girl was rather scary. As the saying went, nice people are bullied and the docile horses are ridden. Lu Zhou suddenly realized that when dealing with youth like this, he could not be too gentle. So he laughed and said, "Your master, Luo Changfeng, had slaughtered the whole Zhang family, raped your mother, and abducted you. 30 years ago, he broke through the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The realm is divided into 3 major stages: Tao Primal, Chaotic Primal, and Tao Fusing. In the Tao Fusing stage, there's a way to advance." He was not yet finished when Lu Yuan interrupted. "Master, I know about this. With a powerful cultivation base, a Tao fusing expert can devour another person's energy essence and cultivation base and fuse them as one. That is why the stage is called Tao fusing. Am I right, Master?" Lu Zhou paid her no mind, so little Yuaner immediately bowed her head and dared not speak again. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng frowned and kept shaking his head. Lu Zhou went on. "In the whole Heavenly Sword sect, only your cultivation path is exactly the same as Luo Changfeng's. Do you still think there's nothing wrong with him?" There was no need for him to finish the rest. Although these words could not immediately change Zhou Jifeng or make him believe, they at least aroused his doubts, and that was more than enough. He would verify the rest himself. "I know you don't believe it. When you get back, go and ask your master's master. Little Yuaner, see him off." Lu Zhou said faintly, "Master, surely you are not letting him go just like this? He had attacked you." Little Yuan pursed her lips. Don't be presumptuous. Hearing that, little Yuan could say nothing else but stamp her foot lightly. Then she turned to Zhou Jifeng as she snorted and said, You are a stupid pig! Does my master need to lie to you? Wouldn't it be better for him to just kill you? Fool! His mind was in a mess now, and he kept repeating, I don't believe. Instinctively, after little Yuan sent Zhou Jifeng away, Lu Zhou glanced at the quest menu. He knew that the side quest would not be completed immediately, but it was only a matter of time. If Zhou Jifeng were clever enough, he would investigate what he had said, unless he was mentally retarded. Master, why didn't you kill him? Little Yuan asked as soon as she returned to the evil sky pavilion. But Lu Zhou shook his head in response. The desire to kill in this little girl's heart was too strong. Just like her senior brothers and sisters, she had been heavily influenced by Ji Tiandao. Lu Zhou stood up and clasped his hands behind his back as he said, Killing people is not the only way to solve a problem. But, Master, you sent me down the mountain to kill many orthodox cultivators just now. They were sneaking around Golden Court Mountain, and they deserve to be killed. Little Yuan said angrily. Speechless, Lu Zhou knocked her on her head and said, Don't argue with me. Ouch! Did I say you can't kill people? Killing people is not the only way to solve a problem, but it is always one of the ways. Oh! Little Yuan did not quite understand that. Right then, Lu Zhou heard a system prompt. Ding! Your disciples are doing evil, and your merit points will be deducted soon. Damn it! The merit points can be deducted. Although he tried to be as calm and poised as possible, he almost collapsed at that moment and cursed. Go get your senior brothers and sister here. Yes, master. While frowning, Lu Zhou asked, System, I have only so few merit points. Why do you still want to deduct them? Of course. The system still did not respond. It seemed to convey that while he could obtain merit points from his disciples, the merit points could also be deducted when his disciples did evil. But what had they done to be considered evil? Before very long, the three villainous disciples, Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi Yin, and Zhao Yu, walked into Evil Sky Pavilion with their heads bowed, while being led by Liu Yuan, as if nothing had happened. Greetings, master. The three of them greeted at the same time. Tell me what have you done just now? Lu Zhou asked, his face expressionless. Master, we've been doing what you asked us to do, patrolling around Golden Court Mountain. We didn't do anything else. Mingshi Yin said, with an innocent look. Lu Zhou said faintly, You should know my temper. I don't like anyone lying to me. When the trio heard that, their expressions changed slightly. The fourth disciple, Mingshi Yin, said hastily, We found some hunters, and the southern foothills Golden Court Mountain is not a place for them to hunt. So you attacked them? I'm sorry, master. I should have killed them all. Mingshi Yin said, Lu Zhou, Golden Court Mountain is famous in the cultivation world. So how could those hunters not know that? It is very likely that they are spies sent by those so-called orthodox sections. Master, I'll go and kill them all now. Mingshi Yin turned around and was about to leave when Lu Zhou, somewhat speechless, said, Hold on. The shield has not yet been fully repaired, so it is normal for someone to accidentally trespass our land. You just have to drive them away and only attack when you discover someone with ill intentions, said Lu Zhou. The three villainous disciples looked at each other and thought, Wait, this is not Master's usual routine. Shouldn't we kill those intruders and their families? This disciple will obey Master's order. Their loyalty was 68%, 62%, and 65% respectively. After that, they went to the foothills together. As soon as they left the Evil Sky Pavilion, they felt the pressure in their hearts disappear. The fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, smiled and said as she played with her hair, Master has suddenly become so gentle that I'm not used to it. Senior brothers, do you feel that Master has become different from before? Mingshi Yin, who boasted of being good at analysis, stroked his chin and said, Don't panic, don't blindly analyze, and learn from your mistakes. Maybe Master is trying a new routine. Yes, we just have to follow his orders and not ask too much. Duanmu Sheng did not care so much, and just made his way down the mountain. Before long, Zhou, who was resting in Evil Sky Pavilion, heard a prompt. You have saved 15 innocent lives and are rewarded with 150 merit points. You have received the worship of 14 people and are rewarded with 14 merit points. You have received the devout worship of 1 person and are rewarded with 10 merit points. Hint number 1. Devout worship has a 10x bonus, and ordinary worship does not have a bonus. Hint number 2. You will not get merit points again from the same worship. Hint number 3. Merit points will not be rewarded from worship that is deliberately planned. Zhou opened his eyes instantly. What? I can get merit points from worship? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Whenever someone knelt and bowed to him, he would actually receive merit points. Little Yuaner, where are you? Yes, master. Clad in blue clothes, little Yuaner darted in from outside. Inform your senior brothers and sister that they must treat innocent people kindly. Kindly? Little Yuaner had a look of disbelief when she heard the word come out of her master's mouth. Go now. I'll inform them right now. Filled with doubts, little Yuaner went to the foot of the mountain. When she told the 3 villainous disciples what Zhou had said, Zhou Yu tripped herself and almost fell to the ground. Fourth senior brother. There's something wrong with Master's new routine, no matter how his tastes change. He would never ask us to treat others kindly. Mingshi looked at little Yuaner and asked, Little junior sister, did Master really say that? Little Yuaner nodded and said, Yes, those are Master's exact words. Treat innocent people kindly. We're finished. Mingshi paced back and forth. Old Fourth, what do you mean by that? Duan Musheng asked while frowning. Master had done all the evil things in his life. So if he really wants to play with a new routine, he can only play with kindness. But that doesn't necessarily mean we are finished, Zhou Yu said with a smile. The problem is that I don't know how to be kind at all. Mingshi felt like weeping but had no tears. Looking at her helpless senior brothers and sister, little Yuaner cleared her throat and said, Aren't you thinking too much? Their eyes fell on her at the same time. Since you are so close to Master, do you know some secret that we don't, little Yuaner? Tell us quickly. There's no secret, but Master did tell me one thing. What is it? Killing people is not the only way to solve a problem. That gave the 3 disciples a pause. I knew it is not that simple. Although Master has a mighty cultivation base, he could never say something so deep. Mingshi slapped himself on the thigh. Meanwhile, at the Tiger Ridge Gang's headquarters, Chief, the derived Moon Palace wrote back. What does the letter say? Zhu Honggong was overjoyed. The palace master of the derived Moon Palace said that since the old villain of the Golden Court Mountain could kill Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, with one move, it means that his cultivation base is recovered. Hence, he cannot help you. He also asks you to hide, as you are the weakest. Plop. Zhu Honggong fell to the ground. He felt a chill run down his back, while cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Why is this happening? How could Master be so powerful? Chief! Don't panic. Calm down. I'm still here. Why do you need to be so scared? Ding. You are rewarded with 50 merit points for taming Zhu Honggong. Zhou was rather puzzled when he heard the prompt. Why am I rewarded with merit points related to Zhu Honggong when I have done nothing to him? He glanced at his personal menu. Name, Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, mystic enlightening realm, hard aperture. Merit points, 244. Remaining life, 610 days. Items, GT Ondao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card Passive, X5. He was still extremely weak, although he found a new way to accumulate merit points. In the face of those items that cost at least 1,000 points, the merit points he had at the moment were a drop in the ocean. These merit points were merely enough for a few lucky draws, and nothing else. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received a Wizard. Wizard is a unique and permanent mount. Zhou could not help widening his pair of cloudy old eyes as he exclaimed excitedly, A Wizard! It was a heaven-defying prize. Ji Tianao owned various cultivation techniques, weapons, and even this kind of rare mount. After all, he was an old villain who had lived for 1,000 years. Surely, he had accumulated many things. But now, Lu Zhou had replaced Ji Tianao, and he owned nothing. He was very poor. He did not expect that he would get such a rare mount through a lucky draw. The world of Great Yin was full of strange and wonderful things. Those who could not catch demon beasts or wild beasts as mounts would find ways to craft flying chariots or learn the art of flying swords so that they could fly in the air. But none of these were as impressive as an actual mount. If it were in the modern times, a Witzer was equivalent to the most luxurious car. It symbolized status. The higher the level of the wild beast a person controlled, the stronger he would naturally be. Witzered, Lu Zhou called out. At his voice, a beast, with the body of a lion, 2 horns atop its head and a goatee, bathed in auspicious light and stepping on clouds, flew over and landed in the courtyard of Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou froze for a moment as he stared at the shining Witzer in the courtyard. Even though he had Ji Tiandao's memory, which made him extremely knowledgeable, he was still thrilled when he saw the Witzer. He casually waved a hand. At the gesture, the Witzer spun in the courtyard and disappeared, as if it had squeezed into the void. At the foot of the mountain, the 3 villainous disciples looked back over their shoulders at the Evil Sky Pavilion on the mountaintop, their faces blank. Is there something wrong with my eyes? I seem to see a very strong auspicious energy. Your eyes are fine because I sense it too. It is a new routine. Master is deliberately concealing his evil aura. Just pretend you didn't see it. Yes, just pretend we didn't see it. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou felt a little lightheaded because he kept winning prizes from lucky draws. He had indeed decided to use the rest of his merit points on lucky draws. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Just like that, he got 2 thank you for trying in a row. So, after giving me some sweets to get me addicted, you're not giving me anything now? Lu Zhou was speechless. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. He was left with 44 merit points, so he could not continue. Hence, he helplessly closed the lucky draw function. It is all a trap. However, he was not too disappointed or regretful. On the whole, the payoff was huge. With just 4 lucky draws, he had gotten himself a Witzer, which was considered a great deal. Near the foot of Golden Court Mountain, 3 middle-aged men looked in the direction of the mountain while riding on tall horses. Ahead of us is the Golden Court Mountain, which is also the lair of the old villain, who holds sway in the cultivation world and keeps everyone at a fearful distance from him. Lord Steward, why did Lord Patriarch send you honor to Golden Court Mountain? This place has a bad reputation. Do you think this is what Lord Patriarch wanted? The old villain kills people, without batting an eye. It was out of helplessness that Lord Patriarch had offered you honor to take him as her master. I just hope the old villain will help our family through this disaster for you honor's sake. The steward, who took the lead, shook his head helplessly and said, I hope so, too. It is said that the old villain had driven back the top 10 experts alone a few days ago, and he had even slain the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Luo Changfeng, with 1 move. If he is willing to help, the CI family will surely survive this disaster. The 3 men rode on. When they entered the mountain forest, a black figure suddenly floated up in the sky, like a ghost, and said in an eerie voice, Who are you? How dare you trespass Golden Court Mountain? The 3 men immediately dismounted and fell on one knee as they looked up at the sky. The CI family from the city of Anyang offers greetings of Vil to the EXP experts of Evil Sky Pavilion. The steward swallowed as beads of cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. The CI family from the city of Anyang. Mingshi Yin's figure flashed from hundreds of meters away, leaving numerous afterimages behind. Meanwhile, Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yu appeared out of nowhere and stood on either side of the other. The 3 men widened their eyes and their lips trembled. Seeing for oneself was 100 times better than hearing from others. It was said that every villain of the Golden Court Mountain was terrible, and they found to be true after seeing them with their own eyes. O fourth, the CI family of Anyang is little junior sister's family, said Duanmu Sheng. I know that. Fortunately, I'm smart. According to Master's new routine, we can't kill them now and have to treat them kindly. Besides, they are from little junior sister's family, said Mingshi while nodding. Fourth senior brother has a point. That made the three men of the CI family exchange a puzzled look. Mingshi smiled as he walked over and helped the steward up to his feet. Please get up. You don't have to be so courteous with us. Ah! The steward was confused by that. This must be a bait that hides a hook. The kindlier he treats me, the humbler I must behave. And hence, he said in a trembling voice, No, I do not deserve this. You are wrong. Since you are from the same family as little junior sister, you are one of us. There is no need to be so courteous among ourselves. Come, don't be so nervous. I really don't deserve this. While frowning, Mingshi kicked the steward, throwing him to the ground. Bam! You seem to prefer rough treatment, don't you? Go up the mountain now, and let Master decide what should be done about you. Duanmu Sheng and Zhou Yu were stunned. Don't look at me like that. I can't help it. Master's new routine is really difficult to get used to. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, atop the Golden Court Mountain, Master, representatives from the CI family of Anyang wish to see you. Which CI family? Liu Yuaner's family. The scene of Ji Tiandao taking Liu Yuaner as his disciple in the city of Anyang 5 years ago appeared in Lu Zhou's mind as he nodded slightly and said, Bring them in. Yes, Master. Before very long, 3 villainous disciples led the people of the CI family into the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuaner had returned as soon as she got the news as well. The 3 men of the CI family did not expect to enter Evil Sky Pavilion so smoothly. However, the smoother it was, the more uneasy they became. And when they saw the old Lu Zhou, they shivered with fear and dared not to show the slightest impoliteness. Greetings, my lord. The steward of the CI family knelt, and his 2 companions followed suit. Lu Zhou glanced at them and said faintly, I've set a rule that those who join Evil Sky Pavilion cannot have any contact with their families and friends. Liu Yuaner, do you still remember this? I do remember. I will send them away right now. Little Yuaner said hurriedly. The steward turned to look at little Yuaner. With sweat trickling down his cheeks, he said, Young lady, it's me, CI, and... San. Little Yuaner looked doubtfully at the middle-aged man in front of her. When she left her family, she was only 10 years old, and it had been 5 years, so her memory had slightly faded. Cian suddenly burst into tears and said, I've finally found you, young lady. The CI family and your parents are in trouble. Little Yuaner had left her family for only 5 years. Over the years, she often thought of her parents, and she missed them very much. Fortunately, the old villain doted on her and did not lead her to the evil side completely. But Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi and Zhou Yu were different, and they did not like what they saw. They thought it was a shame for a man to cry like a child before so many people. So Duanmu Sheng shouted in a deep voice, Be quiet! That stopped Cian from crying and struck fear into his heart. He was so scared that he immediately bowed his head. The Evil Sky Pavilion is not a place for you to cry, said Zhou Yu with a smile. Little junior sister, if it weren't for the sake that he is from your family, I would have sewed his mouth with my gold needle. Little Yuaner fell to her knees and said, Master. Lu Zhou's face was calm, devoid of emotions. In the twinkling of an eye, Mingshi had an idea. He cupped his fist and said, Master, rules are made to be broken. As little junior sister's senior brothers and sister, her family is our family as well. We will be worse than pigs and dogs if we don't help our family when they are in trouble. I agree, Zhou Yu said. 4th junior brother has a point, and I think the same. Duanmu Sheng said. Little Yuaner was surprised to hear her senior brothers and sister supporting her. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou nodded slightly and said, There is some truth in what you said. He glanced at the 3 villainous disciples. Their loyalty had increased by another 5% each, almost reaching 70%. However, it depends on the trouble. Evil Sky Pavilion will not meddle in anything. Lu Zhou's eyes fell on Xian. Exactly. Master's mightiness is well known throughout the world. If it is only some trivial matters, I think we can just ignore them, said Ming Shirin. Zhao Yu rolled her eyes. This is not called being good at analysis. Old Fourth, you are just sailing with the wind, and you are good at flattery. Little Yuaner winked at Xian. At the sight of that, the steward said quickly, the CI family has always been well-behaved in Anyang, and we only trade with common people. Over the years, we have lived in peace, and the business has supported the livelihood of over 1,000 people in the family. A month ago, our trade caravan was robbed by a gang of mounted brigands while passing through a river valley. The CI family wanted no trouble, so we paid them some money. But the gang did not stop there. They rushed to Anyang on the same night, robbed everything from us, and even kidnapped over 100 people as hostages. When she heard what happened to her family, little Yuaner frowned slightly. The matter could be serious or minor. Zhao Yu laughed. It is only a gang of mounted brigands. Why don't you get help from the local authorities? Our family had thought so too, but as soon as the authorities heard about the mounted brigands of the river valley, they immediately drove them out. They dared not help us. Are those brigands really so strong? Zhao Yu scoffed. Xian said nervously, it is said that this gang of mounted brigands is backed by cultivators. No wonder. The whole story had become clear now, and everyone rested their eyes on Lu Zhou. According to Ji Qiandao's old ways, Evil Sky Pavilion would never interfere in such matters. But that was in the past. Moreover, this matter was related to their little junior sister, on whom their master doted the most. Therefore, before their master even spoke, Ming Shirin jumped forward and said righteously, Master, let me handle this. This gang of mounted brigands have gone too far. How could they kidnap little junior sister's family? I will make sure this is done right. Both Duan Musheng and Zhao Yu were rendered speechless. Old Fourth is really shameless, they thought. On the other hand, Xian was overjoyed when he heard that, as if he were dreaming. It was much smoother than he had expected. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was thinking, with his current strength, if he interfered with matters between cultivators, it was equivalent to looking for trouble. However, he could let his disciples handle it and be rewarded with merit points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master, please allow me to atone for my crimes by doing good deeds. Little junior sister's family is in grave danger, and as her senior brother, I can't just turn a blind eye and do nothing. Yes, Master has ordered me to be grounded, but this is a special circumstance, and I hope Master can let me help them. Ming Shirin delivered his speech like an orthodox cultivator, which made Duan Musheng and Zhao Yu's jaws drop in surprise. When did Old Fourth's acting become so good? Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shirin and said faintly, supposedly, little Yuana should deal with this matter herself. But she is still young, and I'm afraid that she doesn't know how to control herself. Since you, as her senior brother, have the heart to help her, I'll let you handle it. I will certainly complete the task. Ming Shirin was overjoyed. You have 3 days. Three days? Master, don't you think 3 days is a little bit too short? Ming Shirin tried to buy himself more time. While smiling, Zhao Yu said, Senior brother, you are a divine court expert. If it were me, 2 days would be more than enough. When did you become so lacking in confidence? We grow from the same root, so why should you hurt me in such a rush? Do you think it is good to pull the rug from under my feet? Go now. Lu Zhou waved a hand. Yes, master. The reason Lu Zhou only gave him 3 days was that he did not wish these disciples to be too unrestricted, lest they were gone for too long and cause too many troubles. As he thought about that, he opened the system's menu. Sure enough, there was an additional tab in the quest menu called Assign Tasks, and the first line clearly showed up as below, Saving the CI Family. Executor, Ming Shirin. Countdown timer, 2 days and 23 hours. At that moment, Liu Yuan fell to her knees and bowed deeply as she said, "Thank you, Master." At the same time, Cian and his two companions also bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord." Ding. You have received the devout worship of 3 people and are rewarded with 30 merit points. Hint: merit points will not be rewarded from worship that is deliberately planned. Little Yuan, send them down the mountain. Yes, Master. Lu Zhou read her expression, and he said, "Although your 4th senior brother loved the outside world, he always does things seriously and uses his brain wisely. He will solve the problem in less than a day. You don't have to worry." "I understand now, Master." On the other side, Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yu froze at the same time. Their master obviously knew that Mingshi Yin would spend 2 days doing his own things out there. Everything was under their master's control. Old Fifth. "Yes, Master. I want you to investigate the Heavenly Sword sect, especially its eldest disciple, Zhou Jifeng. You have 2 days. Zhao Yu beamed when she heard the order. "Yes, Master. I will definitely complete the task." Since he wanted to instigate Zhou Jifeng's defection, he naturally needed to keep a close watch on him. The next day, Golden Court Mountain was extremely hot in August. Hence, Lu Zhou came to Gazebo to enjoy the cool air. Since he had no need to cultivate, his days became extremely boring. He felt like an old man sitting under the shade of a large tree at the entrance of a village in his previous life. His 3rd and 9th disciples were standing guard outside like a pair of door gods. Since the incident of Zhou Jifeng's assassination attempt, the 2 of them dared not to be careless again. Although they thought Lu Zhou was strong enough to fend off any assassins, it would be the negligence of duty if they let any of those rascals slip into Golden Court Mountain. "Master, can 4th senior brother really help them?" Liu Yuan could not help but ask. Lu Zhou smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Little junior sister. Although Old 4th is playful and not so reliable at times, he always does his best to complete the tasks assigned to him." "You don't have to worry," said Duanmu Sheng. "Well, I'm just afraid that 4th senior brother would focus on playing and forget about the task. If he dares forget about the task, I, as his senior brother, will teach him a lesson before Master does anything to him," said Duanmu Sheng honestly. "If only 7th senior brother were here," murmured Little Yuan under her breath. "Little junior sister, careful about what you say. Those who betrayed their sect were all rebellious and wicked." She was inviting a stern lecture by mentioning a traitor in the face of their master. She immediately realized that she had said something wrong, and she quickly stuck out her tongue. But Lu Zhou just shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. Old 7th is indeed a rare talent. He is good at scheming, but he is also too fond of playing with people's hearts and always takes unnecessary pains to study an insignificant problem." A clever man was always cunning. Such people were difficult to control and deal with. "Senior sister's letter is here," Little Yuan said as she pointed at a carrier bird in the sky. This carrier bird was not an ordinary carrier bird. It was raised with spiritual energy on Golden Court Mountain and had already mutated. Some powerful carrier birds had become one of the tens of thousands of savage beasts in this world of Great Yan. Among wild savage beasts, there were others who could fly faster than carrier birds, such as swan geese and carrier fishes. The carrier bird shook off the letter, which fell into Little Yuan's hand. "Master, read it." "Yes, Master." Little Yuan unfolded the letter and began reading it. "Master, since the top 10 sects besieged Golden Court Mountain and Luo Changfeng died, the Heavenly Sword sect is thrown into confusion, and everyone is fighting each other to become the next sect leader. Zhou Jifeng did not succeed as sect leader after returning to the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, their previous sect leader, Luo Xingkong, suddenly began cultivating in seclusion. I suspect that he is likely to take the opportunity to break through the Tao-fusing stage of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When I was spying on them at night, I found that Zhou Jifeng has begun to grow disloyal to his sect." When she finished reading, Little Yuan handed the letter to Lu Zhou. Shaking his head, the latter said, "It is a little bit too slow. Inform Zhao Yu to give him a push when necessary." "Yes, Master." Duanmu Sheng was puzzled. He cupped his fist and asked, "Master, Why are we helping Zhou Jifeng? He is only a cultivator who has just stepped into the divine court realm. Not to mention, he is also our enemy. Zhou did not answer his question. Before their loyalty was more than 80%, he had to be very careful with what he said. When he saw his master not say anything, Duan Muxing turned away in embarrassment and did not dare to ask any more questions. Ding. Ming Shi has completed the task you assigned him. Ding. This task has rescued 105 members of the CI family, and you are rewarded with 1,050 merit points. Ding. You have received the devout worship of 105 people and are rewarded with 1,050 merit points. Ding. This task has slain 82 mounted brigands, and you are rewarded with 820 merit points. Zhou was surprised when he heard the prompts. Could this be the right way to use the system? Just this task alone had given him so many merit points, together with a few balance points. He now had a total of 2,904 merit points. Master, fourth senior brother's letter is here. Little Yuaner flew up in the sky as quickly as lightning. Read it. Master, I rescued all the kidnapped members of the CI family and slain the mounted brigands. Also, I found that the cultivators behind these brigands seem to be related to old H. Trigridge gang. I'll look into this matter. The first half of the letter was to inform Zhou that he had completed the task, while the last part was purely an excuse to give him 2 days to play. Zhou was in a good mood, so he would naturally not quibble with the other. As they said, you cannot expect a horse to run fast when you don't let it graze. Master, fourth senior brother said this has something to do with eighth senior brother. How could eighth senior brother do this? Little Yuana was very angry. Old Eighth is a divine court expert after all, so I don't think he would interfere with secular affairs. Most likely, the group of cultivators is using his name to do evil. Zhou nodded and said, whether he is involved or not, let Old Fourth investigate. Since the master had reached a conclusion, the disciples naturally would not have any other opinions. In the afternoon, Zhou did not receive the prompt about the completion of Zhou Jifeng's quest, so he returned to Evil Sky Pavilion. He glanced at his merit points once again to confirm its balance. Sure enough, he had 2,904 points. Shopping mall. I want to purchase a 2 transformed powers avatar. Ding. 1,000 merit points are deducted. You have received a 2 transformed powers avatar. The moment he received the avatar, Zhou felt his cultivation base soar rapidly from the heart aperture stage to the mouth aperture stage of the mystic enlightening realm. Of course, the benefit brought by the avatar was much more than that, as he felt energy flow endlessly like a river in his dantian and meridians. In the blink of an eye, he had advanced from the mouth aperture stage to the nose aperture stage, approaching the eye aperture stage. Of the 5 apertures of the mystic enlightening realm, the heart, mouth, nose, eye, and ear, he had broken through 4 now. Zhou nodded with satisfaction as he sensed the energy in him. The rate at which he was progressing should be unprecedented, he reckoned. I want to buy 2 reversal cards. Ding. 1,000 merit points are deducted. You have received 2 reversal cards. Use them now. A vortex suddenly appeared over Evil Sky Pavilion, sucking the surrounding life force over and pouring them into Zhou's old body. He was rejuvenated once again, and there were more dark hairs on his head. The 2 cards had made him younger by 600 days. Perhaps it was because he had gotten used to the slow rhythms of the old body. He felt refreshed now that he was younger by 600 days. It was not too obvious, but he felt very comfortable. No one on earth could enjoy a reverse growth experience such as this, which was probably what Zhou felt right now. 2,000 merit points are gone in a flash. These points just can't get me too many things, can they? Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. He got thank you for trying 5 times a row. Hence, Zhou stopped trying his luck and glanced at his personal menu. Name, Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base. the eye aperture stage of the mystic enlightening realm. Avatar, 2 transform powers. Merit points, 654. Remaining life, 1,209 days. Items, GT Ondao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X5 Wizard. It seems that the merit points gained from completing tasks are not as rich as I had imagined, Zhou muttered. Zhou glanced at the cultivation techniques and weapons in the shopping mall. The cheapest among them still cost at least 1,000 merit points. So, he did not spend the remaining merit points. He planned to let his disciples do more tasks so that he could prolong his life. Then, he would accumulate merit points and get himself a good enough cultivation technique or weapons. In his memory, this world was too dangerous. With his current cultivation base, if he left Golden Court Mountain, it would be very difficult for him to protect himself. So, he could only stay on the mountain for the time being. With this group of villainous disciples protecting him, he would not face any trouble. Of course, he also had to be on guard against the betrayal of these disciples. 5 disciples had left, and hence he had to be extra cautious with the remaining 4. In any case, he was not afraid of them causing trouble, because he had peak form experience cards and critical block cards for now. Yuaner. Swoosh. In the quiet woods, Lu Yuaner appeared gracefully like a fairy as she bowed and said, "Yes, master. Bring me the 4 treasures of study from the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Oh, master, you never write, and it was always me who wrote for you. Are you going to write by yourself today? When do I need a little girl like you to tell me what to do?" "I'll go right now." Little Yuana lowered her head and stuck out her tongue. Before long, she brought the 4 treasures of the study and placed them before Zhou. After that, she stood on the side respectfully like a maidservant, simply watching. She wanted to see what her master was going to do. When she saw Zhou show no signs of chasing her away, she grew bolder and stepped closer. "Master, let me grind the ink for you." Prompted by a sudden inspiration, little Yuana knelt beside the small tea table and carefully ground the ink. In his previous life, Zhou was an art student. When he was free, he liked to practice calligraphy, and his works even won awards at school. So, writing was not difficult for him. He picked up a writing brush and dipped it in the ink. Then he wrote on a sheet of pure white paper, "Yuzheng Hai, Yu Shangrong, Duamu Sheng, Mingshi Yin, Zhao Yu Yi Qian Xin, Si Wia, Zhu Honggong, Si I Yuaner." He wrote them from top to bottom, according to the time. He took them in as disciples. These were the 9 evil disciples G.T. Ondao had taught, who had done all kinds of evil and awed the world. Zhou was lost in thought as he stared at the list. He wondered to what extent had the cultivation base of the eldest disciple reached, when even the most junior disciple was a divine court expert. Was he stronger than G.T. Ondao? If he were, with the murderous mind of Yuzheng Hai and Yu Shangrong, how could they allow an old villain like G.T. Ondao to continue existing in this world? Besides, G.T. Ondao should know very well that each of the disciples he had taught was as savage as a tiger and as fierce as a wolf, and they certainly would betray him one day. Did he keep some tricks and trump cards up his sleeve when he began teaching these disciples? Everything was worth pondering upon. Unfortunately, the most critical part of the memory was lost, causing Zhou to fail to figure out the answers. G.T. Ondao, what were the life-saving items you had kept? As he was thinking, little Yuana waved her hand in front of his face and said with an admiring look, "Master, your writing is really beautiful. Why did you write my name?" Zhou sighed and said, "I'm introspecting." Introspecting? Self-introspection should be practiced on a daily basis. I've taught 9 disciples who do evil everywhere, causing widespread indignation and resentment. Maybe I was wrong. While he said that with his mouth, he thought, what wrong have I done? It was G.T. Ondao who was wrong. A crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. It could be seen from some subtle behaviors of these disciples. He would have felt deeply ashamed if he had disciples who wanted to kill people at the slightest provocation. Then, why did Master want to take the 9 of us as disciples? And you have only taken 9 disciples with your ability. You can open up Evil Sky Pavilion in Golden Court Mountain and take tens of thousands of disciples. With so many disciples, No one will dare to disobey you, and those orthodox sects will not dare to provoke us. With just one order from you, the many disciples will wipe out anyone who refuses to submit to us. Those who submit to us will thrive, and those who resist us will perish. Zhou lifted his old hand and wanted to knock little Yuan on the forehead. Not daring to avoid it, the little girl hunched her shoulders and closed her eyes as she waited for the beating. However, the hand paused halfway and then rested gently on the top of her head and gave it a light stroke. Why do you keep thinking about killing people? Have you forgotten what I've told you? No, I dare not forget. Well, I've told you that killing people is not the only way to solve a problem. It is not that I want to deny you from killing people, but you have to decide whether it is a necessary solution based on the situation. For example, do you have any reason to kill those unarmed, ordinary people who will work hard all their lives, stayed away from worldly affairs, and just want to live a peaceful life? Little Yuan shook her head. Another example is the people of the CI family whom Old Fourth had rescued. Do you think you would have a chance to save them if those mounted brigands killed them directly, just like what you and your senior brothers and sisters always did? Little Yuan shook her head again. Yes, those mounted brigands deserved to die, but they were just looking for money. Killing people was not their aim. So what are we looking for? Little Yuan answered carefully. Cultivation base? To go beyond the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Step into the highest realm and be enlightened about immortality. Good. Then cultivate hard. I kind of get it now. I'm glad to hear that. Little Yuan nodded with a look that said she did not fully understand. Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she said, Master, will you continue taking in disciples? Zhou's eyes fell on the paper. He understood now. Little Yuan, you asked me why I took the 9 of you as disciples just now. What you think is the reason? Because we are amazingly gifted and every one of us is a genius in cultivation. Little Yuan said confidently. Zhou shook his head and said, Look carefully at the paper. Do you see anything from your names? After staring at the names for a long time and failing to find anything unusual, she shook her head. Zhou laughed, but he sneered at Ji Qiandao's shamelessness in his mind. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together. 1-1. Little Yuan still looked puzzled, but when she heard the poem, she could not help clapping. It is a beautiful poem. As soon as she finished clapping, she seemed to realize something, and she turned to look at the 9 names on the paper again. Sure enough, every one of the characters in the poem was found in the 9 disciples' names. This is the reason Master took us in as disciples? It seems that there is one more character. Little Yuan scratched her head and felt it slightly hard to believe. Zhou also could not believe that Ji Qiandao would be so fussy. His 9th disciple was right, as there was one more character, sure. If Ji Qiandao really searched his disciples based on this poem, that meant that a criteria for taking disciples was not talent, but name. However, in the memory Zhou obtained, this world was not the same world as his previous life. So, how did Ji Qiandao know about the poem? Could it be that Ji Qiandao was also a dimension traveler? Meanwhile, Mingshi Yin was flying in the sky, looking down at the ground with an enjoyable look on his face. I finally managed to get out of Golden Court Mountain. I want to have fun. As he zoomed over a little town called Tongzi, the people down below cried out in shock. A bunch of ignorant ants. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll find myself a few beautiful girls and have some fun with them. He was about to swoop down when he thought of his master's words, and he hurriedly halted and murmured, Never mind. Master likes to play with a new routine now, and I have to follow him, cough, cough. Well, I might as well be a good man and give you the gold, silver, and jewelry seized from those brigands. Mingshi Yin untied his backpack and threw it toward the street in the town. Suddenly, banknotes, gold, silver, and jewelry blotted out the sky and fell like rain. Let me be generous just once. Mingshi Yin thought of using the money to buy some girls, but since he decided to not do that, there was no point in keeping it. Besides, he was not short of money anyway. The people in the street ran for cover, but when they saw what had fallen to the ground were gold, silver, and jewelry. They began to grab the things frantically. In the blink of an eye, all the money was gone. When the people saw the figure flash in the sky, they threw themselves to the ground and began bowing. A bodhisattva, a living bodhisattva. Thank you. Thank heaven. Ding. You have received the devout worship of 35 people and are rewarded with 350 merit points. Zhou nodded slightly and murmured under his breath, "They are not unteachable after all." Instead of seeking carnal pleasure, Mingshi continued flying west for half a day and landed in a wooded area outside the capital city of the Yi province. This should be Tiger Ridge. He took out a map and carefully studied it before putting it away. It was a beautiful place, magnificent and quiet, but thick with mist that had dangerous things behind it. It seemed as if a scary beast might jump out of any corner. But it was not something that divine court experts would be afraid of, because no ordinary beast could be their match at this level. Old Eighth, your senior brother is here to visit you. As he said that, he drifted into the woods, moving like a ghost as each of his steps took him 100 feet away. Inside the Tiger Ridge, the chief of the gang, Zhou, was sleeping soundly. "Chief, a cultivator is asking to see you out there." "Make him go away. He's disturbing my sleep." But the man said, "If he says anything again, castrate him and feed him to the beast behind our base." At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter came in from outside. The voice shook the whole base as it echoed through the air, which could only be achieved by a very strong cultivation base. Zhou eyes grew wide, and his lips trembled. "Is Master here to kill me? Oh, heaven!" At the thought of that, strength left his legs, and he slipped off his throne. Over the past few days, he had not been sleeping well. He was on tenterhooks all day long. Just now, he finally managed to get good sleep, but this happened. "Haha, Old Eighth, why are you so afraid?" Mingshi drifted over from outside. Although some of these bandits in the Tiger Ridge were cultivators, it was impossible for them to stop a mighty cultivator like him. "Senior brother." Zhou patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought Master was here to kill me." "Oh, you still have the cheek to call me senior brother?" Mingshi said. Zhou snorted and said, "Why are you here, senior brother? Have you decided to join me? I've told you that Golden Court Mountain is not the place for us. As long as you join me, I'll make you the deputy chief of my gang." "Don't give me that." "Why? You want me to join you and stay in the shabby place?" "No way." Mingshi swaggered over. Several members of the gang wanted to stop him, but he glared at them, scaring them and making them hurriedly step back. Soon he walked beside Zhou and snapped, "Get up." Please have a seat, senior brother. I'm here on a task to find out." "Task? What task?" Zhou was in a panic. "Are you behind the kidnapping of the members of Anyang CI family?" Mingshi sat in the chair and looked askance at Zhou. "What? No, it has nothing to do with me." "Really? I swear it has nothing to do with me. The CI family is little junior sister's family. No matter how evil I am, I will never touch her family." Zhou held up 3 fingers. "I've killed the whole gang of mounted brigands. They were backed by a cultivator of the sense-condensing realm, who mentioned about your Tiger Ridge gang just before he died. Do you think I simply accuse you for fun of it?" That made Zhou furrow his brows. "Over the years after I founded the Tiger Ridge gang, I have offended many orthodox cultivators in order to gain a foothold. I suspect someone has framed me. That's not my business. You have to come back with me to see Master." At the mention of their master, Zhou fat face trembled instantly, and he fell back on his buttock. With a crying face, he grabbed Mingshi arm and said, "Please don't do this to me. For senior brother. Isn't Master wounded? You can just turn a blind eye. Why should you be so serious? In any case, you will leave Golden Court Mountain sooner or later." "Shut up." Mingshi glared at him and snapped, "How dare a traitor like you say something so treacherous in my face? Get down on your knees." Plop. Zhou dropped to his knees obediently. Ding. You are rewarded with 200 merit points from taming Zhu Honggong. Please continue taming. Zhou raised his head slightly and looked to the west as he stroked his beard and said, "This old fourth is interesting." Fourth senior brother, I was wrong. Zhu Honggong hurriedly bowed and dared not to say much. A while ago, Master defeated the top 10 nascent divinity tribulation experts of the cultivation world. I believe you have heard about it. How dare you show no respect for him? There was a hidden message in his words. In addition to warning Zhu Honggong, he also told him that their master's cultivation base had improved instead of receding, and that their days were coming to an end. Zhu Honggong took out a letter and handed it to Mingshi Yin as he said, "Fourth senior brother, this is a letter from seventh senior brother. I believe what he said should give you some hints." Mingshi Yin took the letter suspiciously and read it. When he was halfway through, his brows frowned slightly. Zhu Honggong continued. Seventh senior brother said that Master's cultivation level is at the perfected stage of the nascent divinity realm, and that Master had tried to break through to the higher realms several times 200 years ago but failed. Also, when Master was ambushed by the top 10 experts, someone witnessed him getting wounded by them. So, how did Master recover his cultivation base? Does Old Seventh mean that Master used some kind of secret drug? Mingshi Yin frowned. Exactly. Zhu Honggong stood up slowly as he cleared his throat and said, "Fourth senior brother, both you and I know eldest senior brother's cultivation base very well. He is not weaker than Master. But why did he still dare not do anything to Master after so many years?" Mingshi Yin threw away the letter and said, "Nobody knows how many trump cards Master has up his sleeves." So what? No matter how many trump cards he has, his life will come to an end one day. He will die sooner or later, said Zhu Honggong. Hey, Old Eighth, what you just said is not an Old Seventh's letter. Who told you that? Could your pig brain have figured that out? Mingshi Yin looked at Zhu Honggong with surprise. Fourth senior brother, it's wrong of you to insult me like that. I do have a brain. Oh, forget it. Saying that you have a pig's brain is insulting for pigs, Mingshi Yin said snappishly. Who told you that? Is it sixth junior sister or second senior brother? I really figured out myself. Zhu Honggong said with an innocent look. All right, forget it if you don't want to tell me. Look how scared you are. While smiling, Mingshi Yin walked down the steps and said, I have thought about the same thing mentioned in the letter. However, I'm different from you. I still respect Master very much. Zhu Honggong. Recently, Master has been cultivating in seclusion on the mountain, so he probably won't leave the mountain. You just stay in Tiger Ridge and don't cause trouble everywhere. Fortunately, Master didn't order me to kill you. Overjoyed, Zhu Honggong bowed and said, Thank you, fourth senior brother. Also, find out about those mounted brigands, so that I can answer the Master. Senior brother has a point. I will definitely look into this matter. Mingshi Yin walked away, leaving numerous afterimages behind as each of his steps took him 100 feet away. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared and was nowhere to be found. Farewell, senior brother. As soon as Mingshi Yin left Tiger Ridge, Zhu Honggong shuddered and wiped away the cold sweat from his face, while his legs trembled uncontrollably. That was a close call. Seventh senior brother was right. Seeing this, one of his men cried out, Are you all right, Chief? I'm fine. Don't panic and calm down, all of you. Meanwhile, Zhou sat cross-legged in the gazebo. After trying to cultivate for half a day, he found that his disciples' cultivation techniques were useless for him. They could not produce energy at all. His meridians were too old, and his dantian and sea of qi lacked vitality, making it extremely difficult for him to gather energy. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the cultivation techniques and experiences of his disciples in his mind were not of much use to him. Zhou speculated that it was probably due to physical reasons. The present cultivation world was facing a problem that was very difficult to solve. As a cultivator aged, his meridians grew old, and the vitality of his dantian and sea of qi reduced, causing his strength to drop. It was the same problem Ji Tiandao was facing, and it was the most likely problem. It was because Ji Tiandao was getting old and his strength was declining that he gradually became less and less intimidating to his disciples, which eventually led to their betrayal. Oh, well, it feels really awkward for a young man in his 20s like me pretend to be as old and steady as a rock. But he had to do it. It would be really strange if he jumped around like a child in his current appearance. It seems that I need to accumulate more life force. Zhou speculated that it was because of longevity that he was facing his present situation. Let's see how many merit points I still have. Zhou called up the system panel. Name, Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base. The eye aperture stage of the mystic enlightening realm. Merit points, 1,004. Remaining life, 1,209 days. Items. Ji Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X5, Wizard. He still had 1,000 merit points, but they were too few. According to the speed at which he accumulated merit points, it would be quite difficult if he wished to return to his youth. He thought of the incident of Old Fourth killing those mounted brigands and the worshipping of many people, which had given him quite many reward points. These tasks all had very lucrative merit points as rewards. You honor. Yes, master. From today on, if anything major happens in the outside world, report to me immediately, Zhou said faintly. That puzzled little Yuaner. Master has always been indifferent to the world. Why the sudden interest in worldly affairs? Master, I stay on Golden Court Mountain all day long and cannot know what is going on in the world. This is something that seventh senior brother is good at. His intelligence network covers the whole world and already has information nodes in many places. That was a problem. Zhou said, there is a station in Tongzi, the town nearest the Golden Court Mountain. Cultivators often stop there to rest and share information, while others will pay them for information. You can go there and find out what is happening in the world. Little Yuana beamed when she heard that she could leave Golden Court Mountain. She cupped her fist excitedly and said, Really, master? Why are you so happy? Does staying on the mountain upset you? Zhou glared at her. No. I just feel a little bored because I haven't been out for a long time. Then go now. Remember, you're not allowed to reveal who you are or kill people at will. What if someone bullies me? Little Yuaner said in a low voice. Zhou knocked her on the head with a hand and said, Just go and do as I bid. Don't give me so many excuses. Ouch! Go now. How could little Yuaner be bullied by others? Yes, master. Little Yuaner flew away happily from the Golden Court Mountain. Seeing her, Zhou was a little envious, and he wondered when he could fly in the sky like that. The gazebo fell silent while he was thinking about what he should do next. Although Golden Court Mountain was a home to villains, it did not rule out the possibility that there would be other assassins like Zhou Jifeng. Right then, his third disciple, Duanmu Shang, came beneath the steps that led to the gazebo, where he bowed and said, Master, I've fixed 3 arrays. There are 5 more that need to be fixed. 5 more, Zhou murmured. Originally, he wanted the 3 of them to fix the arrays together. However, with 2 of them out now to complete the tasks he had assigned them, it became quite difficult for Duanmu Shang to fix them alone. After all, it took a tremendous amount of energy to fix an array. Despite Duanmu Shang's profound cultivation base, he alone could not withstand the constant absorption of 8 arrays. Master, at this rate, I'm afraid I can't finish the task of repairing all the arrays myself. Duanmu Shang said honestly. At the same time, he looked up slightly to steal a glance at his master's expression. Zhou said in a deep voice, Are you not convinced that I made you fix the arrays as punishment? No, this disciple dares not. If you can't fix them in 1 year, spend 2 years or even 3 years to fix them. I'll not spare you easily if you raise any objections again. Understand, master, I was too lazy. Please forgive me. I will continue fixing the arrays now. When Zhou was facing the top 10 experts, they stood on the side and watched without helping him. Now, he only punished them by asking them to repair the arrays, and yet they came to him and complained. He knew very well that he could not be weak at such a critical time. Disciplining disciples was essentially the same as managing subordinates in his previous life. After Duan Musheng left, Lu Zhou called up the system panel once again. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. He tried 10 times in a row, and he got the same "thank you for trying" prompt each time. Consequently, his merit points were down by 500, and he had also accumulated 18 luck points. While frowning, he said, "System, can you have a little conscience? Don't you feel guilty cheating my merit points?" The system did not answer. Looking at the remaining 500 merit points, he gave up try his luck and opened the shopping mall. I want to purchase a reversal card. Ding. 500 merit points are deducted. You have received 1 reversal card. Now he had spent all his merit points, with only 4 points left. Use it. Having used several reversal cards before, Lu Zhou had become rather calm and focused on the field of remaining life on the panel. Sure enough, it had increased to 1,509 days. If you spend all your money, you will not think about it anymore. So, the only thing left for me to do now is lie down and wait for death. Lu Zhou suddenly felt bored. It was hard to find anything to do with this old body. In his previous life, old people could still go to parks to play chess, card games, or walk the dog. Ding! The side quest of instigating Zhou Jifeng's defection is completed. You are rewarded with 200 merit points. Ding! Zhou Jifeng's hostility level is zeroed, and his loyalty is 10%. Ding! 2 elders are killed. You are rewarded with 200 merit points. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. Zhao Yu has done a good job. Right as he was feeling happy with the reward, a figure drifted up from the foot of the mountain. Lu Zhou glanced at the figure. It was Ming Shirin. Master, this disciple has completed the task and is now reporting back to you. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow when he saw Ming Shirin. His 4th disciple's loyalty had dropped to 58%. Clearly, there was a problem. Anyhow, he kept a straight face, waiting for the cat to jump. Meanwhile, Ming Shirin continued. After killing those mounted brigands, I immediately sent a letter back with a bird. Then I went to Tiger Ridge and met 8th junior brother. No, I met the traitor Zhu Honggong, and I taught him a lesson. He was done reporting, so he waited for Lu Zhou's response. When he saw that the latter's face was indifferent and he seemed to be thinking about something, he added, "Every word I said is true, and I dare not to lie to Master. You've done a good job." "Thank you, Master." But made Ming Shirin nervous. His heart trembled in anticipation as he looked at his master. Lu Zhou went on, "How's the investigation into the people who kidnapped your little junior sister's family?" "It's still in progress. Zhu Honggong claimed that it has nothing to do with him. I thought about it carefully and felt that he really had no reason to do it. Besides, those people are little junior sister's family. Although he's betrayed Master, I don't think he would have done something so evil." Lu Zhou nodded. "You have a point other than that. I've asked Zhu Honggong to look into it, and he's not going to stop until we get to the bottom of it. And, that wasn't all you discussed when you went to see Old 8th, was it?" Ming Shirin's heart skipped a beat. "Does Master have spiritual eyes, through which he has seen and learned everything? How is that possible? His cultivation base was profound, and if anyone was spying on him, he would have found out. Master, we really didn't talk about anything else." Ming Shirin knew very well that he could admit anything, but he must hide his rebellious thoughts at all costs. When he heard that, Lu Zhou knew Ming Shirin would not give up easily. So he shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll not force you. You've done a good job this time. Go help your 3rd senior brother fix the arrays. If I have any needs, I'll summon you." "Yes, Master." Ming Shirin looked to the left and then to the right. Yet, he saw no signs of little Yuaner. He was about to leave, but he stopped and asked, "Where is little junior sister?" "It's none of your business." "I understand, Master." Lu Zhou picked up a book he found in Evil Sky Pavilion from the tea table and began reading it. He had nothing else to do. But Ming-Sher-In did not leave right away. Lu Zhou glanced at him, reconfirming that his loyalty had indeed declined. This guy is harboring ill thoughts. Is he going to sneak attack me like Zhou Jifeng? But why should I be afraid when I have critical block cards and peak form experience cards? Ming-Sher-In, have you got something else to say? The disciple walked back and went down on his knees as he cupped his fist and said, Master, I've cultivated the Bluewood technique to the last level, but no matter how hard I cultivate it, I just can't comprehend the essence of the last level. I hope Master can give me some guidance. He is testing me. Lu Zhou knew that was because Ji Tiandao had deliberately not taught all the scripts of the Bluewood technique. If he gave it to Ming-Sher-In now, it would not take him long to break through with that talent of his. And in that moment, he would be in danger. Thinking that, he cleared his throat and said, O fourth, impatience is the biggest taboo for a cultivator. Behind every almighty expert is hundreds of years of boring meditation and hardship. I remember your last breakthrough was just 60 years ago. Why are you in such a hurry to scale to a higher level? Moreover, it is your perception you have to rely on when you approach the bottleneck. Your perception is good enough, but you must not go astray and become impatient. Ming-Sher-In bowed and said, Master, thank you for enlightening me. I was a fool to not see that. Then he lifted his head and continued, Master, there's a fist style which I can't seem to use correctly. I hope Master can give me some guidance. Ugh. Lu Zhou's eyes rested on Ming-Sher-Yin's face. He must have heard some slanderous words from Old Eighth and grown suspicious. So he has come back to test me. Lu Zhou had no tricks up his sleeve now, and he could not use the precious peak form experience card just to demonstrate a fist style to his disciple. But if he refused, it would only aggravate his disciple's suspicion. So, how was he going to guide Ming-Sher-In? He was only in the mystic and lightning realm, and his disciple was a divine court expert. It was like asking a child to teach an adult. Master? Ming-Sher-In urged. Lu Zhou asked, Which part can't you use correctly? I feel I can't bring out the strongest power of this fist style. It feels stuck somewhere as I use it. While nodding, Lu Zhou said, Show me how you practice it outside the gazebo. Yes, Master. Ming-Sher-In rose to his feet slowly, his blue robe and long hair giving him an enchanting look. Just as he stood up straight, he lightly kicked the ground and flew out as swiftly as a swallow, leaving countless afterimages in the air. In the next instant, a gust of wind was kicked up as he threw out his left fist, and then right. Blasts rolled out in all directions while the whole sky was filled with tremendous energy. After throwing out a few punches, Ming-Sher-In floated in midair and said, Master, this is the one. Lu Zhou was unmoving like old stone. Do you dare to attack me? He thought as he stared at Ming-Sher-In. Meanwhile, thousands of fists converged in the air and smashed toward one target. Boom! A blast of energy hit a cliff wall, causing boulders to tumble down the mountain with a rain of crushed stones. It was a powerful punch. Ming-Sher-In descended and landed on the ground. Behind him, it took a while for the rumble of the boulders to quiet down. Master, can you please tell me the flaw in my punch? If truth be told, Lu Zhou saw nothing. He could not catch up with Ming-Sher-Yin's speed at all with his current cultivation base. It was too fast, as hundreds of punches were being thrown out in just 1 second. What guidance could he give? Lu Zhou began to search in his memory. The fist style was indeed taught to Ming-Sher-In by Ji Tiandao, and similar to cultivation technique, he did not teach the script of the last level. There was no problem with Ming-Sher-Yin's fist style. It was just that it was not backed by the last set of scripts. Therefore, its power was greatly reduced. At the end of the day, it was a matter of choice. As the saying went, when disciples master the knowledge, their master would lose his job. Lu Zhou thought for a moment, and then he said, You have cultivated this fist style to perfection. I can see no problem. Old Fourth. Lu Zhou walked over and raised his hand slightly, which made Ming-Sher-In panic. Plop! Ming-Sher-In dropped to his knees and said, I was wrong. I beg your pardon, Master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he sighed and said, I have taught you how to cultivate. but I never taught you how to behave. You might be able to fool some kids with your little tricks, but how dare you use them on me? I was wrong. I dare not deceive Master. Mingshir Een kowtowed as cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, and a chill ran down his back. Master had seen it all. He thought that everything he had done with Zhu Honggong was learned by Lu Zhou. Old Third. Lu Zhou attached some energy in his voice. As he expected, Duanmu Xing drifted over from nearby. Greetings, Master. Since you are here, stand in the open and watch. Do you think I don't know that you were hiding in a corner? Please forgive me, Master. Duanmu Xing dropped to his knees, as well with guilt filling his heart, as he looked at how the two disciples shivered in fear. Lu Zhou realized in that moment that Ji Tiandao had planted seeds of horror in their hearts. After all, if they were common villains, they would have jumped up and fought back. It is good that you have come, Old Third. Your junior brother has some questions about his fist style. You will help him find out the problem, said Lu Zhou. Ding! A side quest is triggered. Discipline Mingshir Een, executed by Duanmu Xing. Duanmu Xing nodded as he cupped his fist and said, Yes, Master. I will definitely help fourth junior brother find out the problem. He stood up and stared at Mingshir Een, who looked miserable beside him. The latter felt like weeping, but he had no tears. Why does this happen to me? Could he refuse? Was there any room for him to refuse? He was no match for Duanmu Xing at all. Master is getting more and more cunning. In the past, he always beat us himself, but he has asked senior brother to beat me this time. Old Fourth, let's go. Ugh. Senior brother, be gentle on me. Peace returned as both men left the gazebo, where Lu Zhou sat cross-legged down and continued to rest. Mingshir Een finally became suspicious of me. At this rate, he will find excuses to fight with me sooner or later, and I'll be forced to waste a peak form experience card. Where there was a first time, there would be a second time. The reason that Ji Tiandao was able to reach a point where no one else could, in addition to his profound cultivation base, should be that he had obtained many trump cards from the system. That was what made his 9 disciples and the orthodox cultivators in the world afraid of him. Unfortunately, the only trump cards Lu Zhou had at the moment were 2 peak form experience cards and nothing else. I have to think of a way to solve this before it gets worse. In the afternoon, little Yuaner returned to Golden Court Mountain and came to the gazebo to report. Master. Lu Zhou nodded and gestured her to sit opposite him. Little Yuaner sat down as she cupped her fists and said, Master, I spent half a day at Tongzi Station and did get some information. Tell me. After Master repelled the top 10 experts, the top 10 sects are all adjusting themselves, and it is said that they dare not take in any new disciples. Also, after Luo Chongfeng died, the Heavenly Sword sect plunged into internal strife, and their eldest disciple, Zhou Jifeng, left the sect. This was all expected by Lu Zhou. Anything else? The other sects are well behaved. It's just that eldest senior brother and second senior brother, the sect leader of the Nether sect kept sending people to find out news about Golden Court Mountain. Little Yuaner stuck out her tongue. The sect leader of the Nether sect seems to be extremely wary of Master. Lu Zhou snorted and said with a smile, I taught him many things, which made him into the fearful sect leader of the Nether sect and gave him a peak-level, perfected cultivation base of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Even so, he cannot touch me. Master is invincible. Little Yuaner bobbed her head repeatedly, still having a lingering fear at the thought of the scene when her master defeated the enemies. When Lu Zhou said those words, he deliberately raised his voice so that Duanmu Xing and Mingshir Een could hear as well. After all, these 2 disciples were most likely to grow suspicious of him. He needed to discipline them when necessary. Stop currying favor like your senior brothers, said Lu Zhou. Oh, what else have you heard? Little Yuaner began to give a detailed account of the news she heard. For example, whose house was burned down, whose dog was missing, and so on. Lu Zhou kept frowning as he listened. Yuaner. Yes, Master. You just need to tell me events that are important or related to the cultivation world. Oh. Little Yuaner thought for a moment, and then she began talking again. This time, they were all major events that happened recently. such as a sect in the cultivation world wiped out a country annexed by other countries because it was too weak, and some experts robbed and killed. It took her about 20 minutes to report everything. Zhou could not help but be amazed by her memory. Although she was young, she had an incredible memory and great potential. Fortunately, she had not turned evil completely. Otherwise, Zhou would have no one he could trust to help him. After listening to her report, Zhou said, "Go get your senior brothers here." "Yes, master." Liu Yuaner walked down the steps. "Ding! A side quest is completed. Discipline Mingshi Yin. You are rewarded with 200 merit points." Disciplining disciples was a long-term, arduous task. Zhou got up and clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at the scenery outside the gazebo. He did not know whether this dimension travel was a blessing or a curse. If there were a tournament between dimension travelers to see who was more miserable, he believed that he should be the champion without a rival. Before very long, Little Yuaner led Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Sheng into the gazebo. Master. Zhou turned around and rested his eyes on the two disciples. He saw that Mingshi Yin's loyalty was still at 59%. It was plain that although the discipline just now had subdued him temporarily, he still had doubts about his master. Duanmu Sheng was slightly better. His loyalty was maintained at 65% and was rather stable. Only Little Yuaner's loyalty had always been high, and Zhou also trusted her more. "The reason I called you here is that I need you to do a few things for me." "Master, please tell us what you need, and we will devote ourselves entirely to complete the tasks." Duanmu Sheng bowed and said, "Zhou Jifeng has defected from the Heavenly Sword sect. You are responsible for tracking and investigating him. With his current status and position, he should have no trouble joining a new sect. When you have any news, report to me at once. Old Fourth." "Yes, master." "I'm giving you a rather special mission. In my life, I've committed many evils and taught 9 villainous disciples who shook the world. Because of that, I was reviled by the world. I want you to get rid of the scourge in our sect." Get rid of the scourge. That gave Mingshi Yin a fright. Hurriedly, he dropped to his knees and said, "Master, although my cultivation base is in the divine court realm, I'm far weaker than eldest senior brother Yu Zhenghai and second senior brother Yu Shangrong. In fact, I'm no match for even junior sister Qin Xin. She owns the amorous hoop, which is a heaven-grade treasure, and she has killed countless people. I'm afraid that she has already broken into the nascent divinity tribulation realm." He was speaking the truth. It was with the weapons they possessed and combined with their fearsome cultivation base that these disciples, who had defected from their master, were able to hold sway over the world, occupy a place of themselves, and become the evil villains whose names were heard all over the world. And the reason that Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi Yin, and Zhao Yu did not leave was that Ji Tiandao did not give them weapons and complete cultivation techniques. The eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, possessed a jasper saber, which was a heaven-grade treasure. At its maximum power, the saber could even break apart the avatar of the same realm as him. That was the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The second disciple, Yu Shangrong, possessed a longevity sword, which was also a heaven-grade treasure. It was said that with every person the sword slew, it gained a wisp of energy, making it stronger and stronger. And when he merged with it one day, he could even decipher the secret of immortality. The sixth disciple, Yi Qianxin, possessed the amorous hoop, which was also a heaven-grade treasure. She was Ji Qiandao's favorite disciple before Little Yuaner joined the sect. When the third and fourth disciple had not been given any treasures, Ji Tiandao showed partiality to her and gave her the hoop. Today, Yi Qianxin was already the palace master of the derived Moon Palace. Mingshi Yin was indeed too weak when compared with these 3 villainous disciples. Old 8's cultivation base is only at the doubt-controlling stage of the divine court realm, while you are at the doubt-transforming stage. You will start with him, Zhou said faintly. "Ah!" The divine court realm was divided into 3 stages: doubt-shaping, doubt-controlling, and doubt-transforming, the last being the highest stage. His 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, was only in the doubt-controlling stage of the divine court realm, and he did not possess any heaven-grade treasure. You have met with old Eighth not long ago, haven't you? Lu Zhou asked. Yes, I did go to Tiger Ridge, but old Eighth is so stupid that I suspect he was coaxed into defecting from the sect by Seventh junior brother. He doesn't deserve to die. Silence descended onto the gazebo. Lu Zhou did not say anything immediately, but turned his back to Mingshi. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned around and stared at the latter as he said in a voice devoid of emotion, "Come here." Master, Mingshi shuddered. He had no choice but to stand up and walk toward Lu Zhou. As he walked, he grew nervous and he felt strength leaving his legs, until finally he came before Lu Zhou. "Look me in the eye, Master." Mingshi heart beat faster, and his face turned red. "Your eyes are flickering, which shows that you are very nervous. Also, I can sense a faint energy fluctuation from you. Are you afraid I will attack you?" Plop! Mingshi fell to his knees. "Please forgive me, Master. Master's cultivation base is unfathomable, and I know I am no match for you. The defensive gesture is just an instinctive, unintentional act." His forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He was really frightened when he saw Mingshi behavior. Lu Zhou could not help but sigh with emotions in his heart. He knew that Ji Tiandao only used one method to teach his disciples in the past. That was through brutal beating. As someone who came from a modern era, Lu Zhou knew very well what kind of consequences it would cause in the long term. The disciples' hearts would be filled with fear and hatred, until one day, when they had the strength to compete with their master, they would likely kill him. It was inevitable that things would come to this point today. Therefore, Lu Zhou was not too angry about the disciples' defection. "I know what you are thinking, so I'm giving you a chance now." He pointed at a piece of paper placed on the tea table and said, "On that paper is the final script of the Blue Wood technique. I'm giving it to you now. With it, your cultivation base will go one step further, and maybe you can even advance into nascent divinity tribulation realm." Mingshi eyes widened as he stared incredulously at the piece of paper, wondering whether he should take it or not. According to Master's old way, if I take it, I will at least have my hand broken. However, since Master repelled the top 10 experts, his temperament has changed greatly, and even his routine has changed. In other words, I can take it. Mingshi swallowed. He was about to stand up when Lu Zhou picked up the piece of paper and waved, causing it to fall gently in front of him. Although his strength had not yet recovered, it was still very easy for him to control a piece of paper. Mingshi was overjoyed when he saw the final script of the Blue Wood technique, and he hurriedly cowed out and said, "Thank you, Master. I will definitely spare no effort to rid the scourge in our sect." His loyalty immediately increased by 10% to 69%. Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. "Ding, you've disciplined Mingshi and are rewarded with 200 reward points." Lu Zhou knew that with Mingshi current strength and cultivation base, it was indeed very difficult for him to complete the task of ridding the scourge in the sect. So he did not force a ladder. "You may leave now." Mingshi took his leave obediently. Meanwhile, Duanmu Sheng and Little Yuana looked at Lu Zhou with an envious look on their faces. Both of them wished to have a weapon, but Ji Qindao's items were all gone, making it impossible for Lu Zhou to fulfill their wishes now. So he said, "I hope you do your job well and don't let me down." "I understand, Master." Duanmu Sheng cupped his fist and bowed before leaving the gazebo. It was not until their figures disappeared that Little Yuana pursed her lips and murmured, "Master, I want to go out on a mission too. You're still young and lack experience. You will stay with me." Lu Zhou still needed her to protect him. "Master, isn't the task of spying on Zhou Jifeng assigned to senior sister Zhao Yu? Zhao Yu's way of doing things is too erratic, not stable enough. She has finished her task for 2 days and has not returned so far, nor can she do it." "Ah!" Little Yuana was shocked, and she said incredulously, "Is it possible that senior sister doesn't want to come back anymore?" There had been no news from Zhao Yu after her first letter, and Lu Zhou knew that she was most likely not coming back. Like the few other disciples, she chose to leave the sect. Lu Zhou tried to figure out the reason for her defection, but failed, for a great part of Ji Qindao's memory was lost. However, Ming-Sher-In had only gone out once, and his loyalty was reduced below the passing level. So Zhao Yu should have been also persuaded by someone to defect, he reckoned. Anyhow, he stopped thinking about it after a moment. After all, it was not an overnight project to discipline and tame these disciples. His priority now was to restore his life force and increase his cultivation base as quickly as possible. He did not say anything, but Liu Yuan'er felt that her master was unfairly treated. So she said angrily, "I can't believe senior sister Zhao Yu is also like that." Zhou shook his head and said, "Just ignore her." "Master, she betrayed you in the sect. How can we simply ignore her?" Liu Yuan'er got angrier. Zhou found her angry look rather cute, and he said, "In this case, you'll also find out news about Zhao Yu at the station for the next few days." "I understand, Master." "Leave me alone. You may cultivate on your own." "Yes." Thinking that Zhou was sulking, little Yuan'er obediently left the gazebo. Meanwhile, Ming-Sher-In, who got the final part of his cultivation technique, met with Duanmu Sheng at the foot of the mountain. "Oh, fourth, you are really lucky this time," said Duanmu Sheng with an envious look. "Master not only didn't blame you, but also gave you the final part of the Bluewood technique." With his arms folded over his chest, Ming-Sher-In said, "I have no idea what Master was thinking. Maybe I really thought too much." "What do you mean?" "I've completed the task, so it is reasonable for Master to reward me. However, Old Seven said that Master possessed a secret drug that can temporarily conceal his injury, so I thought of testing him. Ming-Sher-In did not hide it from his senior brother." Duanmu Sheng's expression changed slightly when he heard that. "You really have the nerve." "Aye, but it's too late to regret now. Among the fellow disciples who are still on Golden Court Mountain now, you are the cleverest." "I can't believe you would do such a stupid thing," said Duanmu Sheng in a stern voice. "Even I could figure out myself without being told by Old Seventh. If Master were not wounded and his cultivation base were at its peak, why would he stay on the mountain?" Ming-Sher-In nodded repeatedly. With their master's temper, he would have gone out to finish the enemies if he were healthy and in his peak form. During the last fierce battle with the top 10 experts, he had used many ultimate skills, and yet he was perfectly fine. No ordinary cultivator would dare to waste energy like that. "Senior brother, I've always wanted to complete Bluewood technique. With it, I believe it won't take me long to reach the perfected level of the divine court realm. Maybe I can even step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, just like eldest senior brother and second senior brother. Now that I have finally got it, however, I feel somewhat lost. Ever since junior sister Qianxin deserted the sect, Master stopped teaching the final part of all the cultivation techniques and giving out heaven-grade treasures. But he made an exception for you this time. You are afraid that Master has other thoughts, aren't you?" said Duanmu Sheng. "Indeed. What do you think it is?" Ming-Sher-In asked. "My advice is to faithfully complete the tasks assigned to us by Master. Think about it. Master is wounded now, and he is approaching the end of his life, so he won't harm us. Also, the top 10 sects have suffered heavy losses, and they won't dare to attack Golden Court Mountain rashly. I believe that Golden Court Mountain will still be our protective shield for a long time to come." "That makes sense. Senior brother, you are a man of great wisdom, and your words have enlightened me." Ming-Sher-In bowed toward Duanmu Sheng. If he deserted the sect after taking the script, he would not only infuriate his master, but also face the pursuit of orthodox cultivators. At the moment, when they still lacked the courage to establish their own sect like their eldest senior brother, staying on Golden Court Mountain was their best choice. "Ding, you are rewarded with 200 merit points from disciplining Ming-Sher-In. Ming-Sher-Yin's loyalty increases by 5%. Duanmu Sheng's loyalty increases by 5%. Sitting in the gazebo, Zhou opened his eyes slightly as he smiled and nodded. Ji Tandao did not dare to give them the final part of their cultivation techniques, but Zhou did, because his journey had just begun. The old villain had reached the end of his life, and therefore he needed to control his disciples with such a method. Meanwhile, Zhou had no need for it. Name, Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, the eye aperture stage of the mystic enlightening realm. Avatar, 2 transform powers. Merit points, 1,004. Remaining life, 1,509 days. Items: G Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card Passive X5. A3 Condensing Flowers Avatar costs 3,000 merit points, but I only have 1,000 points. It is far from enough. Should I wait a little longer? No, I can't afford to wait. My health is too poor, and I don't want to repeat G Tiandao's mistake. It is because of old age that his cultivation base gradually reduced. But a reversal card costs 500 merit points, which is too expensive. Well, I think I'll try my luck first. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. He tried 5 times in a row and spent 250 merit points, and yet all he got was a bunch of "thank you for trying." Zhou's brow frowned slightly as he said in a not-so-happy voice, "System, you have given me 23 times of thank you for trying in a row, including the 18 times before this. Is there any problem with the probability of your lucky draw?" Of course, the system did not answer, and he barely restrained himself from swearing. I still have 754 merit points. I will try 2 more times, and then use the balance to buy a reversal card. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. F***CK. Zhou cursed in his mind. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. I'll try just 1 more time, and if it still gives me nothing this time, I'll stop. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. 1 more time. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. In the blink of an eye, his merit points were almost gone. He got nothing but "thank you for trying," while he had accumulated a total of 33 luck points. I think I understand now. These are not luck points, but bad luck points, right? Looking at the merit points on the interface, which showed 104, Zhou said, "Fine, I admit defeat. But since there was nothing he could do or buy with so little merit points. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points and 33 luck points. You have received a cultivation technique, 3 scrolls of heaven writing, an avatar, 3 condensing flowers, reversal cards X10. Zhou looked at the system panel in surprise, unable to believe that he had won the prize when he was least expecting it. He took a while to calm down, and then glanced at the items he won from the lucky draw. They were amazing. If he were to purchase himself, a 3 condensing flowers avatar would cost him 3,000 merit points, while 10 reversal cards would require 5,000 merit points. In addition to them, he also won a cultivation technique called the 3 Scrolls of Heaven Writing. He noticed that in the field of cultivation techniques on the right side of the panel, the radio button in front of the 3 Scrolls of Heaven Writing was lit. At a thought, 3 scrolls of writing unfolded, one after another. The first one was called the Human Scroll of Heaven Writing. The Human Scroll is a prologue of Heaven Writing, and it is also called the Nether Book of 3 Lives. When one cultivates it to the highest level, one can comprehend the secret of life and death and master transmigration. Zhou frowned slightly. Because the contents that followed were all messy writing like meaningless symbols, he did not understand any of them. He could not even understand the prologue, not to mention the other 2 scrolls. He leafed through them and found that the system had simply dimmed the contents. Great. You do live up to your name, the heaven writing that cannot be read. After that, Zhou turned his attention to the 10 reversal cards. According to the rate at which each card could give him about 300 days of life force, he had just won himself nearly 10 years of life. It was truly a jackpot. I have to use them now. Soon, 10 reversal cards began to disappear, one after another. Meanwhile, winds gusted and clouds rolled wildly over the gazebo, while a tremendous amount of energy gathered into a whirlwind and poured into Lu Zhou's body. Lu Zhou could clearly feel the restoring of his life force, and it was stronger and more copious than what he had experienced before. Gradually, his sagging skin began to firm up, and his stiff limbs had also become more flexible than before. The addition of 3,000 days of life seemed to have injected a tremendous vitality into his body. For a long time, Lu Zhou immersed himself in the comfortable feeling. Ever since he had traveled to this world, he had not had such a pleasant feeling, the feeling of being young. Even his white hair were flecked with gray now. He also felt that the activities in the sea of Qi and Dantian, which were filled with energy brought by the 3 condensing flowers avatar. Although it was nowhere near as much as the energy brought by the peak form experience card, it was still far stronger than before. Moreover, the avatar had also increased his cultivation base to the Qi refining and soul forming stage of the sense condensing realm. Name: Lu Zhou. Race: human. Cultivation base: the Qi refining and soul forming stage of the sense condensing realm. Merit points: 54. Avatar: 3 condensing flowers. Remaining life: 4,509 days. Items: G Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card Passive, X3 Wizard. Cultivation Techniques: 3 Scrolls of Heaven Writing. Note: the cultivating of the Heaven Writing is not the same as any other cultivation techniques in the cultivation world. The host can enlighten extraordinary power while reading it. Enlighten? Is this how the Heaven Writing is cultivated? Although Lu Zhou could not cultivate any of the techniques in his memory, he had the experience and knowledge of cultivating them. Even then, this was the first time he had heard of such a cultivating method. In the world of Great Yen, cultivators began their journey with the tempering of their bodies. They stepped into the body tempering realm, cultivated their tendons, bones, and skin, and broke through 9 stages into the mystic enlightening realm. Then they advanced to the 5 apertures of heart, mouth, nose, eye, and ear, the mystic enlightening realm into the sense condensing realm, broke through the 3 stages into the Brahmasi realm, and finally opened 8 meridians and stepped into the divine court realm. A cultivator was considered a grand cultivator when he stepped into the divine court realm. There were only 3 levels of grand cultivators: the divine court realm, the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and the mysterious heaven saint realm. From the ancient times, cultivators who truly stepped into the mysterious heaven saint realm only existed in the legends. Nobody had seen them. It was said that only by stepping into this realm could a cultivator break free of the limit of lifespan and become immortal. Ji Tiandao was just 1 step away when he died in the gazebo. It was a pity. Open the quest menu. Current main quest: Tame the villainous disciples. Side quest number 1: Discipline the 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong. Side quest number 2: Investigate Zhou Jifeng. Executor: Duanmu Shang. It seems that at the moment, taming and disciplining villainous disciples and assigning tasks are the most important ways to obtain merit points. Lu Zhou murmured to himself. He was thinking about how he could obtain more merit points. In addition to that, he could kill evil people. However, nobody would stand in front of him and let him kill without putting up a fight. Fortunately, he could still obtain merit points from the tasks completed by his disciples. Lu Zhou suddenly thought of his disciples. The 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, is rather slow-witted, so he should be the easiest to tame. But why hasn't he shown any loyalty to me? Judging from the information brought back by Mingshi Yin, the 8th disciple should have been incited by the 7th disciple. Old 7th was good at calculation, so if he wished to gain a foothold in the cultivation world, he should have already established a good connection with the eldest and 2nd eldest disciple. Lu Zhou found it was far from enough to tame and discipline a certain disciple at a time. Only when his strength was improved could he deter his villainous disciples and those orthodox cultivators. But at present, his cultivation base was still too weak. It's a little tricky to solve the situation. Lu Zhou shook his head. After all, Golden Court Mountain remained a major target for the world to attack. After pondering for a moment, he decided to study the heaven writing first and think about the rest later. For the next 2 days, he shut himself in seclusion inside Evil Sky Pavilion, studying the heaven writing while little Yuana waited outside for him come out of seclusion. Meanwhile, at the Derived Moon Palace, Yi Qianxin, the palace master of the Derived Moon Palace, lay on a mat behind a screen of gauze, gently waving the feather fan in her hand. She had a curvy and slender body, fair skin, and a small, comely face. Through her appearance, it was hard to imagine that this palace master was Yi Qianxin, who ranked 9th on the black roll and was the 6th disciple of the greatest old villain in the world. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at a figure outside the screen as she chuckled and said, "You should have left Golden Court Mountain long ago and not waited until now. Senior sister." The figure was Zhou Yu, who was ranked 20th on the black roll and was the 5th disciple of the great villain. "Well, I was not as lucky as you, junior sister. I thought I could get something from that old thing, but I didn't expect him to be so stingy. Ever since he left the sect, he has never trusted us," said Zhou Yu. "I've already told you this, senior sister. Although you joined the sect before me, there are things that you don't see," Yi Qianxin said with a smile. "I wonder how many treasures the old man hid. A pity that they are about to be buried in a grave together with him." Yi Qianxin laughed in a clear and melodious voice before she said, "I can give senior sister an idea." "Oh? What idea?" "The old man has always doted on little junior sister. You can use her to try his bottom line. 3rd and 4th senior brothers are showing signs of disloyalty, so he will not trust them completely. Only little junior sister can stay close and protect him. Yes, he does have some secret drug and trump cards, but those things cannot compare to a living person." This, Zhao Yu was taken aback when she heard the idea. If truth be told, she would never dare to threaten her master with their little junior sister. She feared that if he were provoked, he would use his trump cards to kill her, just like what he did to Luo Changfeng. "Senior sister, you are afraid." "No, I'm not," Zhao Yu denied. "Yes, you are afraid. Senior sister, do you remember how that old thing treated us in the past? You must be cruel and not soft-hearted." Zhao Yu said, "I understand everything you say, but the problem is even eldest senior brother wouldn't dare do it. If I did this and angered the old man, it would be my death. Senior sister, you've been on the mountain for too long, and it has slowed your wits." Yi Qianxin got out of the bed. The cold expression on her charming face gave her an unusual attractiveness. "Who said you have to do it yourself?" "You." Zhao Yu's eyes widened as she watched her 6th junior sister walk out of the screen. "You are still afraid, senior sister." Yi Qianxin smiled and said, "Look at eldest senior brother, 2nd senior brother, and me. Aren't we still alive and kicking? I admit that the old thing does have trump cards, but he is very cautious, and he won't use them easily. Otherwise, do you think he would spare our lives? It also proves that his trump cards are limited. Besides, he is growing older, so his sea of qi is getting drier. When the time comes, he will be filled with hatred and use all his trump cards. It will be most dangerous to stay with him." That swayed Zhao Yu slightly, and she said, "You have a point there. So, the pressing matter at the moment is to use a trick to find out about his trump cards. In the worst case, if he knows that we are behind it, we can just avoid him. Yes, we may be no match for him, but we can wait until he dies," said Yi Qianxin with a dangerous smile. It was safe to say that Yi Qianxin had not relied on her cultivation base alone to have her current status, but also her cunning wisdom. No wonder even old 7th praised 6th junior sister for her cleverness when we were together on the mountain. Although Zhao Yu was her senior sister, there was a big gap between their cultivation bases, and Yi Qianxin had a heaven-grade weapon, the amorous hoop. As a result, she was weaker than her junior sister. "Senior sister, stay in Derived Moon Palace for the time being. When you make a decision, I'll definitely help you in every way possible." "All right. Sorry to trouble you, junior sister." After staying in seclusion for 2 days, Zhou still did not come out on the 3rd day, nor the 4th day. He almost scratched his scalp bloody from studying the human scroll of heaven writing. He could understand the summary on the title page, but he failed to comprehend the meaning of the rest. Zhou felt that the difficulty to understand them was 100 times more painful than reading and comprehending classical Chinese writings in the college entrance exam. to get the mental intelligence of others. We should know that there is no difference in the hearts of the people in the 3,000 worlds. They're like one world. To get the divine power of an unobstructed, pure heaven eye, we should know that the so-called. Lu Zhou's brows frowned slightly when he read that, and he said to himself, "This is somewhat similar to Taoism among the hundreds of schools of thought on Earth." In his previous life, Lu Zhou did not study these things, and he only knew that they existed. But even if he did study them, he might not comprehend them at all, because most of them were too mysterious and somewhat abstract like philosophy. At times, they sounded like nonsense that made sense no matter where they were used. Is this the extraordinary power of heaven writing? Lu Zhou scratched his head. "Master, you have been staying in seclusion for 4 days. Fourth senior brother was here to see you yesterday, but I did not dare disturb you, so I've asked him to leave." Lu Zhou closed the Heaven Writings interface in the system. When he heard that, time had flown by. Reading the Heaven Writing was a boring process, at least in his opinion. Yet, he did not expect that 4 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Did old Fourth mention anything? No. He should have encountered problems while cultivating the last part of the Blue Wood technique. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and touched his gray and white hair. His face was a little ruddier than before. The moment he walked out of the chamber, little Yuaner's eyes grew wide as she stared at him and said incredulously, "And master!" His expression was calm, and he stood there with hands clasped behind his back. He was 10 years younger. Although the change in his appearance was somewhat obvious, the lofty air of an old villain was still in his bones. "Master, you've grown younger," said little Yuaner. Lu Zhou said faintly, "The reason I shut myself in seclusion is not only to improve my cultivation base, but also for the sake of this old body. You've been working hard these days." This is my duty as Master's disciple. I believe Master can definitely make the breakthrough and become the first cultivator in the world of great Yen who steps into the mysterious Heaven Saint realm. Lu Zhou laughed and asked, "Did old Third send back any letters these days?" He had not heard any prompt from the system about the task he had assigned to the disciple. With Duanmu Sheng's cultivation base, it should not be difficult to investigate Zhou Jifeng. However, a few days had passed, and he had not heard the system's prompt. Even so, Duanmu Sheng should have reported the progress with a letter. Why was there no news from him at all? Senior brother did not send back any letters. This is strange. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he walked slowly out of Evil Sky Pavilion. Outside, the sky was bright and clear, with the sun shining dazzlingly. "Master, could third senior brother be the same as senior sister Zhao? Lu Yuana said worriedly. "No, that's impossible." Lu Zhou lifted a hand and stopped her. He knew Duanmu Sheng's loyalty was over 70%, not as low as Zhao Yu's. And if he deserted the sect, the system should have prompted him. But he heard nothing from the system, and that meant Duanmu Sheng had not deserted yet. Then why is he not reporting back? Lu Zhou pondered silently. Little Yuaner said, "Master, I also don't think third senior brother will betray the sect. He is an honest man, and would not do such a treacherous thing." Lu Zhou did not say a word. It was impossible to judge a man's heart from his face. Unless their loyalty reached 80% and above, he would not trust them completely. After all, Zhao Yu's loyalty was 60%, and yet she still deserted the sect. In this world, it was extremely hard to predict one's mind. He had to be on guard at all times. Right at that moment, little Yuaner pointed at a figure flying over in the sky and said, "Fourth senior brother is here." Ming-Shir-In wheeled in the air over them as fast as a bolt of lightning. If he were in his peak form, Lu Zhou would not feel strange upon seeing the speed. But his current cultivation base was too far away from the divine court realm. He has almost completely comprehended the last part of the Blue Wood technique. Lu Zhou envied the amazing talents of these villainous disciples. Ming-Shir-In went into a nosedive. As he descended, he saw Lu Zhou, whose aura had changed, and his heart trembled. "Is that Master?" The change in Lu Zhou's appearance had only slightly surprised Ming-Shir-In, but the aura frightened him completely, and when that was coupled with the seed of fear Ji Tiandao had planted in his heart, he felt a chill run down his back. He hurriedly landed on the ground and dropped to one knee as he cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, master. You may rise." "Yes, master. I can see that you have almost completely comprehended the last part of the Blue Wood technique. The cultivation technique you are practicing is a wood element technique, which has the ability to give you extra life force. Make good use of this advantage and don't neglect your practice," Zhou said faintly. "Thank you for the guidance, master. I will remember it." His loyalty increased by 2%. Ming-Sher-In looked calm on the outside, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Ever since Yi Tianxin left Golden Court Mountain, Ji Tiandao had stopped guiding his disciples. He even gave little Yuaner, whom he doted on the most, just a book of cultivation technique and rarely talked to her. Ming-Sher-In did not expect that under the situation where almost everyone was deserting, his master would still be so generous as to provide him guidance. That truly startled him. "Master, when I was practicing the Blue Wood technique, I flew over Anyang and heard a piece of news." "Tell me." "It seems that the people of the CI family, which is also little junior sister's family, have been kidnapped by someone again," Ming-Sher-In reported. "Ah." Little Yuaner's eyes grew wide, and she frowned her brows in anger. "I volunteer myself to investigate this matter, and I'll definitely find out the culprit and get rid of them once and for all," said Ming-Sher-In with a cold and fierce look. When she heard that, little Yuaner dropped to her knees and said, "Master, let me handle it this time." After all, they were her family, so it was perfectly normal for her to be panicked. But Zhou did not agree to her request immediately. Ming-Sher-In was indeed more experienced in handling this matter, and his cultivation base was stronger as well. It would seem safer to let him attend to this. Just then, a carrier pigeon flew over. "Yuaner." At that, little Yuaner flew into the sky as swiftly as a swallow and caught the pigeon. "Master, a letter from third senior brother." "Read it." "Master, when I went to the Heavenly Sword sect to investigate, I found that their sect leader position was temporarily vacant and that Zhou Jifeng had left the sect. After investigating further, I discovered that he had joined the Righteous Sect. The sect leader of the Righteous Sect, Zhang Yuanshan, appointed him as one of the sect's 4 elders, making him the youngest elder of the sect. Due to Zhang Yuanshan's profound cultivation base, I didn't go deep into the Righteous Sect, but from the information I gathered, Zhang Yuanshan publicly insulted Master several times and declared to cultivation world that his sect was at odds with Golden Court Mountain. When she came to that, little Yuaner stopped reading and glanced at Zhou. Zhou's face was calm, as if he were not surprised at all. "Too many people in this world hate me, and adding one more will not change that." He took that lightly. If he could solve the crisis of being besieged by the top 10 experts, a righteous sect was nothing to be concerned about. When I was investigating at the Bamboo Mountain, the headquarters of the righteous sect, I fought a fierce battle with their second elder, Duda Fong, and won. A pity that I failed to kill that devious guy. Little Yuaner paused once again and furrowed her brows. "As soon as I get my condition adjusted, I plan to visit the righteous sect at night and assassinate Zhang Yuanshan to help Master vent the anger." When she had finished, little Yuaner cupped her fist toward Zhou and said, "Master, that Didafong is a divine court expert after all. I reckon third senior brother must have been wounded by him." Ming-Sher-In was somewhat surprised as well, and he said, "Third senior brother is risking his life." Under Zhang Yuanshan, Didafong was the strongest expert of the righteous sect. His cultivation base was at the perfected stage of the divine court realm, just one step away from the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When Ji Tiandao was jointly attacked by the top 10 experts, he was the one who led hundreds of cultivators to attack Ji Qindao's disciples. Duan Musheng had always hated this man, but Duan Musheng was overreaching himself by planning to assassinate Zhang Yuanshan. While stroking his beard, Zhou said, "Old Third looks like a simple guy, but he is courageous, wise, and has his own ideas." The sect leader of the righteous sect, Zhang Yuanshan, had already stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm hundreds of years ago. Although your third senior brother is a divine court expert, he is one realm weaker from Zhang Yuanshan. He would be digging his own grave if he really carried out the assassination. Then why did senior brother mention that? asked little Yuan. Mingshi Yin said, Zhao Yu has just deserted. I understand now. Third senior brother is using that to show his loyalty. Master, you're right. It seems that I'm a much simpler guy than him. Oh! Little Yuan did not fully understand. It could be seen that Duanmu Sheng's understanding of Lu Zhou was still based on Ji Tiandao's image. If Ji Tiandao were still here, he would no doubt make Duanmu Sheng take risks and visit the righteous sect at night. But even if he really went, Duanmu Sheng would definitely put his safety as the utmost priority and pretend to be injured. In this way, the rift between the master and the disciple would grow larger, eventually forming a vicious cycle. After considering for a moment, Lu Zhou said, Old Fourth, I was going to make you fix the arrays of Golden Court Mountain, because the shield can stop experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm, but now, Old Third has this task, and I want you to help him. After this is over, stay on the mountain and focus on your cultivation. I will give you all heaven-grade treasures. If the shield were still not repaired, the eldest and second disciple would most likely instigate orthodox sects to attack Golden Court Mountain again, and just those orthodox experts would be enough to give Lu Zhou a headache. Mingshi Yin was overjoyed, and he hurriedly went down on his knees and said, Yes, Master. I understand, Master. If he could get a heaven-grade treasure, he would be more than willing to stay on the mountain for 5 years or even 10 years, not to mention just 3 years. Many cultivators had failed to obtain a heaven-grade treasure until their death. His eldest senior brother, Yu Jinghai, owned the Jasper Saber, and had used it to lop off the heads of tens of thousands of cultivators, making a name for himself. It was said that the difference between a cultivator with and without a heaven-grade treasure was like a grandfather and a grandson, where the former could easily teach the latter a hard lesson. For many years, Ji Tiandao had been extremely cautious about giving out heaven-grade treasures, and Mingshi Yin did not expect that he would promise to reward them with heaven-grade treasures at this critical moment. How could he not be excited? His loyalty increased by 5% instantly. Master, what about little junior sister's family? This matter is not simple. I'll make a decision after discussing with little Yuan. I understand. I'm leaving now to support third senior brother. When we complete the task, we will return to Golden Court Mountain at once to repair the shield. Go now. Mingshi Yin turned and left, and at the same time, Lu Zhou saw the task appear in the task menu. Master, why do you seem to take that Zhou Jifeng seriously? There's nothing special about him, asked little Yuan curiously. The reason I spare his life when he tried to assassinate me is that I wanted to find out the Heavenly Sword sect's true colors, so that he can become a great threat to them when he grows stronger. Even if he chooses not to submit under Golden Court Mountain, he will be at odds with the Heavenly Sword sect sooner or later. I just want to make sure he's still alive. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Master, you used to finish your enemy by killing them directly, but now I know how to use my brain. Is that what you're trying to say? Little Yuan stuck out her tongue and did not dare to continue. One Lu Zhou laughed. Well, I'm not blaming you. He was killing 2 birds with 1 stone by doing so. The first thing he wished to achieve was discipline his villainous disciples with carrots and sticks and pull them over to his side, while the second was to preserve Golden Court Mountain's strength. Although his disciples were evil, Golden Court Mountain's strength would greatly reduce without them. If he did not give them weapons, they would be like toothless tigers. As for dealing with the top 10 sects, it was far too early to do that right now. Master, are you going to let me handle the matter of the CI family? Lu Zhou said in a faint voice. This matter is not as simple as it seems. The reason why I didn't let your 4th senior brother handle it is that I'm worried that he would solve it too simply and crudely. He learned that from the way Mingshi Yin handled the previous kidnapping. The 4th disciple was almost imitating Ji Tiandao in the way he handled it. He killed all the mounted brigands, rescued the people, and that was it. He was not even serious about finding out the culprit behind the incident. Master, please help my family. Little Yuan knelt and pleaded. Apart from little Yuan, Lu Zhou had no one else he could use on Golden Court Mountain. So he said, I will go to Anyang myself. What? Master, you want to handle this yourself? Little Yuan was taken aback. The master had not left Golden Court Mountain for a long, long time. Although nobody had said anything, Everyone vaguely guessed that it was due to physical reasons. She did not expect that he would leave the mountain because of the CI family. As a result, little Yuaner's loyalty increased by 5%. This matter must not be leaked out. Also, leave a letter to inform your senior brothers that they must keep it secret, and that if there's anything else, I will send them letters with carrier pigeons. I understand, Master. By doing so, Zhou could not only send orders to his disciples across long distance, but also put himself in a safe place. As long as he slightly tidied up his current appearance, no one would know or believe that he was the old villain of Golden Court Mountain. Besides, with little Yuaner following him, he would be much safer than staying on the mountain. Wizard. At the call, a sheet of auspicious light lit up the sky, and then a magnificent mount appeared, wheeling in the air for a moment before slowly descending. Master, you have changed your mount? Little Yuaner blurted out. Zhou said calmly, Come on up. I dare not ride on Master's mount. It's fine. You can sit in front of me. We can arrive at Anyang in less than 2 hours. The flying speed of a divine court expert was fast, but it was still much slower than a flying mount. Moreover, it took energy for a cultivator to fly. To win against a flying mount, one would have to use a divine ability like Soul Chase. But these divine abilities usually consume more energy, so they were not suitable for traveling. Little Yuaner jumped on Witzer with apprehension, but she was immediately amazed by its soft feathers and seemingly glowing horns. There were many kinds of mounts. Ordinary fierce beasts tended to be slow and were more suitable for pulling goods. On the other hand, superior mounts usually existed only in rich and powerful families, and the rest were epic and legendary mounts. For most cultivators, it was already considered an astonishing achievement to capture and tame a legendary mount like Wizard, let alone ride one. There was a saying in the cultivation world: if you don't own a legendary mount at birth, you won't have one for the rest of your life. Of course, it was just a joke about the difficulty of obtaining legendary mounts. Sit tight. Zhou lifted his right arm and put it around little Yuaner's shoulders. Wizard gave a loud cry, which echoed throughout the whole Golden Court Mountain, scattering birds and wild beasts. Then it leaped into the air and flew toward Anyang while stepping on auspicious clouds. 2 hours later, Zhou controlled Witzer to descend slowly over a forest near the outskirts of Anyang. Little Yuaner was shocked, and she could not calm down for a long time after landing. We have arrived. Zhou glanced at the city and jumped off Witzer. He was pretty much able to move around freely now. Little Yuaner, he called when he saw little Yuaner still sitting in a daze. Those words finally woke her. Master, then she jumped off the Wizard and said, I didn't mean it, but the Wizard is too beautiful. Beautiful? It seemed that girls all over the world looked at things from the same angle. Yes, I've never seen such a beautiful mount before. We have arrived. I need to put away the mount before it attracts unwanted attention. Also, your attire and aura is special, so you need to change slightly. Although little Yuaner was not as famous as her senior brothers and sisters in the cultivation world, she was known by some. Since they were going to investigate the kidnapping of the CI family, she would naturally have to hide her identity. I understand, Master. She immediately concealed her aura, just like her master. After that, they walked to a nearby farmhouse and changed into the clothing of common people. That made them look like a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Master, you look more like a farmer now. Little Yuaner covered her mouth with a hand and laughed. It doesn't matter, Zhou waved and said. From now on, you and I will be a pair of grandfather and grandchild. I understand, Master. What? Grandpa. Little Yuaner felt awkward having to call her master grandpa, but it did not take long for her to become playful and keep calling him that. Zhou was somewhat speechless at first. After all, he was only 28 years old in his previous life, and he felt rather embarrassed to be called a grandpa. But he soon got used to it and gradually felt nothing. Luckily, I have a system that can let me grow younger. Otherwise, I would rather not travel to this dimension. After entering the city, Zhou and little Yuaner glanced around. The streets of Anyang were quite lively, packed with jugglers, storytellers, and stalls selling all kinds of things. I didn't expect Anyang to be so prosperous, Zhou praised. Grandpa, this is so fun. Little Yuana hopped through the crowd and grabbed a stick of sugar-coated haws from a stall before hopping away. Hey, little girl, you haven't paid me money, cried the vendor as he rushed toward her. Little Yuana turned around and snarled, Go away! It is your blessing that I am trying your haws. If you make another sound, I'll rip your mouth apart. That frightened the vendor. He had never seen such a fierce little girl before. Yuana. Grandpa. In the blink of an eye, little Yuana transformed into a gentle girl. Pay him. But Grandpa, he is so fierce. I listened to you and never beat him for that. Little Yuana pursed her lips, as if she had been wronged. Zhou shook his head. He reckoned that these villainous disciples must be used to robbing things from others, so they did not even know the basic principles of treating and dealing with others now. Well, I'll have to teach them slowly. If everybody robs things from others like you, who will want to make sugar-coated haws again... Oh! Little Yuana had no choice but to pay the vendor. Ding! You have disciplined little Yuana and are rewarded with 100 merit points. As they continued down the street, they saw a group of young people crowded ahead. Zhou pointed at them and said, Go and have a look. Right away, Grandpa. Little Yuana enjoyed crowds very much, so she hopped over promptly. However, it was too crowded for her to squeeze through the people, so she stomped her foot angrily, crushing the ground and making a hole in it. Get out of the way. Scared by her fierce attitude, the men on both sides took a step back. A body-tempering expert. She kicked a hole in the ground. She must be at least a 5th-tier body-tempering expert. Heavens, she's just a little girl. Why is she so strong? The crowd parted in the middle, giving her a way through. Zhou shook his head lightly when he saw that. It seemed that little Yuana's temper was far more violent than when she was on the mountain. No wonder the group of villainous disciples always wanted to leave Golden Court Mountain to carry out tasks, because it was free and more comfortable to go out than to stay on the mountain. As the crowd parted, little Yuana saw what attracted so many people. There was a table with 3 men sitting behind it, each having a saber hanging on his waist. The bearded man in the middle glanced at little Yuana as he nodded approvingly and said, Not bad, little girl. Have you come here to join our sect as well? What? You have an amazing foundation, and the kick just now shows that your cultivation base is at the 5th tier of the body-tempering realm at the least. Well, register yourself. From today on, you will be a member of the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang Division, said the man. When did I say I want to join your stinking dragon association? Little Yuana found it puzzling. You are bold, little girl. How dare you insult the Azure Dragon Association? Little Yuana swaggered up before lifting one foot and stepping on the table, crushing it in an instant. What is Azure Dragon Association? What are you doing here? Tell me now, my grandpa is waiting. Who is this wild girl? You are here to mess things up, aren't you? How could you not know about the Azure Dragon Association? The man was about to attack when Zhou walked over and said, Stop it. His voice was not loud, but it was mixed with a little bit of energy, and it could be clearly heard by the man. Interesting. Old man, you are a 7th or 8th tier body tempering expert? The man looked curiously at Zhou. Zhou paid him no mind and said, Yuana, you can make the Azure Dragon Association and Anyang help with the investigation. Little Yuana's eyes lit up. I understand, Grandpa. Then she turned around as she replaced her smile with a fierce look and said, The few of you, come over here. Ha! I bet this wild girl doesn't know that Azure Dragon Association is backed by the Nether Sect. What? The Nether Sect? That gave little Yuana a pause, and she turned to look at her master. The sect leader of the Nether Sect was her eldest senior brother. So she kept peeking nervously at her master for fear that he would get angry. Are you afraid now? Zhou frowned slightly as he turned to look at the man and asked, Did you say the Azure Dragon Association is backed by the Nether Sect? Exactly. Old man, you look good to me. Join us and be a cook. You will eat and drink well, and the Azure Dragon Association will shelter you. The Nether sect was considered the largest sect in today's cultivation world, with tens of thousands of members. It had become the terror of Orthodox sects, as well as a common enemy of all the Orthodox cultivators in the world. It was unexpected that an object of hatred such as this showed no fear and was openly recruiting new members. Is this your granddaughter, old man? Well, her potential is much greater than yours, and she is beautiful. But I can talk to our chief and let both of you join us together, the man said with a sly smile. Master is not talking. I think he's angry now. Master said that we can't simply kill people, but he didn't say we can't hit people. Thinking that, little Yuaner bolted over as she raised her leg and kicked the man in the chest. The man flew backward like a football as he threw his head back and spewed out a mouthful of blood. He crashed through 3 stalls and slew about 10 meters on the ground before stopping. The kick had almost killed him. That stunned the nearby common people, and they quickly moved backward with fear. Does she have no respect for the laws? Unfortunately, if she knew anything about laws, she would not be little Yuaner. Who gave you the right to call my grandpa an old man? Little Yuaner put down her leg and said angrily, How dare you attack us? Said one of the 2 remaining members of the Azure Dragon Association. I not only dare to attack you, but also dare to kill you. As she said that, a faint ripple of energy emanated out of her body. The 2 men exchanged a look and blurted out, A mystic enlightening expert. A body-tempering expert was strong only in physique, but a mystic enlightening expert began to open the 5 apertures and could pour primordial chi into them to produce energy. Only after reaching the mystic, enlightening realm could a person be considered a real cultivator. Plop! Both men dropped to their knees at the same time and cried out, Please spare our lives, my lady. Little Yuaner shook her head as she snorted and said, Why should I? She was lifting her fist when Zhou walked over and said, You've done a good job, Yuaner. The compliment made little Yuaner laugh happily, and she said, Hee. I was angry at them for calling you an old man, so I thought I should teach them a lesson. Zhou looked at the 2 men and glanced around. In fact, he was not concerned about their life and death, but that their death would attract unwanted attention. Where are the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Association's branch? He asked. 3 miles north of Anyang's Gu River. I've just arrived in Anyang, so I'm not familiar with the people and places here. Go back and tell your chief that I will call on him personally tomorrow. I will. Now get out of my sight. Hearing that, both men stood up and helped their wounded companion before fleeing the scene. Master, it is very thoughtful of you to ask them where their headquarters are, so that we can destroy them all in one go, said little Yuaner in a low voice. Zhou smiled as he lightly knocked her on the forehead and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I just want to use them to investigate the kidnapping of the CI family. Ouch! I'm sorry, Master. Do you still remember where your home is? Zhou asked. I only remember that there are 2 stone lions at the front door. My father likes to practice with sabers and spears, while my mother likes embroidery best. No, my mom likes me best, said little Yuaner of Ji Qiandao's disciples. Some he took from their parents with force, while others were sent to him by their parents voluntarily. Zhou only remembered that little Yuaner was very small when her parents sent her to Golden Court Mountain, and he did not know the reason why they wanted to send her over. Why would any parent want to send their children into a wolf den? The CI family was not hard to find. There were not many wealthy families with the surname of CI, and since Anyang was not large, they found it after asking around. When they arrived in front of its door, little Yuaner was so excited that she kept jumping over the heads of the 2 stone lions like a rabbit. Master, these are the lions I told you about. They are exactly the same as in my memory. Now that you are home, don't be so playful. Come down. Oh! Right then, Zhou noticed that a side quest of investigating the kidnapping appeared in the quest menu. The doors squeaked as they slowly swung open, revealing a middle-aged man dressed like a steward who looked at them quizzically. Who are you looking for? Where are my father and mother? Little Yuaner peered through the door, eager to see her parents. The steward frowned. Who are you, little girl? Your parents are not here. Pack. Little Yuaner slapped the man in the face. You asked for it. Now, get out of my grandpa's way. The steward covered his cheek with one hand and trembled all over. Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. But at the same time, he felt nothing wrong about the way she handled it. Sometimes, too much attention to courtesy would greatly affect efficiency. Like the most filial granddaughter, little Yuana helped Zhou into the mansion. The mansion was empty. They saw no servants or maids, and even the tables, chairs, and other furniture were taken away. The whole interior looked rather sad and desolate. It looks like your fourth senior brother's news is true, Zhou said faintly. Little Yuaner pointed at the steward and said angrily, You, come here. Ah, where are my father and mother? The question put a blank expression on the steward's face. Little Yuaner had grown up, and she looked very different from when she was little. So, the steward could not recognize her. Zhou asked, What's your name? I am Wang Fugue, the steward of the CI family. The man stammered while still holding his cheek with one hand. Where is Cian? I thought he is a steward. Little Yuaner only remembered that man who went to Golden Court Mountain for help after the first kidnapping happened. They were all kidnapped. She is C.I. Yuaner, the young lady of the C.I. family. Zhou pointed at little Yuaner. Ah! Wang Fugue swallowed and looked little Yuana up and down. A brief moment later, his eyes lit up as he dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Young miss, you have finally come back. I'm Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue. Little Yuaner scratched her head. Let's talk inside. In the main hall of the mansion, after listening to Wang Fugue's explanation of the incident, Zhou and little Yuana learned that most of the CI family members had been kidnapped by a gang called Lakeside Gang. No one knew what background this gang had, who ordered them to do it, or where they were located. Because the CI family had been kidnapped 2 times in a row, nobody dared to work for them anymore. So the remaining servants and maids had all fled with the valuable things of the family. Wang Fugue was the last person in the mansion. Why didn't you report this to local authorities? Asked Zhou. I did, but they couldn't find any traces. All the people in the CI family were kidnapped, except those who were outside for tasks. I was lucky to have escaped because I was in a privy. Then why didn't you run away? Little Yuaner asked. The CI family had treated me well. I will live and die as a member of the CI family. Zhou said with a smile, You are very loyal to the family. Fortunately, Yuaner didn't kill you. Wang Fugue felt a sharp pain in his face, but he said embarrassedly, I deserve to be slapped by young Mississippi. You must keep Yuaner's return a secret. I'll investigate the kidnapping and rescue them, Zhou said. Ah! Although Zhou had become much younger, he still looked old and frail. Apart from his imposing manner, he appeared like an old man anyone could knock over with a slap. Wang Fugue only knew that little Yuana was sent away by her father, but he did not know where she was sent to, for what purpose, or the fact that her master was the infamous old villain. Leave us now. Wang Fugue dared not question Zhou. Even though Zhou was an old man, he could tell that he was respected by little Yuaner. So he nodded and took his leave. Yuaner. Yes, master. Go to the Azure Dragon Association tomorrow morning and ask them to find out more about this so-called Lakeside Gang. I understand, master. Remember, don't reveal your identity. I understand, master. As soon as he assigned the task, Zhou heard the system prompt. Ding! The task of supporting Duanmu Sheng is completed. You are rewarded with 200 merit points. Mingshi Yin had completed the supporting task and should have gone to fix the shield. Zhou frowned slightly as he watched the tasks change in the system. When he left Golden Court Mountain, the task he gave was for the 2 of them to repair the shield together, but it only showed Mingshi Yin alone in the system. There was only one possibility. Duanmu Sheng was injured. Meanwhile, at Golden Court Mountain, Mingshi Yin, together with Duanmu Sheng lying in bed, looked at little Yuaner's letter with a puzzled look. I can't believe Master left the mountain. What is he thinking? Duanmu Sheng coughed and said, Perhaps it is because he has stayed on the mountain for too long and want to go out for a walk, but he doesn't want to be identified. That does make sense. Master's been acting so out of line these days that I can't figure out what he thinks. Ming-Sher sighed. In the past, Master had absolute strength, so he did not like to use his brain. All tricks are meaningless struggles in the face of absolute power, after all. Perhaps the task of repairing the shield will have to be done by yourself. Junior brother, I'm afraid that my injury won't heal in 3 to 5 months. No way, Ming-Sher said sulkily. You better not go too far in pretending. You and I were both beaten from childhood to adulthood, and we have suffered injuries more serious than this. You are really clever, junior brother, said Duanmu Sheng with an embarrassed smile. 10 days. If you're still lying in bed after 10 days, I'll stop fixing the shield. When Master comes back, you'll be taught a lesson, said Ming-Sher as he folded his arms over his chest. I don't need 10 days. 7 days are more than enough. Junior brother, you may leave me now. I need to heal myself. It is not so appropriate for 2 single men to stay in the same room. Bah! Ming-Sher turned and left his senior brother. It was already night outside, and the moon hung high up in the sky. Ming-Sher looked up at the night sky and murmured to himself, What exactly are you thinking, Master? Wait, is that a letter? He leaped up into the sky and caught a carrier bird. After reading the letter, he furrowed his brow slightly and said in surprise, How did Master know that 3rd senior brother is injured? He glanced around and spread his divine sense out to cover the void hundreds of meters around him. Apart from some birds perched on tree branches, he sensed no other creatures or people. Ming-Sher was uneasy and nervous, and he had a feeling that his master was watching him from a nearby corner. So he went down on his knees and said, Master, I didn't mean to be rude to you. Rest assured, I'll certainly work hard to fix the shield and take good care of Golden Court Mountain. The surroundings were quiet and dark, so he rose to his feet and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't panic. As long as I follow Master's way, I'll be fine. Ding! You have disciplined Ming-Sher and are rewarded with 100 merit points. Ming-Sher loyalty increased by 2%. Zhou sat cross-legged in a room and was reading the human scroll of heaven writing. He had become accustomed to inexplicable system prompts. No matter what caused the increase, it was a piece of pleasant news to hear. To gain the power to look into the future, we should know that we cannot say anything about the future. The power to hear everything, so that we can hear voices in all realms at will. The power of speech, which can change the world with words and free the common people from sufferings. Zhou closed the Heaven Writings interface. That was the only readable content in the human scroll, while the rest were still unrecognizable symbols. I remember when I read the human scroll the first time, only the title page was readable. But now, I can read 2 more pages. Is it because both my lifespan and cultivation base have improved? The purpose of cultivating heaven writing was to improve the cultivation base, but he could only read the content after his cultivation base was improved. It seemed to be putting the cart before the horse. You are purposely making things difficult for me, aren't you? Zhou felt the energy within him. Since he stepped into the sense-condensing realm, he had absorbed a lot of energy with the help of his avatar. But, in the face of a divine court expert, he was still as weak as an ant. The night was long, and he seemed to have nothing else to do but read. The words, lucky draw, flashed in his mind, but he immediately shook his head. It is an addictive game, and I should wait until I have more merit points. The next morning, at the Azure Dragon Association's headquarters near the Gu River. You mean the person who wounded you is a little girl who looks like she is only 15 or 16 years old, and she was accompanied by an old man in his 70s or 80s? Asked the chief, Lu Zhengfeng. The 2 men kneeling in the hall drew long faces and did not dare to speak. Lu Zhengfeng paced back and forth. A moment later, he said again, An early-stage mystic enlightening cultivator and a 7th or 8th-tier body-tempering cultivator. What gave them the courage to provoke the Azure Dragon Association? I don't know, Chief. We were recruiting disciples in the street of Anyang when the wild girl suddenly appeared and wounded Officer Jiang. Her grandfather even said, he said, What did he say? He said, he will call on you personally today. Lu Jingfeng snorted, and his face looked puzzled and dismissive. What puzzled him was why a mere mystic enlightening cultivator had the courage to challenge them. He did not think that the Azure Dragon Association had the need to deal with such a trifle matter. However, if he ignored it, how were they going to recruit disciples again? He needed to regain dignity. Bring 20 brothers with you and find the girl who wounded Officer Zhang today. I understand. The two men were getting up to their feet when a man rushed into the hall as he cupped his fist and said, "Chief, a girl wishes to see you. Tell her to go away." She said her patience is limited, and until she can still obey her grandfather's order, she asked you to do as she said. When it finished, the man looked up and peeked at the chief. To do as she said sounded like what a senior would tell a junior. Bam! Bam! Suddenly, several men crashed through doors and windows while shrieks and screams could be heard from outside. Lu Jingfeng was in a bad mood already, and he was confused when he saw that. What's happening? Go and have a look. Lu Jingfeng led his men out of the inner hall. Over the courtyard, little Yuan stood on the roof in her blue clothes, twisting her hair with one finger and pointing with another finger at the cultivators of the Azure Dragon Association down below as she said, "I told you my patience is limited. I have been good enough to not beat you, and yet you made me wait outside? How dare you? SHE is so strong. Her cultivation base must be at least at the Brahma Sea realm. What should we do? The chief is here." The crowd parted. Lu Jingfeng looked up at little Yuan and frowned slightly. "Chief, that's her. She is the one who wounded Officer Zhang." With hands clasped behind his back, Lu Jingfeng said, "She's an expert." No wonder. Little Yuan's eyes fell on Lu Jingfeng, and she asked, "Are you the head of this Azure Dragon Association?" "Ugh, the head." "Young lady, you should understand that there is always someone who is better than you. Don't think that you are invincible just because you are a Brahma Sea expert," said Lu Jingfeng angrily. Since she was a child, little Yuan had seldom left Golden Court Mountain, so she did not know much about the way of dealing with others. She knew nothing about being humble or low-key, and all she knew was to quickly complete the task assigned by her master. "What are you talking about? I'm asking you, are you the head of the gang?" Little Yuan furrowed her brow. "I am the chief of the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch, Lu Jingfeng. Are you in charge of everything?" "Of course I am." "Good. I have a task for you." In the courtyard, everyone looked up warily at little Yuan. Lu Jingfeng was somewhat annoyed. He was trying to figure out what gave the little girl courage to offend the Azure Dragon Association, but in the end, he was just wasting his breath. "That's enough. Take her down." He waved a hand, at which archers began to let loose arrows at little Yuan. "You are a naughty head." As she said that, she lightly stamped her foot. An energy ring rippled out from the bottom of her foot. In just the blink of an eye, the buildings beneath her collapsed and crumbled while waves of energy shot out in all directions. "You have opened the 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm." Lu Jingfeng's eyes grew wide. The Brahma Sea realm was divided into 8 meridians. A cultivator could only be considered to have officially stepped into the realm after opening Conception and Governor Meridians, and reached the highest level after opening the other 6 meridians. When all 8 meridians were opened, the cultivator could use the energy in the meridians to attack. With all 8 meridians opened, the cultivator was invincible below the Divine Court realm. Of course, no matter how powerful the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch was, it would not be under Divine Court expert. Waves of energy pressed down with a mighty momentum, seeming swift and fierce. The surrounding buildings began to crack and showed signs of collapsing, while the gang members were thrown back by the force. Lu Jingfeng, who was also a Brahma Sea expert, lifted both arms to block the terrible attack. But the waves were too strong, and he was being pushed back repeatedly until his back slammed onto a pillar and cracked it. "She's so strong." "Wait!" Lu Jingfeng swallowed back the blood that was about to rush out his mouth and stared with wide eyes at little Yuan, who was slowly descending in front of him with both hands clasped behind her back, looking as if nothing had happened. "What do you want to wait for? I didn't expect that you are a Brahma Sea expert with 8 meridians opened. Please pardon me for failing to see that and be merciful." We can talk. Little Yuan hopped in front of him as she gazed him with her big eyes and said, I have a task for you. What is it, young miss? I want you to help me investigate the Lakeside Gang. The Lakeside Gang? Lu Zhengfeng looked puzzled. He had never heard a name before. They are behind the kidnapping of the CI family. You have 3 days to find them for me. When he heard it was about the CI family, Lu Zhengfeng's face grew serious, and he said, the Lakeside Gang had kidnapped the CI family. This is not something that Azure Dragon Association can be involved in. Say that again. Ugh, my lady, I will certainly find this Lakeside Gang in 3 days. Good. Little Yuan turned around and took a few steps as she glanced at the gang members sprawling on the ground and said, Are you the one who shot me with arrows just now? No. Yes, it was you. Little Yuan's figure flickered, leaving an afterimage on the spot. In the next instant, she was beside the man as she lifted one leg and stomped on the marble floor next to his face. A perfect footprint appeared on the smooth, hard surface of the marble. The man shrieked and pissed in his pants while trembling violently. He was clearly scared out of his wits. She was not a little girl, but a little devil. Ha! What a coward! Little Yuan made a face. Then she turned to face Lu Zhengfeng as she smiled and said, Be obedient. If you don't do as I said, I will decimate your entire Azure Dragon Association. After saying that, she spread her arms and leaped into the air, drifting toward the rooftop before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Dead silence fell over the courtyard. Lu Zhengfeng slumped to the ground as he wiped the sweat from his face and muttered under his breath, Why did I know there is such a young expert in Anyang? He found it strange when he glanced at the gang members lying on the ground around him. If it were any other gang who came to attack them, these gang members would have died by now. But the little girl only wounded them and gave him a task, which he found rather weird. The Lakeside Gang. Is there such a gang in Anyang? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed to him, and the more puzzled he became. Ding. You have completed the task of mobilizing the Azure Dragon Association and are rewarded with 200 merit points. Lu Zhou had just finished a cup of tea, and he came to the center of the courtyard to have a walk. The CI family still looked the same. Ji Tiandao met little Yuan when he came to Anyang for the first time, and that was when he wanted to take her as his disciple. However, he was rejected by her parents. Later, for some unknown reasons, her parents sent her to Golden Court Mountain by themselves. What enemies did the CI family have over the years? Lu Zhou asked. Wang Fugue, who was standing respectfully nearby, bowed slightly and said, The family never had any enemies. Not even 5 years ago. 5 years ago? Wang Fugue searched his memory. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said, Do you mean the Morong family? Tell me about this family. Lu Zhou walked to a block of stone and sat down. 5 years ago, the Morong family and the CI family were like water and fire. At that time, both families had properties and businesses in the 3 major southern provinces of Great Yan. Master had focused all his efforts on his businesses, which made him a wealthy man. Later, the CI family and the Morong family became sworn enemies. In the world of Great Yan, cultivators should not meddle with secular affairs, but there are always people who would do anything for profits. Master and his lady were often assaulted by assassins. Was the Morong family behind the assassinations? Everyone knew that they did it, but we had no actual proof, so the authorities ignored the cases. Lu Zhou understood now. It was to protect little Yuan that the CI family had sent her to Ji Tiandao. Could the Morong family be responsible for this kidnapping as well? Lu Zhou asked. Wang Fugue paused for a moment and said, I dare not jump to conclusion. The cultivation base of a cultivator who can kidnap all the people in a family would not be lower than the 4 meridian stage of the Brahmasi realm. Are there any cultivators in the Morong family? Not on the surface. As for whether there is some hiding in the dark, I do not know. Lu Zhou nodded. Right then, little Yuan drifted over the roof and jumped into the courtyard. Lu Zhou said in a slightly reproachful tone, Why did you climb over the roof when there's a front door for you to use? Grandpa, if I take the front door, I would have to knock on it and wait for someone to open for me. Climbing over the roof is more convenient. Don't do this again. Oh, Liu Yuana replied, and she seemed a little unhappy. Ding, you have disciplined Liu Yuana and are rewarded with 100 merit points. How are things going? Zhou asked. They are very obedient, and they said they will find a lakeside gang for us. Liu Yuana said excitedly. Oh, did you beat them? No, that chief was very friendly. He said, My lady, I will certainly find this lakeside gang in 3 days. Don't look at me like that. Grandpa, I swear I'm telling the truth. And those are his words. Liu Yuana mumbled. Zhou knew she must have beaten him, but he did not plan to reproach her. He just wanted to see if she would tell him the truth. Well, I'll have to teach them slowly. Rome is not built in 1 day. Just like that, 3 days passed in a twinkling. Zhou sat quietly in the courtyard, waiting for the results of the Azure Dragon Association's investigation. Wang Fugue poured him a cup of tea and asked gingerly, Oh, mister, why is young Miss going to the Azure Dragon Association alone? I'm worried about her safety. Zhou glanced at him and said, If I were you, I would be worried about the safety of the gang members. Ugh. Wang Fugue looked puzzled. He was not a cultivator. So even though he knew there were different levels of cultivators, he could not tell who was stronger. Over the past few days, I've heard the news that the members of the Azure Dragon Association are looking for the Lakeside Gang everywhere, causing quite a stir in Anyang, said Wang Fugue. Zhou smiled and did not say a word. He could understand Wang Fugue's worry. After all, the Azure Dragon Association was backed by the Nether Sect, the sect leader of which was Yujin Hai, an expert ranked second on the Black Roll. Just the name alone was enough to strike terror into one's heart. However, ding, an evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Ding, an evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Ding, an evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Zhou sighed. Liu Yuana lost her patience eventually. It was almost 1 hour when the system prompts finally stopped. He looked at the system panel. Name, Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base. The chi refining and soul forming stage of the sense condensing realm. Merit points, 1,254. Avatar, 3 condensing flowers. Remaining life, 4,505 days. Items, G Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X3 Wizard. Cultivation Technique, 3 Scrolls of Heaven Writing. The merit points had accumulated to more than 1,000. Deducting the rewards from disciplining the disciples and the tasks they had completed, Little Yuana had killed at least 50 evil men. Zhou did not expect her to handle the matter properly as soon as she entered the world. After all, she was still young and had no discretion in doing things. Moreover, he had learned from Wang Fugue over the past few days that the Azure Dragon Association had done many evil deeds, and common people had been suffering under them. The authorities had turned a blind eye to them because they were backed by the Nether Sect, which turned them into a major scourge in Anyang. They deserved to be killed, and Zhou did not pity them. Fugue, I want you to find out if there are any unusual activities in the Morong family recently. I'll go right now. Hold on. Is there anything else, oh mister? Bring this token. No one will dare to stop you if you show it to them. Go now. I understand. All the items Jitan Dao obtained through the system were gone, but the goodies he plundered when he held sway in the world remained, and this royal token was one of them. As for the rest, which were not convenient to be brought along, Zhou left them in Evil Sky Pavilion. In the afternoon, Zhou was resting with his eyes closed when Liu Yuana jumped off the roof again and came in front of him as she greeted with a playful smile. Master. Zhou frowned slightly and said, Kneel down. Plop. Little Yuana dropped to her knees immediately, and the smile on her face disappeared. I was wrong, Master. I shouldn't have killed them. I don't blame you for that. I've told you that this is your home, and you have to come into the front door. Have you forgotten that? Or did you take my words as a mere gust of wind? 1 inch, I'm sorry, Master. I was in a rush and I forgot about that. I promise I won't do it again. Liu Yuan bowed her head and said, if he forgave her every time she made a mistake, and said that she would not remember and become better. So Zhou pointed to a block of stone beside them and said, lie face down. Ah, you have a pure nature, which is a good thing, but you can't be so wild and have no regard for rules. Since your parents are away, I'll teach you on their behalf. Liu Yuan obediently went to a block of stone and lay down. Zhou knew he could not relent at this moment. So he lifted a hand and produced a weak wave of energy, which he threw at her buttocks. Pack, it doesn't hurt at all. How dare you play tricks with me? Zhou said angrily, remove your protective energy. Have mercy, master. I will not do it again. I promise. Little Yuan pleaded, remove it. Without the protective energy, little Yuan was just an ordinary girl. It was not wrong to be free, but she could not act without rules. Zhou could turn a blind eye when she was on a mountain, but if she still acted like that in Anyang, she might attract unwanted attention and spread the news of their presence here to the other villainous disciples. He must punish her appropriately and make her remember not to make mistakes again. Pack, it hurts, master. The second stroke was a solid one. Although Zhou was only in the sense-condensing realm, he could muster enough energy to hit an ordinary girl. Pack, pack, pack. He hit her 3 more times in a row. In his memory, little Yuan was the only disciple whom Ji Tiandao had never beaten before. The other disciples, from the eldest to the 8th, had been beaten and even seriously wounded by him since they were young. But he always saved their lives and healed them with medicines. After the punishment, little Yuan was full of grievances and almost burst into tears. In front of others, she was a formidable and terrible little devil, but when facing Zhou, she was just a child who had not yet grown up. Since she was little, her parents were not with her, and her senior brothers and sisters could only give her so much love, which could not replace her parents. Master was the only person she could rely on, but now her most respected master had beaten her. How could she not be filled with grievances? You may get up, said Zhou with hands clasped behind his back. Master, it really hurts. Good, I want you to feel that. I've told you to forget everything I taught you in the past, and remember what I tell you now. I will, master. Little Yuan pursed her lips. Ding, you have sternly disciplined the 9th disciple, little Yuan. You are rewarded with 300 merit points. Zhou was watching her loyalty when he punished her, and he found that it did not reduce. It meant that when the loyalty was over 80%, it would not reduce as long as he did not do something that disappointed the disciple and principal. Little Yuan was easy to educate, but the other 8 disciples... He shook his head. There was still a long way for him to go, he knew, although full of grievances. After little Yuan got to her feet, she pursed her lips and said, the Azure Dragon Association said there was no Lakeside gang, and it was just a fake gang temporarily formed by a group of cultivators. Temporarily formed? Yes. They lied, and even invited helpers from the E province to kill me. I was seized by anger, so I beat them. Beat? Ugh, I killed them. Little Yuan corrected hurriedly. They had invited some mighty experts. If I didn't fight back, I wouldn't be able to see you again, master. That's enough. Who dares to bully you if they are not divine court experts? Zhou reproached her in a faint voice. Little Yuan did not dare to speak again. Zhou calculated the time. By right, Wang Fugui should have returned by now. Yet he did not. After considering for a moment, he said, Wang Fugui has not returned. Come with me. I understand. They left the CI family and walked along the street toward the Morong family. At the derived Moon Palace, Zhao looked a little agitated and restless, and she kept pacing back and forth. You needn't fret so much, senior sister. Now that things have come to this stage, there's no point regretting it. We have to walk to the end. Yi Tianxin walked out from behind the screen while smiling. Junior sister Tianxin, you don't understand. I wouldn't be so worried if we did this a month ago. The old thing was always short-tempered and selfish. But recently, there's been some changes in the ways he handles things. What changes? It's difficult to put it in words. I just vaguely feel that his approach is gentler, and he is no longer so short-tempered. Zhao Yu thought of the various scenes after Lu Zhou drove back the top 10 experts. Yi Qianxin chuckled and said, "Your fear for him has reached a new level. You have survived his torture for so many years and finally left him. You shouldn't be afraid of him now." That made Zhao Yu recall the painful years she had been through, and she sighed. "Maybe I think too much. Do you think he will take the bait?" With that old thing's suspicious character, I think it is very difficult. But little junior sister might fall for it. She has a simple nature and has only been away from her family for 5 years. If she learned about it, she will definitely return to Anyang. We just need to capture her. Once that old thing leaves Golden Court Mountain, he will lose the protection of third and fourth senior brothers in the shield, and I will have countless ways to exhaust his trump cards. How do you plan to exhaust his trump cards? There are many orthodox sects and cultivators in this world who have suffered from him. What will these people do if I spread the word about him? Especially the Heavenly Sword sect. Luo Chongfeng was killed by that old thing. What if they are all afraid of him? Zhao Yu had witnessed a scene when the top 10 experts and tens of thousands of cultivators fled in the face of her master. She could never forget that for the rest of her life. Perhaps Ji Tianao was the only person in the world who could make tens of thousands of cultivators flee in terror like that. I've informed the top 10 orthodox sects that the old thing has a secret drug. The top 9 experts are no fools. When they figure it out, they will attack him sooner or later. Just when she finished, one of her subordinates came in and said, "Master, we have just received a letter from Anyang. The Azure Dragon Association was destroyed, and a token of the Imperial Army was seen in the city." The Azure Dragon Association is destroyed? Who did that? Yi Tianxin furrowed her brow slightly. "We don't know, but judging from the traces of fight left at the scene, the attacker should be a cultivator who has opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm." Zhao Yu said from the side, "Could it be little Yuaner?" Little junior sister is a divine court expert. With her character, it is possible for her to kill all the people, but she wouldn't conceal her cultivation base. Yi Qianxin analyzed. What if that old man left Golden Court Mountain with her? Zhao Yu asked again. Yi Qianxin shook her head. It's unlikely, but to be on the safe side, I'll send a man to the CI family to investigate. Someone? Yes, master. Bring these portraits and hide in the CI family. Once you see them, report back immediately. I understand. Yi Qianxin waved a hand, and the 2 portraits hanging on the screen flew over to man. One was Ji Tiandao, with a head of white hair and an old face, and the other was a cute-looking little Yuaner in blue clothes. After giving out the order, she said again, "As for the token of the Imperial Army, this thing could be used to mobilize the Imperial Army and has always been in the hand of the Great Yan's Emperor. It has a unique dragon carving to show the world. How did it appear in Anyang?" Zhao Yu said curiously, "It doesn't matter. Although the Imperial Army will obey the token, it is not so easy to be mobilized. There are only 2 possibilities. Someone has faked it, or the Emperor is here, but dressed as a commoner. However, Great Yan has been plagued by wars in the recent years, so the Emperor wouldn't do something so risky." That makes sense. A smile brushed Yi Qianxin's lips as she said, "Don't worry. Senior sister, everything is under my control." Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and little Yuaner arrived outside the Morong family. "Little Yuaner, you're being too high profile, and I'm afraid that you have attracted the attention of others. From now on, you will do as I say." "I understand, master. What would you do if the masterminds behind the kidnapping are your senior brothers and sisters?" Lu Zhou had a feeling that even if it were not done by them, it must have something to do with them. "It can't be them. They have treated me very kindly, and they won't have the hearts to kidnap my father and mother," said little Yuaner as she twisted her hair with a finger. Lu Zhou shook his head and thought, "She's still too simple. Let's go in." He walked up the steps. "I'll knock the door for you, master." Just kick it open. Little you honor. Bam! The door was kicked open. Hearing the noise, guards poured out like bees, and when they saw that the intruders were just an old man and a little girl, one of them growled, "How dare you kick the door of the Morong family? Take them down." Zhou glanced at the guards and waved a hand. Little Yuan did not understand the gesture, so she asked, "Retreat? Beat them? I like this." After she was beaten by her master, Little Yuan had been feeling down and depressed, but she had no way to vent out. Feeling overjoyed now, the little girl immediately jumped into the crowd like a wolf leaping into a herd of sheep, kicking and punching at every man, moving here and there as fast as a bolt of lightning. Before the guards could catch up with her movements, they were all knocked flying away, and none could come out with a counterattack. In just a brief moment, the fight had ended. Liu Yuan clapped her hands with satisfaction and said, "Grandpa, they are too weak." Zhou was speechless. What was there to be shown off when a divine court expert bullied a bunch of guards at the early stage of body-tempering realm? The guards were in a miserable state. All of them lay on the ground with bloody noses and swollen faces, moaning painfully and struggling to get up to their feet. The noises immediately attracted the attention of other people in the residence. Before long, the head of the family, Morong Hai, strode over with several cultivators. When he saw what happened, he glared at Zhou and asked, "Who are you?" Zhou said in a faint voice, "Is Wang Fugui in your residence? He forged a token of the Imperial Army, so I've arrested him and sent him to the authorities." Zhou frowned slightly. No one had dared to talk to him like that when he was on Golden Court Mountain. "You make him talk properly." "I understand." Little Yuan chuckled as she exercised her fists and said, "Hey, you better talk properly. And who is this insolent girl? Didn't your parents teach you manners?" Before Morong Hai could finish, however, Little Yuan had disappeared from where she stood, leaving numerous afterimages in the void as she approached him and those around him. In the blink of an eye, she had knocked them all to the ground. An 8 Meridians Brahmasi expert. Morong Hai slumped to the ground and looked at Little Yuan with an unsightly face, while the rest clutched their chests, unable to move. "Oh, you seem to be tougher than the others." Little Yuan was very curious, and she was about to hit him again. "No. Stop. Please stop." Morong Hai kept waving his hands while pleading. "Somebody release the man. Wang Fugui is fine. He's fine." Before long, Wang Fugui was brought over, with bruises all over his face and both hands bound behind his back. As the saying went, when one beats a dog, one must answer to its master. Little Yuan's nostrils flared immediately on seeing that sight. "Grandpa, do as you like." Little Yuan cracked her knuckles and showed her teeth. "Who beat Fugui?" A hush fell over the crowd as no one dared to answer her. Who would dare to admit it at this moment? Especially after she displayed her formidable strength. The cultivators of the Morong family were no different from ordinary people before her. "You did it!" Little Yuan pointed at Morong Hai. "No, not me." Morong Hai waved repeatedly. How could Wang Fugui, a mere servant, be worthy of being tortured by him personally? Who was the head of a great family? "Yes, it was you." Little Yuan came in front of Morong Hai with a blink and lifted her fist before throwing it at his face. Bam! 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 Zhou looked away. After a few shrieks, Morong Hai's face had become swollen and his nose bled. "Why did you do this to me? I have no grievances or enmity with you," he said in a sobbing voice. Zhou asked, "Do you know about the kidnapping of the CI family?" The crowd fell silent. "Don't be in a hurry to answer," Zhou added. Then he turned to Little Yuan and said, "If I feel that he is lying to me, Little Yuan, I want you to break his leg for me." "All right, Grandpa." Little Yuan became extremely excited when she heard that she could beat someone. Morong Hai grew distressed. What should I answer? Can anyone tell me? The rest of the people could not help but take a step backward. "Yes, I know about it," he nodded and said. "Who did it?" "I only know that they are backed by formidable cultivators." Although my family and the CI family are sworn enemies, we lack the ability to kidnap hundreds of people from their residence in just one night, said Moronghai. Formidable cultivators? Moronghai glanced at Wang Fugue. He guessed this old man should have a very good relationship with the CI family. So he said, "Old mister, listen to me. Don't provoke these people." "Do you know them?" Shaking his head, Moronghai said, "Not really. I just know that this group of cultivators is related to Golden Court Mountain. Do you know about Golden Court Mountain?" "No. Tell me about it." He has not heard of the Golden Court Mountain, and judging from his aura and mannerism, he should be a hermit, a cultivator who shuts himself from the world. Moronghai thought, "There's a villainous patriarch living on the Golden Court Mountain. He has 9 disciples, and each of them is a famous villain. It is very likely that the group of cultivators is related to some villains of the Golden Court Mountain. They kill people without batting their eyes and do all kinds of evil deeds. Old mister, I can tell that you are a kind man, but you must not provoke them." How could he flatter master like that? Little Yuaner could not help laughing, but when she saw her master's solemn look, she quickly lowered her voice. Then, fearing that he would scold her, she turned around and covered her mouth. Moronghai looked embarrassed and confused. He could not understand what was so funny about such a serious topic. "You can just ignore her and continue," Zhou said calmly. Moronghai did not know how to keep his sobbing voice after he was interrupted by little Yuaner. So he said in his normal voice, "This lakeside gang is indeed a non-existent gang. 2 days before they kidnapped the CI family, they were surveying Anyang with about 30 people." "How did you know that?" "Since they faked a gang, that meant they did not want others to know them. So how did the Morong family know what they did?" That gave Moronghai a pause, and an embarrassed look crept up his face. "Tell me." "Actually, some of them are from my family." "You are so shameless," Liu Yuaner said angrily. Zhou lifted a hand and said, "Good, you have answered well. Please have mercy, old mister. I promise you that I will no longer be against the CI family from now on," said Moronghai while bowing. Zhou slowly turned his back on him. "Last question, can you track down the hostages?" Moronghai's expression changed when he heard that. He really wants to provoke this group of people. This? Well, yes, I can. Moronghai bowed his head and answered honestly. A cultivation seal was a crude tracking method which greater cultivators would not use. Since the Lakeside gang was backed by some so-called formidable cultivators, they would not be so ignorant as to neglect such a little trick. In other words, the information was leaked on purpose. When the mounted brigands kidnapped the CI family, all they wanted was money. But what did the Lakeside gang want? "We should go back now," said Zhou. "Let me help you, Grandpa." Little Yuaner hopped next to him. After taking 2 steps, Zhou stopped and pointed at Moronghai. "Bring him with us, and don't forget about the Imperial token." Moronghai was struck dumb. He wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, but Zhou turned away from him, shattering his hope. Weak as he was, he did not dare to fight back. So he just followed timidly, walking dejectedly beside Wang Fugue. "Grandpa, I found the Imperial token." "Put away." "This is a beautiful dragon carving." Little Yuaner turned the token over and over in her hand. Zhou smiled. "It is a unique dragon carving of the Imperial token, the only symbol that distinguishes a real one from a fake one. Put it away now, lest it attracts unwanted attention." Plop! Moronghai collapsed to the ground, his legs weak, his forehead covered with sweat, and his hands shaking. Little Yuana looked back over her shoulder and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" That token is a real one." "Of course it is." Little Yuana shoved the token into her pocket and trotted toward Zhou, and then she heard Wang Fugue's voice ringing out from behind her. "Get up, Moronghai. You are sitting in a puddle of piss." Halfway down the street, Zhou suddenly stopped and said, "Yuaner, send a letter to your senior brothers. Tell them to keep an eye out for unidentified cultivators approaching Golden Court Mountain." "Yes, master." Little Yuaner nodded. "Tomorrow morning, I'll bring Moronghai to rescue your family." "Thank you, Grandpa." By the time they returned to the CI family's residence, The night had fallen. As usual, Zhou opened the system interface and looked at the merit points he had. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received 3 reversal cards. Are reversal cards so cheap? Zhou had a sudden feeling that he had been ripped off by the system. When he purchased them from the shopping mall, a reversal card had cost him 500 merit points. But now he got 3 with just 50 merit points. If this were not a rip-off, what was it? Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received 5 critical block cards. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Zhou shook his head. This game is too addictive. I just can't stop. No, I have to control myself. I have to stop now. If he tried 10 times and failed to win even a reversal card, then he was losing. Use them. He used the 3 reversal cards. After that, he looked at the system interface and saw that his remaining life had increased to 5,507 days. Oh, 3 cards have given me 1,000 days of life. Zhou remembered that the first reversal card had given him 310 days, and the later ones around 300 days. He was surprised that each of these 3 cards had given him 333 days. Interesting, he felt that his body function had strengthened a lot. Although his cultivation base was still weak, at least his flesh had grown stronger. He also felt that his vision had improved significantly, for the light sprinkled to the windows in his eyes and moved like ripples on the surface of the ocean. Ugh! He rubbed his eyes, and everything suddenly returned to normal. What was that? Could it be the so-called extraordinary power of the heaven writing? If so, how can I use it? The system had said the method to cultivate the heaven writing is unlike that of the other cultivation techniques, which means all the existing experience and insight are useless. I guess I'll have to find my own way. And thus, he opened up the heaven writings interface and continued studying it. The next morning, Zhou, Liu Yuaner, Moronghai, and Wang Fugue gathered in the courtyard. Grandpa, you're getting younger again. Garrulous. That seemed to be the only flattering words the little girl knew. 5 clasping his hands behind his back, Zhou said, "Lead the way, Moronghai." Moronghai nodded and performed an incantation gesture. Streams of weak energy swirled around his arms before spreading out and disappearing into the void, about 10 miles to the north. Only 10 miles away from here, it was plain that the group of cultivators did not fear that someone might come to rescue the hostages. If this is related to those villainous disciples, it may be not appropriate to let Yuaner go. Should we wait for a little longer? What are you thinking about, Grandpa? Nothing. Let's go. All right. Wang Fugue was not a cultivator, so he was left behind to wait in the residence. 10 miles to the north of Anyang, at a place called Blue Sun Mountain. This should be it. Moronghai said while pointing at the mountain ahead of them. The 3 of them looked up from the foot of the mountain. This is the Blue Sun Mountain. The seal has led us here, so the cultivators of the lakeside gang should be hiding in the mountain. Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Yuaner, it's time to rescue your family." "I understand." A sly smile brushed the little girl's lips as she walked toward the mountain 1 step at a time. At such a young age, she has opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm. She's really a rare genius. Moronghai was still shocked by her cultivation base. Right then, strange cultivators rushed out of the woods and flew up, hovering orderly in the air on swords, as if they had been waiting here for a long time. Swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators appeared in front of them. "We've been waiting for you for a long time." The dozens of cultivators looked down at them from midair. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Moronghai took a step back. His eyes grew as wide as that of a cow when he stammered, "Oh, well, old Mister, that they are all 8 meridians Brahma Sea experts. I've told you this is a trap. Look what you have brought me into now." "I know." Zhou nodded. "Ugh." Moronghai felt like crying. "We are about to die, and that's all you can say? You know, Moronghai's family ran businesses of the common people. Although he was a fish in water in the business world, he was just an ant in the face of these cultivators. They were from two completely different worlds. What else could he do but be afraid? Yes, he had opened 5 apertures of the mystic enlightening realm, but with such a cultivation base, he did not even have the qualification to stand in front of Brahmasi experts. "Old mister, I think we should run away now," he suggested. He knew little Yuana was an 8 meridians Brahmasi expert, so if she could hold back these cultivators for a while, they might have a chance to escape. However, Lu Zhou's expression was calm, as if he had not heard Moronghai's words and was focusing all his attention on the field. Crazy, he must be crazy. Meanwhile, Liu Yuaner showed no fear at all either. Instead, she looked up at the cultivators and rested one hand on her hip while pointing at them with the other and counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is she counting? The group of cultivators frowned at her. The leader of the group said in an angry voice, "We never kill nameless people. Tell us your name." 12 Brahmasi cultivators. Liu Yuaner said smilingly after she had finished counting. The leader paused for a moment, as if he could not believe that he was ignored by a little girl. Right then, a cultivator beside him whispered to him, "That senior asks us to kill whoever comes to rescue the hostages." While nodding, the leader said, "We are paid to solve problems. It's rare for you to achieve such a strong cultivation base at this young age, but too bad you got yourself involved with the CI family." The 11 cultivators behind him moved forward, surrounding little Yuaner in the blink of an eye. "Who paid you to do this?" Lu Zhou's husky voice rang out. "Who are you, old man?" The leader glanced at Lu Zhou and Moronghai. When he saw that one of them was in the sense-condensing realm, while the other was in the mystic enlightening realm, he shook his head. Lu Zhou shook his head as well. He realized that reasons and rules in this world were determined by those who had a bigger fist in the end. "Yuaner." He gestured at little Yuaner. The girl gave him a knowing smile as she spread her arms and lightly kicked the ground, leaving a pit behind as she leaped into the air. "Ah!" Moronghai was completely struck dumb, and he perfectly demonstrated the look of someone who had never seen the world. Meanwhile, the 12 Brahmasi cultivators were taken aback by little Yuaner's aura. "Kill her." As soon as the leader gave the order, little Yuaner's laughter rang through the mountain. Then she disappeared from where she stood. The 7 stars cloud treading steps. It was the most essential part of the movement technique given to her by Ji Tiandao, which allowed her to tread in the air, moving as stealthily as a shadow and as fast as a bolt of lightning. For a moment, she was everywhere in the sky, dazzling the eyes of all the cultivators. Bam! 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 One Brahmasi cultivator after another was kicked down from the air, and instead of falling, they were forcefully thrown to the ground. Bam! 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 Moronghai was dumbfounded, and he thought, is an 8 meridians Brahmasi cultivator really so strong? Ding! An evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Ding! An evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. In just the span of a few breaths, Liu Yuaner had kicked 11 cultivators to the ground. Each of them was thrown into the earth with his head cracked, his face covered in blood, and his life lost. By now, the last cultivator stared at her with a blank face, as if he were so scared that he had lost his ability to think. Little Yuaner appeared in front of him. She looked so calm that it seemed those dead men beneath had nothing to do with her. Waving her hand, she said, "Do you need my help?" No. I can go down by myself." Plop. The leader retracted his energy and allowed himself to fall freely to the ground. It could at least save his life, or so he thought. As soon as he landed, the pungent smell of blood stung his nostrils and nerves like a sharp blade. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? For a moment, he forgot everything, but then he remembered that he had accepted a lucrative task, which was to kidnap the whole CI family and kill whoever came to rescue them. Moronghai finally came to his senses. He swallowed and felt as if he were dreaming. Lu Zhou walked up slowly and said, "You've done a good job." Grandpa finally praised me. Little Yuana had purposely spared one man and killed the rest, which surprised Lu Zhou. He rested his eyes on the survivor and said coldly, "Who is the mastermind?" The man looked up with difficulty at the old man in front of him and said, "I don't know. Where are the hostages? Someone had taken them away." "Who?" I don't know." "Have you seen his face?" "No." It seemed that no answers could be dug out of his mouth. Little Yuana was furious at his replies, while Zhou also slightly furrowed his brow, staring at the leader, who lay on his hands and knees, holding his breath and clutching the ground with his shaking fingers. "Kill him," said Zhou in a faint voice. "What? Aren't you going to ask me a few more questions?" "Hold on. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me." Zhou no longer looked at him, but clasped his hands and walked toward the mountain. Little Yuana chuckled and said, "Why didn't you tell us just now?" It was not that the leader did not want to tell them. He was a Brahmasi expert after all, and he was unhurt, so he felt ashamed to disclose everything after just being casually questioned. "The whole CI family is on Blue Sun Mountain, but their family head has been taken away by my employer. I really don't know the identity of my employer." The leader hurriedly told them the key important information, but Zhou did not turn back. He was thinking about how he could find the group of cunning disciples. He had only 2 peak form experience cards left, so he could not use them to search for his disciples. Liu Yuaner said, "You are amazing, Grandpa. He told me everything after you scared him." Zhou shook his head and said, "I didn't scare him. Grandpa, this place is indeed a trap. The mastermind had purposely left behind a message. If he didn't tell us, others would. So what's the point of sparing his life? If there were any value to the man, that would be providing Zhou some merit points." Upon hearing that, the leader slumped to the ground and his face turned deathly pale. At the derived moon palace, dozens of female cultivators skimmed over the mountains and landed one after another. It was a cultivating ground that looked like a wonderland, and the female cultivators were akin to fairies living in here. Who would have thought that this was a derived moon palace, the dwelling place of Yi Qianxin, who killed people without batting an eye and bore the title of Jade-Faced Shura? "Master, we've received a letter. An old man and a young girl are approaching the CI family's residence." Yi Qianxin and Zhao Yu stood up at the same time when they heard that. Have their identities been confirmed? They look somewhat similar to portraits, but our people did not dare to confirm their identities. Similar? Yi Qianxin laughed and said, "With that old man's temper, he would never disguise himself. As far as I know, third senior brother has been injured, and the righteous sect has sent experts to Golden Court Mountain. Also, after the death of Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, there has been no one to succeed him. Their former sect leader, Luo Xingkong, is constantly looking for an opportunity to avenge a son. Fourth senior brother alone can never stop a nascent divinity tribulation expert." Zhao Yu knew what she was trying to tell her. This was the best timing to exhaust Ji Tiandao's trump cards. What if these two aren't impersonators? Yi Qianxin chuckled. Then the old thing would fall right into our trap. "Master, we've received another letter. The cultivators of the Lakeside gang on Blue Sun Mountain are all dead, and the whole CI family, except their family head, have escaped." Yi Qianxin's eyes lit up, and she did not seem surprised. The person who can kill all the cultivators of the Lakeside gang is most likely to be Little Junior's sister. After all, there were not many divine court experts. Those from the top 10 Orthodox sects had no reason to rescue an insignificant family. Only Little Yuana had the motive. Send a letter to Evil King. Inform him that the plan remains unchanged and to get ready for action. "I understand." Zhao Yu smiled and said, "Old Eighth is cheeky enough to call himself the Evil King with his weak cultivation base." Of Ji Tiandao's 9 disciples, Zhu Honggong was only slightly stronger than Little Yuana. However, Little Yuana had just joined the sect for 5 years, and it would not take her long to surpass him. So, when Zhao Yu heard that their 8th junior brother, who was a little silly, called himself Evil King, she could not help but smile. But Yi Qianxin said, "It is not that old 8th is too weak, but that old thing is too strong." What the world knew about Ji Tiandao came from all the amazing feats he had done in those years when he held sway in the world. But Only his disciples knew what the feeling of accompanying the old villain was. After the people of the CI family were rescued, they knelt and kowtowed to Zhou to express their gratitude. As expected, he received merit points from the worship of over 100 people. He found that, although many of them kowtowed several times, he did not get extra points, which told him that additional kowtows would not earn him more merit points. One little Yuaner had also reunited with her mother, and that excited her for quite a while. It was a pity that before they could talk further, Zhou asked her to send all the people back to the residence. They still had someone to rescue. Her father was still in the hands of that unknown but formidable cultivator. After the brief battle of Blue Sun Mountain, Hai had a new understanding of little Yuaner. "Oh, mister, your granddaughter is probably the youngest 8 Meridians Brahmasi cultivator I've ever seen, and I'm certain that she will step into the divine court realm in less than 3 years," he praised sincerely. Zhou did not say anything, but clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. Twisting her hair with a finger, little Yuaner pointed at Hai and said, "Bah! I remember you were scared out of your wits just now." "Ugh!" Hai looked embarrassed. "Oh, you don't think so? Count yourself lucky that you still have some use to us. Otherwise, I would have killed you with a kick now." Hai felt that he really could not handle this moody little girl. He did not understand how he had provoked her, even though he was just praising her. "I think I'd better just shut my mouth," he thought to himself. Then he quickened his steps and caught up with Zhou. Her grandfather is kinder and easy to talk to. After walking for a while, Hai could no longer hold back his curiosity, so he asked, "Oh, mister, why did you send the people of the CI family back to their residence? Wouldn't it be a waste of effort if they were kidnapped by someone again?" Not waiting for Zhou to answer, Liu Yuaner already said snappily, "Idiot! My grandpa has the imperial token, which I've given to them." Hai was almost choked to death by her words. Zhou said calmly, "Don't worry. These cultivators' target should not be the CI family." "I agree," said Hai while nodding. "If they wanted money, they would have asked it, but they didn't, and they did not kill a single hostage, which means what they want is something else. In that case, why did they do this?" Right then, little Yuaner pointed at the sky and said, "A carrier pigeon." Swoosh! She shot up like a bolt of lightning and caught the bird before bringing it down to the ground. "It's from 4th senior brother." Zhou did not ask her to read this time, but beckoned her over. Little Yuaner handed the letter to him, after reading which, he furrowed his brows slightly. "What did the letter say, Grandpa?" "Some trifling matters." With a casual wave of his hand, the letter was pulverized and carried away by the wind. Hai stood to the side in silence, not dare to ask anything about the letter. Looking at the beautiful scenery ahead, Zhou said, "Send a letter to Old Fourth and tell him to wait for my return." "Oh!" From the way they addressed each other, Hai guessed that this pair of grandfather and granddaughter should be from some sect. The world of Great Yin was boundless, and it was perfectly normal to have 1 or 2 almighty hermits. "Old mister, the head of the CI family doesn't have a seal, so we can't track him. Why don't we just go back?" Hai suggested. Zhou gave him a look, and instead of answering, he asked, "Do you know anything about the imperial token?" "The token belongs to Great Yan's emperor and can be used to mobilize an imperial army of 100,000 elites," said Hai. "The army has 8 commanders who guard the 8 sides of the capital city. It is said that 4 of them are nascent divinity tribulation experts and are stationed at the north, south, east, and west of the capital, forming the strongest shield. The 8 commanders report directly to the emperor, and the only thing that can command them besides the emperor is this token. It has a unique dragon carving, which makes it very easy to identify." Zhou nodded. What he said was basically correct. It was after hearing about its uniqueness that Ji Tiandao had sneaked into the palace and stolen it. Since then, time had passed and circumstances had changed. No matter how stupid the imperial family was, they would not let a lost token continue to have the ability to muster the imperial army. Nevertheless, the symbolic meaning of the token remained. "Since you know about this token, why did you still dare to hold Wang Fuguei captive?" With a sad face, Morong Hai said, I was careless and failed to notice the dragon carving. Zhou did not question him further. Just then, little Yuaner pointed to front and said, Grandpa, it should be ahead. All right. The three of them skirted a lake to an empty field surrounded by mountains. There was no one around. After carefully studying the environment, Zhou said in a deep voice, Show yourself. No one answered him save for the sound of birds calling in the mountains and woods. For some unknown reasons, Morong Hai felt uncomfortable. A chill ran down his back, and he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. So he took a step back. Swoosh! Suddenly, the animals and birds in the woods scattered and fled in all directions while an evil laugh rang out, echoing in the woods. Right then, a black figure flew from the mountains. He had a man held beneath one arm, but he landed slowly like a feather. Morong Hai stepped back some more. What a strong aura. A divine court expert. This is not good. He may be a villain from the Golden Court Mountain. Run for your life. He turned and ran. However, he was not far away when an invisible layer of energy blocked his way. It's too late to run away now. The black figure's husky voice sounded terrible. Save me, old mister. Zhou stood unmoving with his hands clasped behind his back. Judging from the fluctuation of the man's aura, he was stronger than an 8 meridians Brahmasi expert. He should be a divine court expert. Zhou did not think that this man was worthy of him, using a peak form experience card. The man's long black hair had covered his cheeks, making it difficult for anyone to see his face. The fact that you managed to escape the trap at Blue Sun Mountain proves that you are pretty strong. But unfortunately, that is far from enough. A 2 apertures mystic enlightening cultivator, an 8-tier body tempering cultivator. Through the gap between his hair, the man glanced at Morong Hai and Zhou, and then his eyes rested on little Yuaner, an 8 meridians Brahmasi cultivator. TSK, this seems like a fair deal. Liu Yuaner's eyes lit up, and she chuckled. This one should last a little longer. The man roared with laughter. Little Yuaner was about to rush up, but Zhou raised his hand and stopped her. While stroking his beard, he said, You are too impatient. He's merely a divine court cultivator. You will have your chance to fight. Oh! Morong Hai was speechless. Old Mr. looks kind in terms of looks, but why is he so arrogant in speech? Is it because he has a granddaughter who has opened all 8 meridians of the Brahmasi realm? Do you know who you're talking to, old thing? The black figure raised a hand and pointed at Zhou. The 3 Yin styles of the Taoist societies. Zhou's tone remained calm. That gave the man a pause, and he moved his eyes from little Yuaner to Zhou. His intuition told him that this old man was not an 8-tier body tempering cultivator, but had used some means to conceal his aura, and the fact that he could tell his sect with a glance proved that he was not as simple as he looked. Who are you? You are practicing a reverse breathing method, which absorbs the energy essence of the heaven and earth through the Laogong acupoints in your arms and accumulates them in your dantian. The method is very easy to master, but it has a flaw. Your bones will be filled with chills, and you'll be in extreme pain for at least 10 days a month. Zhou paused before continuing. You only have 3 months left to live. Hearing that, the man was taken aback. There were numerous cultivators in this world, and each one of them had their own secrets. Furthermore, they regarded the flaw in their cultivation techniques as the most important secret. Over the past 2 decades, he had poured in all his effort to cultivate the 3 Yin styles, which had made him a formidable divine court expert. However, the greater the gains were, the greater the cost would be. The price he had to pay was suffering the pain from the chills in his body. How did this old man know about it? He pushed away a lock of hair that fell from his forehead and stared at Zhou with a pair of eyes as large as that of a cow. Let me ask you again, who are you? His tone grew cold and dark. Zhou and little Yuaner remained standing as if nothing had happened, but Morong Hai peed in his pants again and slumped to the ground. What a scary voice. He must be a villain of Golden Court Mountain. Zhou went on according to what he found in his memory. When you betrayed the Tao societies, you had only learned the 3 Yin styles but not the 6 Yang techniques. The extreme cold needs to be balanced with the extreme Yang. It is a miracle that you are still alive today. The 6 Yang technique? The man asked doubtfully. Why haven't you heard of it? At that moment, the man suddenly burst into laughter, and his voice shook the mountains. How dare you deceive me with nonsense, old man? Just as he said that, the man, wrapped in a freezing wind, leaped over like a savage beast and threw a punch toward Lu Zhou's face. The sudden attack shocked Lu Zhou. Bam! The great waves lifted by the wind were blocked, and so was the punch. For a moment, the world fell completely silent. When the dust settled, the man saw that his thunderous attack was not blocked by the seemingly weak and frail old man, but the little girl with a playful smile. Little Yuaner had stopped his fist with a palm, and she said, You have to ask me before attacking my grandpa. What? Isn't she an 8 meridians Brahmasi cultivator? He thought, as a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Even Morong Hai, who was slumped to the ground, looked at the scene with a blank face and felt his view of the world, life, and values collapse. Why is she so strong? Was she pretending to be a pig to prey on the tiger? Her acting is so good. Bam! A sharp and powerful blast of energy exploded out of little Yuaner and drove the man back, as she no longer concealed her aura. To the attacker's surprise, she was a genuine divine court cultivator. In fact, even if Liu Yuaner did not stop him, the man could not hurt Lu Zhou because he still had 7 critical block cards. Nevertheless, it was good for her to do that, for it saved him a card. A divine court cultivator at this young age? How is this possible? The man's voice sounded full of surprise. Little Yuaner cracked her knuckles as she looked back and said with a fierce desire to fight on her face, Grandpa, I want to fight him. Do as you wish. After getting Lu Zhou's permission, little Yuaner smiled even more happily. She beckoned the man with a finger and said, I haven't met such a strong opponent as you in a long time. You must hold on for a little longer. Why does this sound so weird? A little girl is provoking a monster. Lu Zhou thought while shaking his head. Never mind. It's also a good idea to fight before talking. Meanwhile, little Yuaner darted forward, stepping on her tiptoe over the blades of grass like a dragonfly skimming the water surface. In the next instant, she kicked the man from the side. Bam! 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 Just like that, they locked each other in a fierce fight. She's so fast. The man reflexively lifted both arms to block. Bam! 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 A series of kicks landed onto his arms, and a great power forced him to keep stepping back into the woods, breaking trees along the way. The power was simply amazing. Lu Zhou went up to little Yuaner's father, who was lying on the ground, and briefly examined him. Fortunately, he had just passed out and wasn't hurt. She's always unable to control her temper, said Lu Zhou when he saw Morong Hai's pale face. Is this a matter of temper? She's totally a fiend out of rain. Morong Hai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to stand up, but he found that his legs were weak, and he could not move them at all. Old mister, since you have such a strong granddaughter, why did you pretend to be weak? The world is full of treacherous people. We have to be wary of them, said Lu Zhou. You are a wise man, old mister. No wonder you were so confident in rescuing the CI family. I've underestimated you. Morong Hai calmed himself down. The two of them chatted leisurely while little Yuaner and the black-clothed man fought fiercely. On the surface, they seemed to have reached a deadlock. But in fact, Liu Yuaner had the upper hand since the beginning. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily see that she did it on purpose. She just wanted to fight a little longer and exercise a little more. Staying on the mountain for too long had bored her. Now that she finally had an opponent to relax with, how could she miss the opportunity? The sounds of energy colliding with one another rang without end. Morong Hai was greatly shocked as he watched them fight. He found it hard to believe that those powerful energy blasts were coming from a weak-looking little girl. Oh, mister, he cupped his fist toward Lu Zhou and said, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Bring it on. You're also hiding your strength, right? Morong Hai had long suspected it. He did not believe Lu Zhou could tame a little devil like this just by his personality and kinship. Lu Zhou gave him a look without admitting or denying, but Morong Hai took that as a confirmation. Since his granddaughter is a divine court expert, He must also be a divine court expert at the very least. At the thought of that, he hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Old Mister is really an almighty expert." "I'm not an expert yet." Zhou waved his hand. Hai was greatly impressed, and he thought, I didn't expect him to be so humble when his granddaughter is so moody and hot-tempered. "Old Mister, if I may say one more thing." "What is it?" "The child is amazingly gifted, and with her cultivation base reaching the peak, her future is limitless. It's a pity that she hasn't fully understood the proper way of dealing with people." Zhou looked up at little Yuan, who was fighting in the distance. He knew about her temper and character very well. It would take more than just a few days to teach her that. "You are right. I've been thinking about how to teach her the way of dealing with people recently." He was telling the truth. Old Mister is truly a wise man. The child is fortunate to have you teaching her. Boom, boom, boom. The black-clothed man's face was covered with dust, and he kept coughing as energy blasts struck him continuously. It did not take long for him to fall to the ground and stop moving. "Let's continue," said little Yuan smilingly. "Hey, get up now. That was a good move you just made. Come on, let's fight again." Their battle had broken all the nearby trees and reeled the ground with holes of varying sizes. "This is so boring," said little Yuan when she saw the man not move anymore. "Cough, cough." The black-clothed man raised his hands and waved them as he said with difficulty, I don't want to fight anymore." That was when Zhou rose to his feet while smiling. "It looks like they've had enough fighting." "Very good. Congratulations, old Mister. Now that all the people of the CI family have been rescued, this journey is finally over," said Hai. Zhou shook his head as he looked at the man lying on the ground and said, "It's not over. On the contrary, this is just the beginning." "Ah, what do you say, Panjong?" The black-clothed man shuddered. "How do you know my name?" "Let's return to the topic just now." Zhou walked forward slowly and said, "You could have lived another 3 months. Do you want to die now?" "What?" Panjong's heart trembled, and he did a backward flip. Dust fell off his body, but his face was still filthy, and he was having difficulty standing straight. "I didn't expect this little girl's cultivation base to be so profound, but she is still not strong enough to kill me." Panjong looked at little Yuan warily. They had fought over a few hundred rounds, and he was being attacked like a practice target all the while. If truth be told, he wished to turn around and run away right now. The true power of the 3 Yin styles can only be brought out with the help of the 6 Yang technique. You've only learned the 3 Yin styles, and that's why you can't get its essence, Zhou said. "Why have I never heard about the so-called 6 Yang technique?" Little Yuan spat as she rolled her eyes and said, "What's so good about this 6 Yang technique? My grandpa knows countless cultivation techniques." "Countless?" Right then, whistles could be heard approaching from the distance. Everyone could tell that those were the sound of swords flying across the air. The group of unknown cultivators came in a threatening manner in great numbers, and many of them had profound cultivation bases. A voice rang out before the people could be seen. "We haven't seen each other in a long time, little junior sister." A crimson flying chariot approached from the distant sky, followed by dozens of cultivators, who poured over rapidly like floodwater. "Here they come," Zhou said as he looked at the crimson flying chariot. Meanwhile, little Yuan's free and easy look disappeared when she saw the chariot, and she said timidly, "That's senior sister's flying chariot." After that, she walked to Zhou's side and stood by his elbow, putting her hands around his arm. "Don't be afraid." Zhou waved his hand. "Oh." Little Yuan found on second thought that he was right. Why should I be afraid when Master is here? She had brought her father back. It was a pity that he was in a coma and could not witness the spectacle. As for Panjong, he looked more surprised and confused, and no one knew what he was thinking about. On the side, Hai felt like he was dreaming. Hallucinations. This must be all hallucination, he thought while pinching himself hard on the cheek. There were numerous cultivators in the world, and one who had opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm was already an expert. When a cultivator stepped into this realm, he could float in the air, and when he opened all 8 meridians, he could fly in the sky. Therefore, How could he not be shocked when he saw so many experts fly in the sky? Are Brahmasi experts so worthless? In addition, those who could control flying swords were cultivators who had opened at least 8 meridians, and many of them were actually divine court experts. Moreover, there was a flying chariot here as well. A flying chariot was a symbol of status, and only the leader of a power could usually own one. As for mounts, especially legendary mounts, it took strength, luck, reserves, and timing to catch one, which made an existence even more prestigious than a flying chariot. When the top 10 experts besieged Golden Court Mountain with tens of thousands of cultivators, only the top 10 experts owned flying chariots. Who was the expert in the Crimson Flying Chariot? A brief moment later, the group of experts arrived on the scene and spread out into a semicircle, looking ready to attack. Meanwhile, the chariot stopped and hovered behind them. Lu Zhou, Murong Hai, Liu Yuaner, and Pan Zhong all looked at it. Right then, a seductive voice rang out of it. "Little Junior, sister, is getting more and more beautiful." The familiar voice and tone made Little Yuaner purse her lips and run back behind Lu Zhou again. "Little Junior, sister?" Pan Zhong frowned. Who can frighten this unruly little girl with a formidable cultivation base? However, in the next moment, he seemed to have recognized the owner of the Crimson Flying Chariot. Realizing what was happening, he swallowed hard, and his fingers began to shiver. "Humph, traitor, I'm not your little junior sister," Little Yuaner said angrily. Hearing that, a peal of laughter echoed out of the chariot. "Little junior sister, you are still as innocent and lovely as ever." At that moment, a divine court cultivator floating in midair on a flying sword cupped his fist toward the chariot and said, "Palace Master Yi, you told us that the old villain had relied on a secret drug to survive the last attack, and you secretly informed us with letters that he will be here. What I see now is only a little villain. What's the meaning of this?" "Only a little villain?" Lu Zhou could not help but wonder. "I'm only about 10 years younger. Yes, my hair have grown darker and my skin is tighter, but my facial features remain the same. Am I that hard to recognize?" The cultivator in the chariot laughed and said, "Open your eyes and have a good look." Oh! The chariot moved up the air and upended. The cultivators could not help but look at it, holding their breaths. A lady in white clothes slowly fell from the sky, like a fairy descending from heaven. Her aura was as calm as still water, but also contained a fierce killing intent. Even though there was some distance between them, Lu Zhou still recognized her. Yi Tianxin, nascent divinity tribulation realm, 45% hostility. She was a 6th disciple, currently the master of the derived moon palace, who had her name heard by many. It was said that the derived moon palace only had female cultivators, and every one of them was gifted. However, they all hated heartless, unfaithful men. No one knew the reason, and Lu Zhou could not find the answer in his memory either. He glanced around and did not find any female cultivators. It was plain that she did not use her own people but outsiders, which was a clever idea. At that moment, the other cultivators landed as well, but they kept a distance from Yi Tianxin, for she was a fearsome jade-faced Shura. Lu Zhou clasped his hand behind his back and rested his eyes on Yi Tianxin. Her temperament and appearance reminded him of a poem. The lotus grows in mud, yet is never contaminated by it, and she floats on waving water, yet never dances with it. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to do anything, because he felt that things were not so simple. They would not set a trap just to catch him. His villainous disciples were not so stupid. His eldest, 2nd, 5th, 7th, and 8th disciples had not shown up. When he activated a peak form experience card, he only had half an hour. He must try his best to take down the group of villainous disciples in his peak form. All eyes were focused on Yi Tianxin. She walked forward gracefully, and the cultivators parted to let her through. After taking 10 steps, she stopped and smiled, rested her eyes on the only old man at the scene. "Master, you've fallen into a trap." A hush fell over the crowd. The eyes, which were filled with either surprise, shock, doubt, or disbelief, shifted over to Lu Zhou at the same time, the old man who looked in his 60s or 70s. This old man is a legendary and famous evil patriarch, who once slaughtered 80,000 cultivators of Rongbei. Is there a mistake? No one could believe it, because he looked different from the portrait. However, Yi Qianxin had personally pointed him out. She was the old villain's sixth disciple, and she could not be wrong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cultivators unsheathed their swords, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and fixed their eyes on Zhou. The atmosphere was a little bit bizarre and tense. Both sides stood eyeball to eyeball, but no one dared to strike first. It was also unusually quiet, so much so that everyone seemed to be able to hear each other's heartbeats. At that moment, Murong-hai looked at the old man with a kind face and laughed. He is a notorious villainous patriarch? Haha, you'd better kill me. You are all liars. Liars. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhou looked at Yi Qianxin and said calmly, "Since you have addressed me as master, I'll give you another chance. Come back to Golden Court Mountain. You will still be one of my 9 disciples." His reply shocked all the cultivators present. It was tantamount to admitting that he was the villainous patriarch. Yi Qianxin smiled and said, "Master, it is out of respect that I called you master. As for going back to Golden Court Mountain, you have to ask them first." The surrounding cultivators all gazed furiously at Zhou. "Old villain, you are lucky to have won the last battle, but you won't be so lucky this time. A secret drug is, after all, a secret drug. Every secret drug that can increase one's cultivation base within a short time has side effects. Don't worry, everybody. No wonder this old villain could use his energy in such a wanton way the last time. Old villain, now is the time for you to die. Surrender yourself." The cultivators were aflame with indignation as they growled and snarled at Zhou. However, he turned a deaf ear to them and just looked at the smiling Yi Qianxin as he asked, "How did you know for sure that I would be here?" Yi Qianxin clapped her hands, and someone handed her a portrait in response. It's hard to believe that the villainous patriarch who once held sway in the world would disguise himself. Zhou said nothing in response. So Yi Qianxin went on, "Master, would you believe me if I told you that I guessed it?" Zhou lifted a hand and stroked his beard. He had gotten used to the motion, and his mentality seemed to have grown old with it as well. He looked to his left and right, but he still did not see Zhao Yu and the others. Consequently, he could not help shaking his head. It was not cost-effective to use a peak form experience card to catch only one disciple. However, he had no other choice now. Yi Qianxin, Zhou's voice was calm and sounded like a teacher calling his student. "I had taught you the blue waves technique and given you the amorous hoop in the hope that you could protect yourself in this dangerous cultivation world, not to make you desert the sect and betray me." Yi Qianxin laughed, her voice so thrilling that it made the hairs of those who heard it stand on their ends. However, many cultivators were pleased to know that the old villain had produced such a treacherous disciple. "Old man, do you think you can still treat me like you used to?" Yi Qianxin paused as she spread her arms and then continued. "You are old and no longer the same Ji Tiandao who could throw the world into chaos. This place is the graveyard I've personally designed for you." The air in the surrounding woods began to stir. Cultivators with profound cultivation bases seemed to notice it, and they quickly sent out their divine senses to probe the changes. This place was not simple. By now, little Yuaner could not listen any longer. "How dare you, Schoolmaster? You will be struck by lightning." It was a pity that her reproach was not strong enough. Zhou waved his hand to signal little Yuaner not to interrupt, and then he said, "Who leaked my whereabouts to you? Was it old 7th, old 5th, or that good-for-nothing old 8th?" Yi Qianxin said, "I don't need them to tell me." She paused for a brief moment and then went on, "I don't mind telling you the truth. The kidnapping of the CI family was my plan, and the goal was to lure little junior sister and you out of Golden Court Mountain." Pan Zhong had a moment of enlightenment, and he asked with surprise, "You are the one who gave me the task?" "Yes." "What if this old villain doesn't show up?" Pan Zhong asked. He did not understand why she was so sure that the old villain would be here. Yi Qianxin smiled, but her voice was cold as she said, "You have too many questions. You just need to do what you were told, and you will be paid what was promised." Pan Zhong shut his mouth, for he felt a murderous aura. On the other side, Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Well, I've killed many people in the past, and I don't mind killing a few more." Hearing him, all the cultivators opposite him took a step back and grew nervous. "Why are you still pretending, old thing?" Yi Tianxin stared at Lu Zhou. "The secret drug of Primal Fiend. A dose of this drug can boost a cultivator's energy for a short time, but the side effect is that the cultivation base will reduce to half for 10 days, and it cannot be consumed again." Lu Zhou remembered the secret drug when she mentioned its name. It was invented by the Medicine King, but boycotted by the orthodox sects in the world because of its overly brutal and evil effects. Over time, it disappeared. He did not expect that they would associate him with it. "I would not believe if others claimed to have the Primal Fiend drug, but I'm certain that this old villain has it," shouted one of the cultivators. Yi Tianxin laughed again and said in a dark tone, "I have another bad news to tell you. I've placed down an array here, which has greatly weakened energy. Even if you have the secret drug and take it in your desperation, it will be in vain." "Well, that's all I want to say. Master, this is the last time I call you Master. When you're dead, I'll order someone to properly bury you and handle Golden Court Mountain." "Oh, right. The experts of the righteous sect should have arrived at Golden Court Mountain. Third senior brother is wounded, so I think fourth senior brother must have surrendered by now." When she had finished, Yi Tianxin's face relaxed, and she stepped back. It seemed that she did not plan to attack herself. Her deep fear for Ji Tiandao made her reluctant to be the first to strike, and she did not think that the secret drug was the old thing's only trump card. It was not a bad idea to let others be cannon fodder sometimes, and it was also the reason why she did not bring her people here. An array? Lu Yuaner glanced around. She sensed the energy fluctuation in the surroundings, which worried her. "What should we do, Master?" A row of cultivators was slowly approaching them. "There's no need to be afraid." Lu Zhou's voice still sounded confident. Yi Tianxin grew suspicious. She found that one thing Zhao Yu told her was right. The old man's style of handling. Things seemed to be different from the past. He did not get angry, fly into a rage, or curse. "Master!" Suddenly, Wang Fuguei ran out of the woods behind them with a sad face while panting. "Fuguei, what are you doing here?" Little Yuaner asked suspiciously. "Your mother, she is worried about your safety." When Wang Fuguei saw his master, who was in a coma, he wailed again, "Master, what happened to you?" Then he kowtowed to Lu Zhou and said, "Oh, mister, please save my master, please." Swoosh! Suddenly, Wang Fuguei leaped toward Lu Zhou like an arrow with a glinting dagger in his hand. He was a divine court expert. It all happened so quickly and suddenly that even the cultivators who were about to attack Lu Zhou did not expect it. They all stared at the scene with wide eyes. "Master," Little Yuaner turned pale with fright. It was way too close, and Lu Zhou had little chance of dodging the attack. Even a nascent divinity tribulation expert could not resist the attack without being hurt when unprepared. It worked! Yi Tianxin's eyes lit up, and a look of anticipation crept up her face. Bam! The dagger stabbed Lu Zhou in the back, and everything seemed to have paused in this moment. Oh! Surprisingly, the dagger could not move further even for just a little bit. What's going on? Thoughts flashed through Wang Fuguei's mind. The dagger was a poisoned Earth-grade treasure, and he had thrust it with all his strength as a divine court expert. Why can't I feel it stab into his body? As an excellent assassin, he had mastered all the details of the craft, just like an excellent archer could tell the arrow could hit the target or not the moment it was released. He did not need to examine it. He slowly looked up. The dagger was blocked by an invisible force? Lu Zhou's voice rang out at this moment. Why do I need to take a drug to kill you all? Boom! An energy blast suddenly spread out in all directions like an explosion. The powerful energy formed rings of light in an instant and knocked Wang Fuji flying away. At that moment, energy waves that looked like ripples kept spreading out of Lu Zhou's body. Not good. The old villain did this on purpose. Ah! It is not the old villain who has fallen into a trap, but us. Yi Tianxin, you are such a scheming woman. Bam! 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 All Brahmasi cultivators fell to ground, losing their ability to fight back. Meanwhile, Yi Qianxin stared at the scene in disbelief, and her heart trembled violently. He did this on purpose? Why is the array ineffective against him? Why can he still take the secret drug? What went wrong? Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and took a deep breath. It will be good if I can always keep this form. It feels great to go back to the peak again. His aura, cultivation base, and energy had all gone back to the peak levels, as if his young body had returned or he had awakened after hundreds of years of sleep. Yi Qianxin, do you think I know you had made a divine court assassin disguise as a steward in the CI family? Yi Qianxin's eyes were filled with shock as she kept backing away. Yi Qianxin stepped further back as the fear in her heart gradually surfaced, swelling rapidly. She had lost the feeling of fear for many years, but it appeared again today, so much so that she totally forgot her plan. Zhou did not even look at the cultivators below the Brahmasi realm. As for those struggling divine court experts, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Even the top 10 nascent divinity tribulation experts had fled at the sight of him, let alone this group of divine court juniors. His eyes were fixed on Yi Qianxin while he lightly raised a hand. Right then, an overwhelming force grabbed Wang Fugue over like a giant hand. Ah! Wang Fugue lost control of his body, and his neck was clutched in Zhou's hand in the next instant. Everyone in the world knows about the Imperial token, so how could Morong Hai not identify it? You shouldn't get in the way. This man was indeed an assassin Yi Qianxin had planted in the CI family's residence. When he saw Zhou and little Yuaner for the first time, he was not sure if they were the villain and the Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain. However, when he got the token, he confirmed everything and continued to act according to Yi Qianxin's plan. He thought of assassinating Zhou in the middle of the night, but he always felt that this old man was not the Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain. He was afraid of the latter, and also feared that he would ruin Yi Qianxin's plan. So he did not do it. Wang Fugue's feet parted from the ground, and he gradually became breathless. His face reddened. You can't kill me. Every divine court expert was backed by at least one or more powers. But did that matter? Was there any power in the world that could frighten the villainous Patriarch? No. Crack. Zhou wore an indifferent expression as he closed his fingers. Wang Fugue's head tilted and his eyes rolled upward, his neck broken. Ding! You have killed a divine court evil man, and are rewarded with 200 merit points. The reward was richer. The killing hastened Yi Qianxin's steps, and the crimson flying chariot suddenly drifted down from the sky. She held back the shock in her heart as she flicked her sleeve and said, "He can't last for too long. Don't be afraid." Even as she said that, she leaped onto the chariot, turned it around, and sped away. Zhou glanced around and found about 15 divine court experts. The rest of the cultivators, about 100 people, were all Brahmasi cultivators. Pan Zhong, I'm giving you an opportunity. Ah! Pan Zhong was scared out of his wits. He was shivering all over as he said, "Senior, I was under orders and have no intention of being your enemy. Please spare my life, Senior." Pan Zhong knew that it was almost impossible for him to escape from such a mighty expert, and that he might have a chance to live if he begged for mercy. Even though he knew this evil villain killed people without batting an eye. "Kill all Brahmasi cultivators, and I will give you the 6-yang technique," said Zhou lightly. "To live or to die, it is up to you to choose." Zhou slowly raised a hand. Over him, Witzer descended from the sky, wreathed in bits of starlight. A legendary mount. Pan Zhong was horrified. It was said that the villainous Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain had held sway over the world for nearly 1,000 years and owned countless treasures, cultivation techniques, and weapons. It seemed to him now that those were not just some rumors. "Yuaner, bring your father away and wait for my return at Blue Sun Mountain." "I understand, Master." Little Yuaner brought her father up Witzard's back. The mount gave a cry and stepped on auspicious clouds, disappearing into the sky under the watchful eyes of everyone. Right then, Pan Zhong immediately made up his mind. He dropped his knees and cupped his fists as he said, "I'm willing to serve, Senior." Ding! You have obtained a subordinate and are rewarded with 100 merit points. Pan Zhong, Divine Court Realm, 5% loyalty, cultivation technique, 3 Een styles. Very good. Zhou kicked the ground and catapulted himself into the sky, his aura exploding out like a fierce storm. The remaining Divine Court experts looked at the sky in panic. Yi Qianxin has run away. Damn it. Retreat. Yi Qianxin has done us great harm. How could she do this to us? It was a few breaths later that they saw the crimson flying chariot already fly far into the distance. At that moment, they quickly produced their avatars to resist the pressure brought to them by Zhou. Unfortunately, the strongest avatar that could be produced with cultivation base of the Divine Court Realm was a 10 Worlds avatar, which did not even have a chance to open a leaf. There was no way they could resist Zhou's explosive energy. Avatar, 100 Tribulations Insight, an avatar that stood 100 feet tall and measured 20 feet in width, emerged. All the animals and birds within 10 miles fled in panic when they sensed a powerful pressure. Right then, Zhou pointed out his fingers like a sword, and beams of sword light began to appear. He's so strong. Pan Zhong was completely overwhelmed by the sheer strength of Zhou. Since there's an opportunity, why don't I grasp it? The old villain, no, Senior's cultivation base is so strong. Why would he lie to me? Pan Zhong felt a surge of confidence, and when he thought of what happened in the past, he laughed wildly. Since the world is laughing at me for becoming evil, I'll become evil. After laughing, his eyes suddenly turned ruthless and energy exploded out his 3 Een styles. You all are going to die. He was a Divine Court expert, so it was very easy for him to deal with those Brahma Seed cultivators already brought down by Zhou's energy blast. It was like an eagle catching chicks on the ground. For a moment, miserable cries and shrieks rang without an end. The eyes of those Brahma Seed cultivators grew wide as fear cut into their bones. They could not understand why the Divine Court expert, who was the old villain's enemy, suddenly turned over and attacked them. Flesh and blood flew in all directions while broken limbs scattered the ground. The strong smell of blood stung Pan Zhong's nostrils and nerves. The Divine Court experts flying backward did not have the time to help their companions down below. They only had one thought in their minds: I need to survive this. The imperfect divine intervention of the Divine One technique. A cultivator with a discerning, I recognized Zhou's move. It was very similar to the scene when the Orthodox sects besieged Golden Court Mountain. Spread out. Spread out. Shouts and cries echoed out into the surroundings. At the moment Zhou unleashed the sword beams, they suddenly turned black, and dark clouds rolled in the sky. The Sword Devil's destiny. It was a Guiyuan sword technique, the famous ultimate skill of Yu Shangrong, one of the villains of Golden Court Mountain. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time they realized it. Those black sword beams were too fast, and they shot over like a sudden downpour. Even nascent divinity tribulation experts would not survive under the attack. There were no screams, no counterattacks, and no room to turn the situation around. The rain of black sword beams pierced their chests like arrows. Zhou had perfectly demonstrated that all schemes and plots were useless in the face of absolute power. Ding! You have killed 15 Divine Court cultivators and are rewarded with 3,000 merit points. Zhou's face was calm. There was no need to verify their death, and it was pointless to do so. He looked ahead as his figure flickered, and he disappeared together with the huge avatar in the next instant. It was one of his great divine abilities, the soul chase. Yi Qianxin's brow frowned tightly as she mustered all her energy to move the chariot. There were few in the world that could catch up with the chariot when it was flying at full speed, save for those who knew great divine abilities. However, Yi Qianxin was not a common cultivator. She was a master of the derived moon palace. The leader of a power, a person of her status, always had a backup plan. Why is the old thing stronger than he was at his peak? She could not figure it out. The wind whistled in her ears and blew her face red. She had dismissed the energy shield so that the chariot could fly at its full speed. She looked back over her shoulder, worried. All she saw was the empty, blue sky. It seems that the old thing had unleashed his 100 tribulations inside Avatar just now. Yi Qianxin's lips twisted into a smile. There's still time. She was about to make the chariot dive downward when she heard a buzzing noise. It was the resonance produced by the emergence of great energy. Who goes there? Yi Qianxin turned around. The chariot disappeared and waves of energy wrapped her up like water. Lu Zhou's 100 tribulations inside Avatar was right in front of her, 100 feet high and 20 feet wide, with 8 leaves, no, with 9 leaves beneath it. Its 9th leaf had bloomed. You are an evil disciple. Lu Zhou performed an incantation gesture. Master! Yi Qianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Under the pressure of the Avatar, Lu Zhou's hand seal transformed into a bright cage and fell down toward Yi Qianxin. The fiend monk's hand seal. Yi Qianxin felt a deep sense of despair. How much strength did this old man hide? He is stronger than any experts I've met. His first attack was already the strongest move. Amorous hoop. Yi Qianxin's indomitable spirit drove her to counterattack, and a weapon that gleamed like the moon appeared. Lu Zhou said faintly, I gave you the weapon, and I can take it back any time I want. The fiend monk's hand seal suddenly changed its course. Yi Qianxin was not its target. Come back! No! Yi Qianxin screamed. One of the greatest things that Yi Qianxin had relied on to climb up to where she was today was this amorous hoop, a heaven-grade weapon. The amorous hoop, as its name implied, was a hoop but with sharp edges. When a cultivator filled it with energy, its power would be even more terrifying. The amorous, in its name, did not symbolize love, but hatred. It meant that no matter what it tangled with, it would never let go. Yi Qianxin watched as the amorous hoop, which had accompanied her for 10 years, get trapped by Lu Zhou's powerful fiend monk's hand seal and lose its luster. Boom! She wanted to stop it and take back her weapon. If she lost it, her strength would be greatly reduced even if she managed to escape today. The power of the blue waves technique exploded out of her, pouring toward Lu Zhou like waves. Unfortunately, she was facing her former master, an opponent who knew the blue waves technique better than her. Break! Waves that were stronger than hers exploded out of Lu Zhou's body and rushed toward her. When compared to them, Yi Qianxin's waves were as insignificant as a tiny stream. In the next instant, she was drowned by the huge waves that blotted out the sky. Bam! One of the waves hit her in the chest. She snorted as blood rushed up to her throat and spewed out of her mouth, and then she fell from the sky. Soul chase. Lu Zhou's figure flickered, and he reached the ground in the blink of an eye. Yi Qianxin's whole body was in great pain, and her mind went blank. The moment the stronger waves crashed down on her, she knew she was defeated. However, she could not understand why the old thing still used soul chase after she was defeated. Was he trying to show off his prowess? In the face of Lu Zhou, whose every move was an ultimate skill, her heart was filled with despair. This old thing just doesn't give me any hope. Lu Zhou fixed his eyes on the falling Yi Qianxin. At the same time, he kept his eyes, ears, and mind wide open. He needed to be sure if any other villainous disciples were hiding nearby. His avatar had provided him with a powerful perception, but a pity that he found none of them. Anyhow, he found it to be strange. Yi Qianxin should not have the courage to do such a thing by herself. He slowly raised a hand, and energy poured out of it, surrounding Yi Qianxin's body and tightly binding her up. Soon, she slowly landed in front of him, supported from below by the special energy. Ding! You have captured a villainous disciple, the 6th disciple Yi Qianxin. You are rewarded with 1,000 reward points. Their eyes met. There was only a gap of 2 meters between them. Yi Qianxin's eyes were filled with fear and shock. She had never been so afraid before, not even when she first arrived at Golden Court Mountain to learn from Ji Tiandao. They were too close to each other. Her heart began to beat violently, and her breathing became rapid and suppressed. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. The feeling of being at his peak made his heart as calm as still water. When one had strength, one had confidence and vigor. Yi Qianxin, he said lightly, but the words struck into her heart like thunder. You have deserted the sect and betrayed me. What do you want, old thing? I'll take back everything I gave you. Ah! Yi Qianxin trembled all over. Her eyes widened, and her face, which was slightly blushed, turned deathly pale. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she found that the old villain in front of her had lifted a hand as if there was no room for discussion. The old hand held a ball of powerful energy. It lightly waved, throwing the ball at her, which shot straight into her dantian. She was stunned as she heard the wall of her dantian, which she had spent years cultivating, crack and shatter like glass. In the next instant, it blew apart like a balloon, and all the energy inside leaked into the surroundings. This meant that she had become an ordinary person now. She had lost all her cultivation base. For a cultivator, there was nothing crueler in this world than destroying his or her cultivation base. To become stronger, Yi Qianxin willingly joined Golden Court Mountain without fear. After going through hardships and making a lot of effort, she finally reached her present status and achievements. But now, all of that was gone with the destruction of her dantian. She was completely struck dumb, so much so that she forgot the pain of her body and how to think. After a brief moment of paralysis, a severe and excruciating pain swept through her, filling her with misery. In just the blink of an eye, her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Yi Qianxin smiled sadly and raised her head with difficulty. At this moment, all the fear in her vanished. The expression on her face looked like crying, but at the same time, it also looked like laughing. Old thing, kill me now? Huh? Zhou noticed that her hostility had surged to 60%, and doubts arose in his mind. Although Ji Tiandao was short-tempered, had done all the evil things that one could imagine, and always scolded and beat his disciples, he had never done anything that could make someone hate him so much. Why did Yi Qianxin hate Ji Tiandao so much? Anyhow, it was meaningless to know that now. Everything Zhou did, he did it to protect himself. You are too stubborn. Zhou lifted a hand and slapped her face. Consequently, a red handprint appeared on her pale cheek. You're welcome to torture or kill me. Ha ha, ha ha. Yi Qianxin laughed shrilly and stared at the ground. Poor fourth senior brother and third senior brother. They could have escaped the disaster. Why? It's all your fault. You've killed them. From today on, there will be no Golden Court Mountain in this world. When she had finished, she laughed again. She wanted to infuriate Zhou, but it was a pity that Zhou remained impassive. He glanced at the remaining time of the peak form card on the system panel. He had only 5 minutes left. He would not make it in time even if he used Soul Chase. However, the system did not inform him anything about his third and fourth disciples, which meant their lives were not in danger. His fourth disciple was not stupid. How would he risk his life? Zhou just said one word. Fool! Are you scolding me? Yi Qianxin paused. That was not how the old villain used to scold her. No one will dare to bully Golden Court Mountain as long as I'm still alive. Yi Qianxin swallowed as she looked at Zhou's confident look. She recalled her fifth senior sister's words. Master has become different from before. However, she did not expect him to become so unpredictable and unfathomable. Zhou put one hand on her shoulder. In response, she cried out and closed her eyes with fear. I'm still alive? When she opened her eyes again, she saw that they were flying in the sky. A layer of invisible energy shield had wrapped them, blocking the strong wind. Swoosh! Ah! It was her master's great divine ability, the Soul Chase. Why can this old thing keep using Soul Chase? Does he not need to muster energy? How does he do it? It was not the secret drug of Primal Fiend, or any other secret drug. Although she had lost all her cultivation base, her experience told her that there were no traces of energy gathering around Zhou, and his behavior was completely different from someone who had taken an explosive secret drug. It meant that all the energy came from within himself. However, it was plain that he was old, and his body could no longer contain additional energy. This was a very strange phenomenon. Although cultivators could live longer than common people, their cultivation base would decline in the decades or centuries before their death. Starting from the body-tempering realm, the body was the key to cultivators' achievement. The realms of mystic enlightening, sense condensing, and Brahma Sea were all related to bodies. When the body aged, meridians, dantian, and Sea of Chi would lose their vitality and potential to continue expanding, resulting in the stagnation of the cultivation base. At that moment, combat experience, life experience, schemes, and plots, as well as external forces were the keys for a cultivator to maintain his or her strength. The problem was that Ji Tiandao was already very old, but why was he stronger than before? Yi Qianxin could not figure out the reason no matter how hard she racked her brain. Why? She lifted her head and summoned her courage as she stared firmly at Lu Zhou, who looked confident and calm. I admit that I misjudged you, but you'll have a hard time after capturing me. Just like that, they flew past mountains, rivers, and forests. Have you said enough? Ah. Lu Zhou retracted the energy shield, safe apart in front of him. Swoosh! The wind immediately blew on Yi Qianxin's face, making her unable to open her eyes, cutting at her skin like sharp blades and filling her with pain. Meanwhile, in a corner of an unknown patch of woods, the 8 disciple Zhu Honggong was slumped to the ground and kept wiping sweat from his face. A man was standing in front of him, who had a pair of sharp eyes and a feather fan in hand. It's a good thing you came just in time, 7th senior brother. Otherwise, I would have become cannon fodder, said the 8th disciple with a lingering fear in his heart. The handsome and graceful man was Ji Qindao's 7th disciple Si Wuya. Old 8th, you've always listened to my advice. Why did you suddenly collude with 6th senior sister? Si Wuya asked while shaking his head. Zhu Honggong sighed and said, I've been having nightmares about Master hitting me recently. I'm scared. Why are you so cowardly? How about I merge my Tiger Ridge gang with your Crouching Dragon Darknet? The 8th disciple slapped his thigh. Si Wuya did not look at him, but waved his feather fan and said, Forget it. You better keep your little gang. Why? You saw Master's avatar. 6th senior sister will certainly sell me out, and I will be finished. Zhu Honggong showed a sad face. Yi Qianxin thought she could find out Master's trump cards with this group of divine court experts. It's simply a pipe dream. If Master really got weaker, she would not have gotten her turn to attack him. She was not the only person in the world who kept an eye on Golden Court Mountain. 7th senior brother, did you see how many moves Master had used to kill 15 divine court cultivators? The 8th disciple swallowed and asked curiously, I don't know. Why? You are so clever. Stop it. You call yourself the evil king, and yet you also don't know, do you? If truth be told, no one had dared to approach when the 9-leaf avatar loomed in the sky. Well, I can scare others with my title, but I'll never dare to show off in front of my senior brothers, said Zhu Honggong. Si Wuya shook his head helplessly. He began to feel a little regret for persuading Zhu Honggong to leave Golden Court Mountain. This fool was such a drag. When he found that it was getting late, he said, From now on, you must sever ties with the derived Moon Palace. Why? Yi Qianxin led orthodox cultivators to attack Master. She failed miserably, but she did not bring anyone from her derived Moon Palace. What will the powers behind those cultivators think of this? Zhu Honggong nodded and said, I understand now. Si Wuya sighed and continued. When Master was pursuing 6th senior sister, I briefly inspected the array she placed down. I found something wrong with the array's pattern. What's wrong with the pattern? If my guess is correct, senior sister Zhao Yu got cold feet, said Si Wuya. Senior sister Zhao Yu was there as well? Si Wuya nodded and said, When she left Golden Court Mountain, I had already received the information. She had gone to the derived Moon Palace. With 6th senior sister's temper, she must have drawn 5th senior sister to her side. Senior sister Zhao Yu is the best candidate to control the array. The 8th disciple was struck dumb when he heard that. Also, Pan Zhong is a deserter of the Clarity sect. He had only learned the 3 yin styles and is suffering from the bitter coldness that fills his body. 6th senior sister used him as a bait to lure little junior sister, which will most likely displease the Clarity sect. What about that Wang Fugue? Asked Zhu Honggong. Si Wuya laughed. This is a clever move from 6th senior sister. Wang Fugue's real name is Shen Yuan. He is an expert under Lady Jade, the consort of Great Yan's emperor. Lady Jade is also the younger sister of the Princess of the West, whom the emperor had married. The eighth disciple recalled everything now. The Princess of the West was killed by their second senior brother, but everyone pinned the blame on their master. What master did may displease Great Yan's emperor, and it may even stir up a dispute between two states, resulting in a war. The people will suffer just because of the grudge between a few people, said Si Wuya. Moreover, the 15 divine court cultivators came from 3 different sects in the southern region of the Great Yan. Many years ago, the 3 sects earth-grade and below weapons were all destroyed by Master's heaven-grade weapon. They never got their revenge, and now with their experts killed, there is a whole new enmity. What do you think the 3 sects will do? These are all parts of 6 Senior Sisters' plan. Zhu Honggong found it hard to believe that even he was a part of the plan. Si Wuya shook his head helplessly as he smiled and said, Unfortunately, no matter how good the scheme is, it is meaningless in front of absolute power. Yi Qianxin could not have expected that Master could keep using Soul Chase. It is said that her crimson flying chariot is faster than a nascent divinity tribulation expert flying at full speed. I wonder if this is real or not. The way Lu Zhou kept using Soul Chase had turned his perception upside down. What made him even more puzzled was that his fighting style was so fast that it gave Yi Qianxin little chance to lay out her plans. The 8th disciple suddenly said, No, I don't want to be the gang leader anymore. I want to go back to my hometown. I'm not a good player like you all, but I can always hide. When Lu Zhou saw Blue Sun Mountain and sensed Witzard's aura, he made a nosedive. As soon as he landed, he saw little Yuaner fly over, riding on Witzard. Master, little Yuaner called out. She was shocked to see Yi Qianxin beside her master, and she said, Senior sister? Bah, you are not my senior sister. You're a traitor. Yi Qianxin opened her eyes with difficulty. It was hard for her to be in good shape, with her dantian broken. She looked withered, as if her soul had been lost. Keep an eye on her. Lu Zhou pushed Yi Qianxin to little Yuaner. I understand, Master. The timing was just right. The instant he pushed her out, the effect of the peak form experience card disappeared. Lu Zhou calmed down and quickly adjusted to his current state. Perhaps it had given her some indication. As Yi Qianxin sneered, I never thought the mighty old villain would have such a sorry moment. Little Yuana refuted her. You know nothing. Master is getting old. Can't he take a break? In the next instant, she realized that she should not have said that, and she pursed her lips and said, Master, I didn't mean to. Lu Zhou waved a hand and said, It doesn't matter. Yi Qianxin laughed. If I were you, I would rush back to Golden Court Mountain at once. Didn't you say that no one will dare to bully Golden Court Mountain as long as you are still alive? Ha! Unfortunately, Golden Court Mountain will change owners today. You're talking nonsense. Little Yuaner said angrily. Also, that Wang Fugue you killed is an expert under Lady Jade, and the 15 divine court cultivators are disciples of the 3 sects in the southern part of Great Yan. Master, do you regret attacking me now? Don't forget that I still have 1,000 sisters in derived Moon Palace. If I don't return, they will definitely join forces with the Imperial household and the 3 sects to attack Golden Court Mountain. Yi Qianxin felt much better after telling Lu Zhou everything. Her voice became very light, but the look in her eyes grew tough. If you regret it, then let me go. At the very least, I am still the owner of the derived Moon Palace. Little Yuaner jumped off Witzard and came in front of Yi Qianxin, only to find her senior sister a bit strange. She looked her up and down before speaking with surprise. Where is your cultivation base? Destroyed, said Yi Qianxin miserably. Destroyed? Then why are you still so fierce? Little junior sister, this is the work of your respected master. Listen to me. If he goes on like this, he will push you all into the abyss sooner or later. He is old. How much longer can he protect you? Yi Qianxin kept fanning up the flames. I won't believe you. You are a traitor. Serves you right to have your cultivation base destroyed. Humph. Little Yuaner made a face. Seeing that, Yi Qianxin's brows furrowed slightly. Since when has little junior sister been so submissive to the old thing? What drugs did he give her? Look at him now, little junior sister. He's just like an ordinary old man. Trust me and slap him. Although Yi Qianxin had lost her cultivation base, she could feel that Lu Zhou's current state was completely different from that just now. In other words, a secret drug unknown to her had lost its effect. Little Yuaner was taken aback. She snorted and said furiously, "Bah! I won't listen to a traitor." She dared not to attack her master, even if it were just for training. On the other side, Lu Zhou looked up at the sky and found that it was almost time. "Master, I've sent my father back to his residence with Witzard. We can leave now," said little Yuaner smilingly. It was better that way, because an extra man would be a burden. Lu Zhou was glad that little Yuaner gave up the chance to reunite with her parents and came back to support him. She was the most conscientious of his 9 disciples. "Let's go," he waved and said, acting as if he had forgotten about Yi Qianxin. At that moment, Witzard roared loudly. A legendary mount was like the king in the jungle. When it appeared, all birds and animals had to crawl and give way. However, it knelt obediently beside Lu Zhou and let him mount on its back. It was only at this moment that Yi Qianxin found that the beast was a legendary mount. When did his mount change to a Witzard? Before she could figure out, however, little Yuana had grabbed her and jumped onto Witzard's back. Next, the mount trod lightly in the air and flew up the sky. Cultivators had unrestricted access to Golden Court Mountain because the shield was not fixed yet. There were cultivators everywhere. They were at the foot of the mountain, in the gazebo halfway up the mountain, and on the steps that led to Evil Sky Pavilion. No one is here, nor the east. The west is the same. This is strange. Where are the villains of Golden Court Mountain hiding? Keep searching. Lord Elder said we must find Ji Tiandao and Mingshi Yin today. In the woods and sky, cultivators searched for the 2 men with swords in their hands. In addition to the righteous sect, many cultivators from the Heavenly Sword sect were helping as well. The whole mountain was a mess. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion, the elder of the righteous sect, Fong Jinshan, sat in a chair while staring with bright eyes at Duan Musheng, who was bound with a chain. To his left and right stood 3 divine court cultivators, who were glaring at Duan Musheng as well. This was the 3rd disciple of the old villain, whom everyone was afraid of. They would not have caught him if he had not been hurt. "Duan Musheng, as long as you tell me the old villain's whereabouts, I'll spare your life," Fong Jinshan said in a deep voice. Duan Musheng said disapprovingly, "Fong Jinshan, you profess to be a righteous cultivator, but you take advantage of my precarious situation. If you have guts, release me and we will fight 300 rounds fairly." Fong Jinshan snorted coldly and said, "I can't believe you are still so arrogant when wounded. Do you think you are qualified to fight me? Even the old villain had to hide in some hole like a rat when I got here, not to mention you." Duan Musheng laughed derisively. He seemed to remember something suddenly, and he said, "Even your brother Didafong has to bow his head respectfully when he sees me." Bam! He raised both hands and blocked a blow. His blood and chi boiled while pain washed him over. Fong Jinshan laughed as he looked at the bedraggled Duan Musheng. "Who do you think you are? To me, you are just a dog without its master. Tell me the whereabouts of the old villain and Mingshi Yin. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death memorial." The cultivators next to him drew their sabers. Duan Musheng could not move because he was injured and tied up, but the pride in his bones could not be suppressed by mere flesh wounds. He laughed cheerfully and said, "You may try and attack me. You are too arrogant." Fong Jinshan crushed the armrest of the chair with a hand. He was about to attack when one of the men beside him hurriedly said, "You can't do this, Lord Elder. We can't kill this villain. Our targets are the Evil Sky Pavilion and the old villain. Lord Sect Leader said that he wants them alive. Please think twice, Elder Fong. Revenge is a dish best served cold." Fong Jinshan was trying to avenge his brother by killing Duan Musheng now. He rolled his eyes and said, "You won't be happy for too long. Since the sect leader doesn't let me kill you, fine. Surely you haven't tasted the feeling of being imprisoned in a dungeon with no hope of seeing tomorrow's sunlight, have you? Swoosh! A cultivator flew into Evil Sky Pavilion on a flying sword. Elder Zhou. The cultivators to the left and right of Fong Jinshan cupped their fists at him. Fong Jinshan only gave him a sideways look and said, "Zhou Jifeng, it's good that you have come now. Have you found out where Mingshi Yin is?" Zhou Jifeng bowed and said, "Second Elder, I have ordered the whole mountain to be searched, yet nothing has been found so far." "Nothing? You and I saw with our own eyes that Mingshi Yin was severely wounded. I don't believe he can escape too far away with his injuries. I want you to find him. I also hope to find him as soon as possible. I almost forgot. The old villain killed Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, and also your respected teacher." Zhou Jifeng forced a smile as he nodded and said, "With Second Elder around, they can't escape." Fong Jinshan patted Zhou Jifeng on the shoulder and said, "Although you come from the Heavenly Sword sect, you are very obedient. You are more sensible than them." "You're flattering me, Second Elder." "Very good. Now I order you to interrogate Duanmu Sheng with torture." Fong Jinshan pointed at Duanmu Sheng. "This..." Fong Jinshan laughed when he saw Zhou Jifeng hesitate. "No wonder Heavenly Sword sect doesn't want you. You're just a dog who has lost its master. I don't know what sect leader sees in you, and why he made you an elder. Get out of here." He shoved Zhou Jifeng away as he lifted a leg and kicked out. Duanmu Sheng blocked the kick with both hands and took a few more steps back. "You can still resist?" Fong Jinshan was puzzled as he slowly raised a hand, summoning his energy this time. As a peak divine court expert, he possessed a mighty strength like his brother Didafong. Right then, a clump of auspicious aura came over clouds north of Golden Court Mountain. Cultivators searching the mountain and flying in the air on flying swords all looked up at it. "What's that?" "It's a legendary mount. An almighty expert is here. Inform the elders. It should be a righteous expert who comes to support us." Elders and disciples of the righteous sect stopped searching and looked up at the sky.